Sì, sì, prova, prova, prova. Sì, 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 prova. Prova, prova 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Good morning, everybody. If you can kindly take your seats. I don't think we've met before. Joseph Weiler. Hello, Joseph Weiler. Good morning again. My name's Joseph Weiler. I'm the president of the EUI, and it's my pleasure to welcome you all and to thank you all for engaging and coming to participate in the first session of our forum. What is the forum? It's an initiative taken by Bridget Lafan and myself. We decided that we wanted to do something that, in the first place, would engage the Institute as a whole. In other words, the problem of silos is not only a problem of the Commission of the European Union. It's a problem of many institutions, and there is a tendency that although we have great capacity here, the natural tendencies for the departments, etc., to focus on their own work, and we lose something by that, because some problems defy disciplinary lines according to which the Academy organizes itself. So the forum brings together, under the auspices of the Robert Schuman Center, scholars, researchers, postdocs from across the European University Institute. And we wanted to choose something which we thought was not only academically, intellectually, humanly interesting for Europe and in Europe, but was something that is and will be on the policy-making agenda of the European Union. We couldn't think of a more pertinent, potent topic than the one we chose: migration, citizenship, and demography. If I play the game of if I were Prime Minister or head of government of one of the member states of the European Union, what would keep me awake at night is not the problem of the euro. That would keep me awake because I need to be re-elected in 2 or 3 years. But if I took the long-term view of the real deep challenges that Europe faces, and one of the problems is that they are not necessarily on the electoral cycle, it would be demography, and then suddenly the explosion of the migration issue, but there are long-term dimensions to it, and citizenship, which is connected with that, but also has another deeper stratum. It really goes to the identity of Europe, who we want to be, what it is that Europe wants to be in the context of the Union. The forum is a 2-year affair. It's not a quick fix-it thing. So the forum will be meeting over the next 2 years. Our agenda is yet in discussion. The frequency is yet in discussion, but it will not be infrequent. And the agenda will not focus on one issue. It will try and bring these issues together over the next 2 years. And if any of you is interested in participating in future meetings of the forum, let us know. You've earned your keep, so to speak, by being here today. I want to explain where I locate our policy input to the discussion, the ongoing discussion in Europe. I'll be personal. I've been around the block a few times. I've been invited to countless groupes des sages, wise men groups, by all institutions, by Council, by Commissions, by the European Parliament. And what I've discovered is, in this kind of encounter between the academy and policymakers, is that policymakers are better at policymaking than academics are at policymaking. That's their métier. And very often, frequently, not anecdotally, my experience was that when the academics came with a sort of neatly packaged, this should be the policy, it turns out that there are many aspects. It's not their business, it's not their job, they're not quite as good at it as the policymakers. Where I have seen over time the biggest and most important and useful, rewarding and acknowledged contribution of academy to policy making, it's in 3 dimensions. First of all, in identifying future agendas, things that are not on the immediate policy making agenda. And that because, at least in theory, we are meant to lead la vita contemplativa, we are able to look forward and to identify issues which we can anticipate will become important policy issues which one will have to face. And I think academics can be very good at that and very useful at that. They don't always score 10 out of 10, but even if they score 5 out of 10 in identifying important future policy issues which the time is ripe, how better off we would be if we would be talking about the euro crisis in 2005 and 2006 rather than 2008 and 2009. The second thing is we can give richer context. There is a problem of, to give just one example, of, quote, legitimacy, unquote, in Europe. The turnout, the voter turnout in the recent European elections is shocking. By any standard you look at it. And it's been declining from election to election. And although on the morrow of the May elections, one said at least it went up a little bit, it turns out it didn't go up. When the final count was in July, it's the lowest turnout in the history of direct elections. And of course, every politician in Europe knows that's the problem. They look at it in different ways, if they are on the Commission, the Council, Member States. But everyone knows there is a problem. How is it possible that we've given, à titre juste, increased powers to the European Parliament and less citizens go and vote? It's a problem of citizenship, etc. So they know it's a problem, and they are experienced politicians, and they think in terms of getting the vote out. But we understand better and deeper what legitimacy means, what mobilization means. We can have long-term research. We can do the kind of surveys which is not just the kind of political surveys, a kind of poll that a politician pays 100,000 euros, get me quickly. We can identify long-term trends. So we can provide a context which helps the policymaker think better about the trade-offs and the issues that he or she have to face with responsibility and make. And the third thing that my experience is that we can contribute, we simply think deeper. It's our job to think deeper. It's our job to think beyond the next electoral cycle. It's our job to see in a much richer and complex way, for example, the moral, the normative issues. That's how we make a living, so to speak, by going beyond the surface. Because we don't have to be re-elected, because most of us have tenure, because we can speak uncomfortable truths, we can say things that are uncomfortable and politically incorrect and challenging, and we enjoy academic freedom even within our community, so people can say things that even challenge other academics. All these are advantages that we can bring to the policymaker, and that's the sense of this forum. We want to touch on those comparative advantages that the academy makes. And the issues, even the first forum that we face today, gives rise to all these issues. There are deep moral dilemmas. There are complicated trade-offs in the issues of migration, what we call the Lampedusa dilemma. And I think we can add to that discussion. What is our output? We should not rush. We are not going to provide silver bullets. Our idea is not, we have thought about it and now we've got the right reply to you. We will discuss. I hope the discussion is vigorous, vibrant, contested, that people don't just talk but there's contestation in the room, that there are challenges, so that we deepen our discussion. We deepen our understanding. And then at the end, we do want a product also for the policy-making community. We will take our time a little bit. It's not going to come out on Tuesday evening. We will reflect on what happened in these 2 days, and then we will think of the most effective ways to package it in a way. This is what my hope is, in the best of all worlds, if the forum succeeds, that when the policymakers at member state level, at union level, at international level, get the package which is a result of the various sessions of the forum, that it's not the silver bullet, but they say, this is really helpful. I can see things that I didn't see before. I can think about it in ways that I didn't think before. I understand deeper the trade-offs, the moral issues, the normative things. And we will also think, it's in the air, we haven't yet decided on this, we might, as a follow-up to a session like this, travel to Brussels or invite the Brussels people to Florence, and in a very much more synthetic, much more conclusory way say, we've held our first forum, here are some things for you to think about. There are the papers in the background, they will never read it, they will tell their assistants to read it. There are the summaries here, there are the policy dilemmas and trilemmas in front of you for discussion. So we're still charting our way on how to do it. Finally, it's not a one-off event. So we're doing this forum today. We have our next one planned for January. As I said, there will be, over the next 2 years, a series of these. And my hope is, and the hope of my co-organizers, that it's not only each discrete meeting of the forum will produce meaningful, thoughtful results, but the entire forum over 2 years, when it's taken together, will be a product which will enhance the level of policy discussion in the medium and long term. So I will try and be here most of today and tomorrow. There are little holes where other duties call me. Between Bridget and I, one of us will be present. We're really interested in this. This is not pro forma, which we ourselves chose the topic, etc. And I wish us all a very productive couple of days. Thank you very much.
Good morning, everyone. May I add my welcome to that of the President, President Weiler. Firstly, may I begin by a especially warm welcome and appreciation to all of you who have joined us from the outside, those of you who've given us of your time for the next 2 days. I'd also like to welcome my colleagues from the Robert Schuman Centre and from the EUI's various departments. This is, as the President said, an important initiative in the life of the European University Institute. The issues that it raises are challenging for all societies, but I think particularly the challenges manifest themselves in particular ways in Europe, because unlike settler societies, migration is not part of Europe's self-understanding, regardless of the fact that migrations have played a very important role through history in this part of the world. And I think it's really important that we begin this morning by looking back, by having a historical perspective. But that absence of self-understanding does matter, because Europe has not created hyphenated citizens. Irish American, but American first. You don't have that sense in this part of the world. And that's perhaps because the nation state, bounded territory and bonded people, as a form of political order, has its roots in this part of the world. But also 20th century history, that in the 20th century, the great multinational empires disappeared, the Habsburg, the Ottoman, and the Russian, although the Russian manifested itself in another form of political order that was imperial in nature. But of course, the Second World War and its aftermath also altered the ethnic mix and the diversity of many states, and there were many migrations involved. And that happened at a time when, in the post-war period, post-Second World War, the rights of citizenship expanded in this part of the world very significantly, because it was accompanied by the establishment of a very strong welfare state. So to be a citizen in a country in this part of the world had material and had very real material benefits. And that bounded territory and bonded people, the nation state, the relationship between territory and function, territory and identity and function, are separating out again in the world in which we live in. And how they recombine, and whether or not there will be a stable equilibrium between territory, identity and function in this part of the world, remains to be seen. But whatever happens, we do need, I think, to recall that boundaries, borders matter in political systems. How those boundaries and borders are constructed, whether they're more open or more closed, but that we're unlikely to live in a world in which there are no boundaries, no borders, and no borderlands. And that for the issues that we're dealing with, I think matters, because we're talking about, in the end, the kind of society that we will have, but also the kind of political order that will govern that society, be it at the member state level or European more widely drawn. And for that reason, and because of the salience of the issues that we're dealing with, I certainly look forward very much to this forum. I think it will matter how we undertake it. It's experimental, but I hope that we have a very fruitful 2 days, but also that it is the beginning of something very fruitful for the future and also for this institution. I'm going to hand over now to your scientific coordinator for the 2 days, to my colleague Anna Triandafilidou. But before I do, I want to acknowledge Anna's extraordinary work and energy that she's put into bringing us here today, and all of the others who worked with us, our administration, our conference unit, and all of those who made this possible. So a very warm thanks to Anna to begin with, and I now hand over to Anna as our scientific coordinator. Thank you.
Oh, thank you both. Well, the thanks are always in order, both in the beginning and at the end, but I cannot I cannot avoid them either. Now, I want to thank the working group on the UI Forum and Joe Weiler and Bridget Laffin for entrusting me with organizing this inaugural conference. As both Joe and Bridget explained, this is a big undertaking that we are starting here at the UI, and we hope really to chart the territory in this field, but also in other fields, as an exercise of bringing advice to policymakers, but advice that is not technical, that is a bit, if I may call it like this, a level upwards and looking more to the future rather than to responding to today's pressing policy questions, but rather providing guidance at both a higher and wider level. I want to thank the speakers and the discussants who are here. I've been bothering them a lot through the summer and through the fall, asking for things, papers, paragraphs, titles, and I know many of you come from far away and made the time to come, so I really thank you, I'm grateful. And of course, as you said, Bridget, the collaboration of the whole team, here at the UI who made this possible. This conference is video live streamed, so greetings to those who watch us through their screens. Coming, however, to the substance of this, and without taking much more of our time, yes, the logic in which we have constructed the panel is such that we start from looking to the historical narrative of Europe as an emigration and immigration continent, and then move into today's challenges like migration and demography, migration and the economy and the labor market, the more nodal question of the so-called Lampedusa dilemma, so the mixed flows of migrants and asylum seekers, how can this be governed, the governance question, but also the ethical and political issues involved. And on this I want to say, as I just said in my first sentence, this is not a technical conference to say, okay, how exactly are we going to design the quotas for asylum seekers? How exactly are we going to frame EU law or national law on migration or asylum? We try still, however, to remain close to evidence, to research findings, and inform the debate. I think we have an ambition, and as Joe said, not only just for today and tomorrow, but with the output of this conference and of this forum in the 2 years to come, of resetting partly the agenda, recasting the questions, which are research questions, there are political questions, there are policy questions. So we want also as academics to question what is the agenda rather than be on the defensive and say, yes, okay, we have to share the burden in this way or that way. Of course, we acknowledge the difficulties and we acknowledge the disagreements. Not all of us, even in this room, agree on what is exactly even the dilemma that we're facing about global flows and closed borders and how we should go about solving it. But I think our debate today and tomorrow and your position papers, which, by the way, will be launched tomorrow on the web, and that was done on purpose. They are ready, but we want people to participate in the discussions, and through Twitter, those who watch us live on the video can send their tweets, and we're going to integrate them in the discussion. So we want the debate to be lively and not to be, somehow taken for granted. We think we can cover a little bit of space, a few more steps towards addressing this dilemma, but it's also, as I say, I think there's no sweet medicine. Medicines are always bitter, so there's no easy solution to the challenge of global flows, economic, social, and cultural globalization. At the same time, the desire to protect the communities within, to limit flows, to at least partially close the border. So I think there's also no perfect solution. In addition, as I was, as a joke discussing with my colleagues before starting, if we had the solution, we would solve it for $1 billion and be done with it. Let me finish with these welcome greetings. I very much look forward to our discussions, and I'd like to give the floor to Regina Graf, who is chairing this session this morning. Actually, that gives me also the opportunity to particularly thank my EUI colleagues who agreed to chair and introduce the panels and have been very collaborative in helping me really shape very good, and interesting research questions for their panels. Thank you very much.
Good morning. Thank you very much for the introduction. My name is Regina Graf. I'm a professor here at the Department of History and Civilization. And I don't want to add to any of this except say thank you very much for having me here and for letting me chair this first session. Instead, by way of introduction, I would like to talk about a few insights that the history of European migration can offer, I think, to the current debate. I don't want to call these lessons from history, because I don't think that simplistic extrapolation from our understanding of historical migration can serve for policy prescriptions. Indeed, if historians have learned one thing, it is that the causes and consequences of migration are culturally, socially, and economically very complicated. We have as yet, I would admit, a relatively poor grasp on the motivations for migration and implications for both sending and receiving societies. Part of the problem, and I agree with Bridget here, is a more general issue of European historiography. Like few other academic subjects, history has until recently suffered the deadly embrace of the nation-state. The state sponsored it in schools and academy so that historians would help to create the image of the modern state as one people in one territory under one government for all eternity. Migration, by definition, always disrupted that construction of static national narratives. Ironically, I would argue this is even true in countries like the US, where the national narrative was built on a history of migration, as long as it is safely in the past. In spite of our admittedly then very sketchy idea of historical migration, I want to risk something that is somewhat unusual for a historian. I want to generalize in time and space. Because I do think that the historical study of migration can alert us to a number of important factors that tend to get drowned out in the excited political debates of the day. And I also think that the public perception of migration history informs current discourses more fundamentally than is sometimes acknowledged. I want to do so by looking at a few very simple questions. Is mass migration a new phenomenon? Historically speaking, what have been the main motivations? Who migrated? And should we speak of migration or mobility? In other words, did they stay? Current political debates would seem to suggest that we are faced with a new age of mass migration. From a historical perspective, of course, nothing could be further from the truth. Rural to urban migration, interregional migration, seasonal migration, and increasingly transatlantic migration were a feature of European society throughout the 16th to 18th century. The picture of a stagnant pre-modern European society has long been proven wrong. Without the data provided by states that would try to control migration, we struggle to quantify it. Yet we do know that a large share of the population did not die where they were born. In short, they migrated. Migration costs in terms of transport, etc., were substantial, but the porousness of the boundaries of polities that were yet to take control of subjects and territory also meant that there were few political obstacles to migration. The 19th century became the era in which falling transport costs coincided with still remarkably few political obstacles to migration, as is well known. But it might be worth our while to remind ourselves just how much migration occurred. By 1900, the main recipient countries in order of importance, Argentina, Canada, Cuba, and the United States, received between 100 and 300 migrants per 1,000 existing population each decade. Projections are fraught with problems, but it seems clear that figures for those European countries that attract the largest numbers of migrants at the moment will stay well inside, let's be very exaggerating, 30 per 1,000. Historically speaking, current migration is modest. References to globalization and the supposedly lesser cost of transport, etc., forget that since the first half of the 20th century, nation-states have raised the discretionary political cost of migration beyond anything seen before. For today's migrants, migration is, in relative terms, almost invariably much more expensive than it would have been in the 19th century. That is true for many legal migrants who have to foot the bill for complicated immigration processes, and even more so, of course, for illegal migrants. There's another issue about the 19th and early 20th century migrations that is worth remembering, I think. By the late 19th century, we see diverging patterns across European countries that I would argue became quite important for the national historical memory. In southern and eastern Europe, mass outmigration. In a few Western European countries like France and the Netherlands, hardly any outmigration. In others, such as Great Britain and Germany, immigration from neighboring countries all but compensated existing outmigration to the New World. One might speculate that current views in Spain that read migration almost invariably as poverty-driven, both for arrivals as well as for the recent upsurge in Spanish outmigration, are deeply shaped by the experience of the 19th century migration to places like Argentina, the post-Civil War migration, the migration into the 70s to Northern Europe. The arrival of immigrants in the early 2000s in Spain was read as a sign of progress, the reversal of the flows of late as a national tragedy. What about the motives for migration? There is little doubt that poverty and persecution are central in explaining migration. Historical research, nevertheless, should caution us not to jump to quick conclusions. Even in the unusual period of the late 19th century, when political restrictions to migrations were few, The differences in wages and living standards between sending and receiving countries explain only a share of the total migration. More surprisingly, the same is true for discrimination, which did not translate as readily into migration as one might surmise. Recent research by Jana Spitzer, for example, shows that the late 19th century pogroms against Russian Jews helped to explain the onset of mass outmigration. However, the subsequent geographical pattern and timing of Russian Jewish emigration was mostly driven by the networks established by the early emigrants, not the pogroms. This is one general feature that would seem to emerge from most historical migration research, the importance of chain migration. The availability of contacts in the receiving country both substantially lowered the psychological and pecuniary costs of migration, as well as increased the opportunities in the receiving country. As a consequence, current political debates, which often rely on simplistic equations that focus only on the short-term political crises and current poverty, I'd suggest, are in serious danger of underestimating the long-term dynamics. History would suggest that migration movements will persist, even if and when immediate political crises and war in the regions of outmigration cease. More worrying, the importance of what is sometimes called chain migration means that there is a moral hazard for governments. If migration patterns have a tendency to be path-dependent, irrespective of changes in welfare and political conditions, governments in the potential receiving countries have a perverse incentive to delay political action that would regularize migration in crisis situations. Who migrated? The migrants responded, of course, to perceived opportunities and costs, but simple push and pull factor models are rarely sufficient to describe the complexity of migration decisions. Most historical research suggests, for instance, that the poorest rarely migrated, even if they could potentially profit most. The reason is simple: migration is costly. Abramitsky, Bustan, and Eriksson have recently studied Norwegian migration to the Americas, suggesting that only when migration is very cheap, those who had the most to gain could actually emigrate. The question for contemporary research would thus be what impact the fact that governments all over the rich world have raised the cost of migration has. Again, there's an important potential moral hazard. Raising the barriers to entry not only limited overall migration, but if history is any guide, might serve to change the composition of successful legal and illegal migrants towards the richer and presumably better educated. But maybe the effect is less pronounced than this simple scenario would suggest. Students of modern migration agree that Europe's colonial past is at least one crucial factor to be taken into account. Interestingly, I think the emphasis has been on the late colonial, early post-colonial migrations to the UK, France, Belgium, and Netherlands, and with the initially lower barriers to entry for citizens from former colonies. But there's also the obvious fact that chain migration and the lower cost due to language familiarity play in these flows. At the same time, recent research, for instance, by our Max Weber fellow, Michael Kozakowski, suggests that labor practices in former European colonial metropolises, in this case France, might have done much to create an artificial segregation between non-European, Algerian immigrants, and European immigrants from Italy and Spain, who, in fact, were hardly distinguishable in terms of skills and other labor market characteristics. The Mediterranean border of Europe, that now seems so central, is neither an obvious historical geographical one, nor an obvious developmental one. Instead, it is part and parcel of the post-colonial history of France, Spain, and Italy, whereby the latter seem to find it particularly difficult to face that part of their past. So did they stay? Historical research contrasts sharply with the popular impressions that migrants come to stay. On the one hand, historically, stage migration was clearly very important, as Hutton and Williamson have shown quite some time ago. Migrants moved first to the city, then to another country. As a consequence, and contrary to popular belief, more in-migration also often led to more out-migration. That is, the net migration balance was less skewed than the gross migration balance. On the other hand, return and circular migration was historically much more important than once assumed. For the heyday of European outmigration, it was always known that the seasonal and return migration to countries like Argentina, for example, was the norm rather than the exception. The migration of so-called golondrinas, who took advantage of the harvest season in Italy and Argentina, was just one example. However, recent research by Bandiera, Rasola, and Villarengo also suggests that emigration to the United States was characterized by much higher return migration than assumed. They claim that in the early 20th century, for every 100 migrants who entered the country, between 60 or 80 left, about twice as much as previously assumed. The implication is rather striking. First, long-held views that the US generally succeeded at attracting migrants that stayed need to be revised. Migration to the US was large, but otherwise less exceptional than assumed. Second, in a historical situation with low costs of migration and low political obstacles to migration, migration apparently ceased to be a one-way road. Instead, it appears as part of a more complex pattern of mobility that was circular and often open-ended. There's a striking resemblance between that and the sort of international mobility that we today only observe among the very high-skilled, that is, those who can afford the price of overcoming the high legal barriers to migration imposed by the state. So let me just give you a few final thoughts. Again, no lessons from history. I would like to reiterate that point, that I don't think history should be abused for simplistic policy prescriptions, but it does allow us to a less emotional approach to the phenomenon of migration, and thus to identify, I think, a number of important factors. Neither the welfare gap between sending and receiving societies, nor persecution are enough to explain the patterns of most important historical migrations. Mobility occurred in stages, and networks of migration were fundamental, explaining their intensity and direction. It was often circular, as long as states did not create insurmountable obstacles. Barriers to entry to receiving countries paradoxically contributed considerably to turning complex patterns of mobility into one-way migration. But if history is any guide, those barriers were, of course, not irrational. As I've suggested, governments face serious moral hazard that gives them an incentive to A, delay migration policy to react to immediate migration crisis, and B, increase political obstacles as an indirect and probably politically convenient mechanism to change the composition of in-migrating populations. European societies have, to a remarkable extent, as Bridget has pointed out, tried to write national narratives that simply ignore the history of migration, be it post-colonial or not. The single most powerful line of that rewriting of history is, of course, that current migration is an unprecedented and therefore scary phenomenon. Thank you. Well, while a few technical adjustments are being made, I want to take the opportunity to introduce our next speaker, Malu Schrover, who is a professor of migration history at Leiden University. In 2013, she just ended a big project for the Dutch Science Foundation, I think that's a good translation, on gender and migration, and among her recent publications are Illegal Migration and Gender in a Global and Historical Perspective, Gender Migration and the Public Sphere 1850 to 2005, and Gender Migration and Categorization, Making Distinctions Amongst Migrants in Western Countries in the second half of the 20th century. Malu.
Thank you. Thank you for the introduction and for the invitation. I think this is a great conference, and I'm very happy to be here. I'm going to talk about gender and migration, and when you look at the literature on gender and migration, a few things are very striking, and that is that if you do a search on this topic, you get publication on domestic servants, trafficking and prostitution, as if all women that migrate end up either as prostitutes or as trafficked women or as domestic servants. The second subject, which is addressed extensively, is the issue of the feminization of migration. And thirdly, there is the issue that women who migrate are presented as migrating as family migrants. I'm going to talk about these three subjects briefly, and I'm also going to talk about the policy consequences of this rather skewed literature. The first issue I'm going to address is the feminization of migration, and what you see here is the percentage of man among immigrants in the Netherlands. And why I'm showing you this graph rather than any other graph for any other country is because the data for the Netherlands are very good, which is important because when we talk about the feminization of migration, there are very often statements made based on no empirical data whatsoever. So people say there is a feminization of migration, and they say, oh, is this thing working? Oh, does the little light work? Here, they say currently 50% of the people who migrate are women. Yes, that's true. But wasn't this the case in the past? So people say, look, it's 50%, as if that is supposed to be impressive. But it was 50% in a very large period before that. When you, however, start here, then you see a feminization of migration. But actually, that is the guest worker migration. So these are not data which relate to guest worker migrants only, these relate to all migrants, and the graph looked very much the same for France, for Germany, for Belgium, for England, for many other countries, but I didn't put them all in because it would be a graph which would be completely unreadable. But the graph is the same. So if you start in the 1970s, yeah, then you see a drop to 50%, then you would see a feminization of migration, perhaps. But it is a masculinization of migration during the guest worker period. And nobody, surprisingly, uses the term masculinization of migration when describing guest worker migration. There is a period of feminization of migration in the 1930s, which has to do with restrictions on migration, which meant restrictions on the migration of man, which meant that the percentage of women went up because they were allowed to migrate when men were not. Okay, family migration. So many women who migrate are portrayed as migrating as parts of families. That is, of course, true, but so do men. I mean, it's presented as if women migrate in a family context, but so many men do as well. Surprising in the debate is that when it comes to family formation, there is a very stark difference in how the migration of man is discussed and how the migration of women is discussed. Men migrants marry different others from women. And what you see here is a picture of German man marrying Thai women and English women marrying African men. And if you look at the discourse related to these types of family formation migration, the discourse is very different. Okay, the fact that during the period of guest worker migration, the majority of the migrants in the countries that recruited migrants were men, meant that at one point in time, many women joined their husbands almost a decade later. As a result, they very often got, within these countries, dependent resident status. That meant that if the marriage collapsed within 2, 3, or 5 years, depending on the country you look at, they were meant to leave. The women were meant to leave, not the man. And so there were very large campaigns in Britain, in France, in England, in Germany, in the Netherlands, against this dependent resident status. And people said, yes, we have to abolish dependent resident status because it causes harm to women. And these campaigns were run without any evidence being presented as to how many women were indeed in this position, that their dependent resident status was causing them problems. What it did do was present all women, or better said, all women from Turkey and Morocco mostly, or all Islamic women, as being in marriages which were disruptive, being in a marriage where they were beaten, where they were where they were in a very bad position, where they were victims to a very large extent. So what you have is that suddenly you get this victimization discourse. The victimhood discourse And in the end, this led in many countries, after very large media campaigns, which ran sometimes for decades, it led to the introduction in England, in France, Belgium again, in Germany, in all the northwestern European countries, to the introduction of so-called hardship rules, domestic and abuse clauses, which say that if, as a woman migrant, you are in a relationship that it's going to harm you, you may be exempted from this waiting period, the 2, 3, 5-year waiting period which exists for you to get independent resident status. What it does, it doesn't change so much in effect to what happens to women in these countries. What it does do is present women as victims, migrant women as victims to a very large extent. And this is not new, this is a thing that goes back for several decades already. It goes back a very long time. And these are pictures from the beginning of the 20th century when there was something called the white slavery scare, which we would now label trafficking. And what you see during the white slavery scare is that two templates developed. The one you see on the left is the innocent woman who is a domestic servant and goes by train and meets this very nice looking woman on the train who tells her, I have a nice job for you. Here's the little note which gives you the address. Go and work there. And she ends up in a brothel. The other one on the right is the middle-class daughter being kidnapped by force at gunpoint by a man with a car. The car is important. And then being transported to a faraway country, unmentioned, probably Argentine, and then being forced into prostitution. And this led to movies, large campaigns, conferences, endless conferences on trafficking, and the first European attempts at a European level to coordinate and manage migration, especially that of women. And it led to a restriction on migration and mobility of women. Based on these campaigns, and there was a large emphasis on the modern means of transport and communication. That's the telephone and the car. And the debates are very similar to the ones that happened that are currently occur, which are now called not longer white trafficking, but the Natasha trade. The iconic figure is no longer called Maria, but Natasha. And there is, as there was in the beginning of the 20th century, a repetition of templates. Now it's not so much anymore the young woman who is adopted by car and at gunpoint, but she is seduced by a good-looking young man or through the internet, and then ends up in prostitution. And usually there are dramatic and very individualized stories, as there were in the beginning of the 19th century. She thought she was going to work, and Natasha thought she was going to work in a hotel, and she has a little brother with leukemia in the Ukraine, and she was going to help him out, and in the end she ended up in prostitution. If I tell these stories, people say, yes, but this is indeed happening. Yes, it is. There are stories like that, but it's not true for all women that migrate. And the fact is that the literature is very much dominated by these types of stories when it comes to women and migration. What also happens is what you see here, is that the new EU member states have to answer to a large number of directives in order to become an EU member state, to become member of the EU. And one of the points they have to address is the points of trafficking. And what happens to these new member states is they are offered package deals by non-governmental organizations, international non-governmental organizations, regarding the issues of trafficking and prostitution. And this very much constructs and drives how they construct their migration policies. They don't have policies which are very much developed at the moment when they try to become an EU member. When they do become an EU member, they have this whole package deal of regulations and rules which they have been largely helped to construct by international government and non-governmental organizations, some of which have been around for over 100 years, and some of which repeat the same issues as the issues of importance when it comes to women and migration. If you look at the issue of refugee migration, the stereotypical image of refugees is this: one man, large number of women and children, and carrying bundles and dragging along little children. These are Belgian refugees, Jewish refugees, Hungarian refugees, and the stamps you see are from the refugee year. If if you do a Google picture search, now, currently, and you type in refugees, you get the first 4 pictures. So if you type in refugees, you get the first 4 pictures. And they look very much the same as the pictures which I showed you from earlier decades. Women, children, bundles, and one man, usually, leading the way, and they're walking. If you type in asylum seekers, you get the last 4 pictures. Little man, little black man in boats. These are women at risk and man as a risk. This is a way to portray man and women in migration differently, and it's not a new way to do that. Of course, in the 19th century, when the first migration laws in many countries were put in place, policymakers, as today, were afraid of man on the move. These were prudonists, which means revolutionaries, or paupers. Nobody wanted their poverty to become our problem. So they were afraid about people moving who were too poor or going to disrupt the system. This was true for 1848, when there were revolutions in many countries in Europe. Of course, for 1870s, when there were again revolutions in Europe. This, of course, was true because the modern means of communication and transport, the train, made it possible for people to travel very fast through Europe. Authorities very much wanted to organize and manage migrations, but they weren't able to do so. So very often people say, look, the whole system of control only started after the Second World War. It's not true. Only it was delegated to others. And the prime organizers, the prime managers of migration were the shipping companies. And they exercised a form of what we now call remote controls. What they did, for instance, the Hamburg-America line, organized rail traffic, train transport through Europe in sealed trains. So people were put on the train was sealed and brought to the harbor, but in between, in das Auswanderungsbahnhof Ruhleben, they got off the train, were selected, were meant to undress, took a shower, separated from their luggage, and put back on the trains. And the people who didn't qualify for migration into the United States weren't put on the train for the onward journey. The very same thing was done by the Red Star Line, which is a Belgian shipping company, and what you see here, there, it's the maze-like building which they had, where people had to go through. This was a migrant processing center. Women and men were separated. People were separated from their luggage, had to take a shower, and in the end, the lucky ones were allowed to board ships to America. So the whole form of control, which we now see, is not that new as people sometimes claim it is. Of course, people were also very much afraid of, again, economic and political fears, and this led to the single most attempt to organize migration before the Second World War, which failed, the Evian Conference, which is the largest conference on a European basis, where 92 NGOs were present, many countries were present, trying to manage and organize migration and save the Jewish population of Europe. And fears for the economic situation mainly caused it to fail. And there were these ones, which we now tend to forget, the pan-Islamic initiatives in Europe, which were greatly distrusted. See, this is a slide from a picture from the French Security Bureau, who tried to find out what Muslims were doing in Europe in the 1930s. And they were very much afraid of a very small number of people organizing and moving within Europe and through Europe. As now, the spectacle of control was much more important than the effects of control. So now you see the Frontex efforts to try and keep people out. This is not a new thing if you look back in time. Then as now, they were also ineffective. Currently, these are prostitutes in Madrid, and what you're looking at, and those don't come through Lampedusa. So we talk about the Lampedusa dilemma, we talk about how can you manage migration, but this very much comes from the emphasis on how to control migration only on a certain level, and that's the spectacular level, the visible one. But many of these ones come through this state-run brothel in Curaçao, which is on the Dutch Antilles. And they don't at all come through Lampedusa. So the frightening image of these people, little men in black boats, little black men in boats, doesn't apply to a majority of the migrants, especially not to many of the women migrants. So I come to my conclusion. Okay, there are differences in migration and integration according to gender. That's not very surprising. Migrant men and women are portrayed differently. Women are portrayed as at risk, men are portrayed as a risk. This is an important observation because it does mean that policies are developed very differently for men and women. The measures are to ban, to keep out the man and help the women. This leads to a so-called victimhood trap. And this victimhood trap portrays women at risk and as victims. And there's this the large media campaigns I talked about, where there's endless emphasis on how migrant women are at risk, and also that they need to be protected. And what happens is that many countries have installed restrictions on the mobility of women when they haven't installed the same restrictions on the mobility of men. So the whole victimhood discourse doesn't do much to help women, it doesn't do much to help or regulate migrations, but it does create a very different image. What you see at an overall level is that these restrictive policies are used to justify policies. So whereas you can say, okay, I'm all in favor of restrictionism, that doesn't go down well. But if you say, I'm trying to protect women, that's a very good argument to install restrictionism. And with that, I want to conclude. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Malo. Our next speaker is Imke Sturm-Martin, who is a senior lecturer in history at the University of Cologne. She too has published widely on the history of politics, of the history and politics of migration in 20th century Europe. She took a master at Munich, then moved on to Johns Hopkins, Paul H. Nitze School, Bologna Center, and she taught previously at Humboldt, Berlin, where she also got her PhD. Her current research focuses on representations of migration history in public culture.
Thank you very much, Regina, for the introduction, and thank you very much for the invitation. I'm very glad to be at this interesting conference. Migration in European history, or migration in European history and memory. I'm talking about migration has a long history in Europe, but it is usually treated only as a present-day issue. It follows naturally that popular representations of history for a long time did not include migration history, which in turn is not surprising when we look at the main fields of historical research. Migration history is a relatively young field, and it has only recently been included or valued as an important component of social, political, and economic history. However, migration history in Europe could offer a way to replace narrow national narratives with one that is properly European. To understand migration as part of European history comes quite naturally for migrations up to the early 20th century. After that, a European approach reveals as full of pitfalls and problems. In this paper, I would first like to look into what is the current narrative of migration history in popular history representations. I then take a look at the development of historical migration research and the narratives to be found there, and I finally look at some of the key challenges of a European approach to migration history. For about 15 years now, it has been possible to watch how in several European countries, national historical narratives have begun accommodating the history of migration. It is a slow process, often set off by a small group of enthusiasts who deem the subject important enough to guarantee wider public interest. Today, we can watch a multitude of projects in the field of migration all across Europe, and yet the historical dimension continues to be a regrettable absence. In many examples of public representation of migration, there's little or no historical depth to the narrative. Migration is presented as something new and unprecedented. In addition, regional and national perspectives predominate at the expense of what could be a European narrative. It is striking how little is known among young Europeans about migration history, even about recent migration history. Only very recently did the history of migration in Europe make its way into the school books. Migration and integration are now treated in schools in several different contexts, but interestingly, they feature least of all in history lessons. Why this reluctance to tackle the topic historically? When the present-day narrative of Europe treats migration as a lurking threat, many Europeans are able to draw parallels in history. They typically think straight away of one event in late antiquity, of the age of migrations and of the barbarian invasions that heralded the collapse of the Roman Empire. This is a picture from a TV production. A recent TV production shows Attila the Hun. That's the present-day representation of the age of migrations. Although a millennium and a half separates then and now, the prevailing narrative of European history through the Middle Ages and modern time periods knows only a limited number of perspectives on this span of time, most of which are highly traditional, struggles for territory, economic power, and religious authority. Migration history, on the other hand, not only gets overlooked, it seems to vanish altogether. When the only migrations taught are those of late antiquity and the present day, a narrow, stereotyped view of history threatens to emerge. From this selective narrative follows a view on migration as a potentially destructive and ungovernable process. What if we would add some more extensive historic knowledge to the picture and look at the role of migration not only at the end of antiquity, but as a precondition of the Roman expansion in the first place? If we would take into consideration the economic gains of the many interregional and international migrations in early modern Europe before industrialization, and if we would talk about the European consequences of the large overseas migration from regions of rural poverty in the 19th and 20th century, and how can the historical knowledge be made accessible for a wider public? Very important agents in opening up the historical dimensions of migration have been the new migration museums. In many recent exhibitions and museum designs, migration history has been told via individual life histories or histories of ethnic groups, focusing on the journey and arrival, on jobs and work, or on the places where the migrants finally settled, be it a city district or a region. Local perspectives and starting points do not, however, automatically exclude the possibility of a European narrative, any more than do the new museums, which focus their presentations on the national scope. Examples are the Population Exchange Museum in Çatalca, near Istanbul. It's clockwise, the web pages I'm showing of these museums, my examples. The Deutsches Auswandererhaus in Bremerhaven, the Immigrant Museum in Copenhagen, or the Cité Nationale de l'Histoire de l'Immigration in Paris. With archives and collections of objects related to migration history, institutions like Domet in Cologne, and I'm happy that we have Arndt Kolb here of Domet in Cologne, and Générique in Paris have laid the ground for various projects in the field. The example of museums shows how a local or regional narrative perspective can both stand just for itself and at the same time be part of a wider trend across many nations. The focus on the individual life story as a window on migration is a conscious attempt to escape delicate perspectives on peoples, ethnic groups, religions, and nations. Individual anecdotes communicated via audio installation and offered in digital archives are popular ways to indicate the bigger picture. Such a trend might become the core of a pluralist European narrative of migration in historical perspective. Europeans still know little about their national migration histories, and even less about those of their neighbors. Yet many have heard stories from older members of their families that call to mind the experience of migration. If this strand of individual memory could be woven into a historical background, it could become a European narrative. scholarly historical research on migration can provide that background. From the start, the historiography of migration has chosen a comparative approach that required a supra-regional and international understanding. Methods and analytical tools of various disciplines, such as history, demography, sociology, geography, the laws, were compared and combined. In many recent approaches in the field, the national points of view of history has long been superseded, so that today, historical terminology no longer talks of immigration or emigration, but simply of migration. By doing away with the prefixes, we show that we recognize how the choice to migrate is not irreversible, and that we recognize perceptions of the direction of migration as relative. Migration research in Europe initially set out with a demographic approach. Historians took interest in the subject a little bit later. In the 1920s, one early example is the analysis of large collections of 19th century German migrants' letters sent back home from the US. And I don't know if you can read this, but it's a classic example of an ongoing process of integration because the date is written in English. And the letter is in German. It says, Liebe Eltern, dear parents, and I'm not going to go further. From the 1980s, a European approach inspired collections of national case studies, and comparisons of 2 or more European countries were soon to follow. We can watch a brief appearance of historic overviews with a European scope in the 1990s. However, very soon the European perspective was replaced by the global point of view. That migration today is a global phenomenon is beyond debate. A global perspective and a national perspective makes sense. But what about a European point of view? What should be part of a European narrative? What are the landmarks of migration history that any serious account of European history should include? To learn about the Tsarist Russia's recruitment of German craftsmen in the 18th century is to understand Catherine the Great's policy of expansion. To study the flight of the French Huguenots is to gain insight into religion and Reformation in the early modern period. To observe the fascinating patterns of cross-border seasonal migration in the Alps or in the Low Countries is to grasp the workings of Europe's supra-regional economy. The Industrial Revolution and urbanization cannot be disentangled from geographical mobility among Europeans. When religious minorities were persecuted all across Europe, often with considerable violence, but when they also found in Europe places of shelter, then a tension emerges between discrimination and tolerance that may be typically European. I have another present-day representation of history. This is the launch of a path of remembrance on about the Huguenots in Germany, and these ladies have impersonated these Huguenots refugees. For the 19th century, we have a congruent narratives of migration history which is valid for many European countries. Industrialized economies need labor, impoverished rural populations need outlets for overpopulation. New means of transport ease mass movements over longer distances, and masses are moved, the Irish and Germans to the US since the mid-19th century, joined later in the century by Eastern Europeans and Italians. It is a movement of opportunities, paralleled by inner European migrations, like the Polish workers' migration to the coal mines of the Ruhr, Belgium, and France. This is a postcard from the Ruhr, from Bottrop, a town on the Ruhr, and it's a printed postcard with a Polish greeting. It says, "Greetings from Bottrop." Although for some there are only few alternatives, it is largely a movement of choice. Some migrants have political reasons to leave their countries, for example, Italians and Germans prior to nation building. In the 19th century, only very few migrate due to religious discriminations, a consequence of enlightened reforms of the post-revolutionary era. Only at the end of the century, religion reappears as a motive for migration. Anti-Semitic pogroms in Russia make people flee from violence to Western Europe. There are various motives for migration in the 19th century, but none of them will compare to the volume of overseas emigration. The great overseas migration is a forceful pan-European trend and certainly part of a narrative of European history. what follows in European migration history is much more difficult to put into European narrative. Due to different dynamics of economic growth and the effect of totalitarian dictatorial regimes, European nations continue to diverge. In the first half of the 20th century, the world wars unleashed a surge of migrations between European countries. Forced migrations due to the shifted national borders are a painful memory for the victims, and traumata are often handed down over generations. It is an experience shared by many Europeans, but has a lot of pitfalls as a part of a narrative of European migration history. How then can migration history become a fixed topic within the European narrative? We need to explore the difficult parts of migration history, the painful memories of the 20th century. The uncontroversial instances are migrations that typically lie that far back in time that everybody can agree on their impact on European history. It is much harder to agree on the role of migration in recent history and the present. Whenever and wherever the consequences of migration are felt in the present, even in the individual national historiographies, question arise of minority rights, group rights, inequality, and discrimination, and authors of school textbooks or curators of museums will be in trouble to accommodate the various demands. Post-1945 migration in Europe has a lot of characteristics which fit into common trends. During the economic boom, the recruitment drives of the 1950s and 1960s, which saw Europe's industrialized north draw workers from the agrarian south, involved all of the 6 EEC's member states and many more, like Portugal, Yugoslavia, Greece, Spain, Sweden, Switzerland, and Turkey. The 1970s recruitment stop was common to Germany, France, the Netherlands, Belgium, Switzerland, and Sweden. In academic research, labor recruitment is seen as an important post-war trend in Europe and is easily fit into a common narrative. For a long time, the emphasis on the north-south divide of the labor recruitment has blocked other perspectives. Seen from a distance, it is certainly a common European experience with repercussions to almost all European nations. All European receiving countries watched the establishment of diasporas. All European sending countries watched the investment of remittances and return migration, and both developments are part of the same process. But it is not the only European experience in migration history during the post-war years. With the increasing migrations from their colonial territories, the United Kingdom and France differ from the European mainstream, but they show enough common characteristics as to constitute a distinct trend in recent European migration history. I would like to line out 3 of these common features. First, migration at this scale from colonial origins was not planned. It came as a surprise to the governments concerned. Secondly, very early after the first rise of migration numbers, efforts to control the colonial migration were taken. As the arrival was unexpected, so was the constant growth of the numbers of migrants. Governments perceived this movement as beyond their control and sought to regain control over them. Thirdly, these efforts did not bring about effective control. Stopping post-colonial migration was not so much a matter of border control, but of ideology and self-perception. Both Britain and France in the early 1950s still had a markedly imperial identity. In the late 1940s, both states had emphasized their imperial claims in facilitating entry regulations for colonial subjects. Closed border for colonial subjects were supposed to be the wrong signal, when at the same time colonial policies aimed at stabilizing self-government while preserving the political and economic influence. A fourth, and in this context most important common feature, is the difficult memory of post-colonial migration. Associations with lost imperial influence and power on the one hand, with imperial violence and racism on the other hand. Repercussions like the establishment of anti-immigrant extremist political parties and the challenges of ethnic diversity complicate the inclusion of post-colonial migration into the historical narrative of the nations concerned. However, with all these characteristics, it is certainly part of European history. Imperialism is a European trend, and so are its consequences. I come to my last point, as to refugee migration before the end of the Cold War. Some nationally quite specific cases are just as hard to integrate into common trends. The reason for this lies not only in the particularity of the specific cases. The story of the past and its migrations can offend national and international loyalties, whenever shifting borders and the formation of new states have forced people to move. Historians of forced migrations have a hard time to avoid a simplistic bifocal perspective of victim and perpetrator. Even more risky is a public representation of refugee migrations. To remember these past migrations often reveals as difficult and painful. One example is the discussion in France about two different types of forced migrations out of the newly independent Algeria in 1962. The Pieds Noirs, representatives of the former colonial elite of French origin who enjoyed a privileged integration, as compared to the Algerian collaborators of the French army, the Harkis. Another example is the topic of the expulsion of Germans after the Second World War, which has even led to diplomatic crises between Germany and Poland or the Czech Republic. When 10 days ago an exhibition on forced migration was launched in the National Historic Museum in Berlin, the curators chose not to show the part on the expulsion of Germans, which was one of only 4 historic examples. It's actually a Greek production. This is the site of the exhibition, of the online exhibition, and the other 3 examples are the Greek-Turkish population exchange after the First World War, the violent population exchange after the partition of India, and the forced migration of Greek and Turkish Cypriots in Cyprus since the 1960s. So the German forced migration is not shown in Germany. The decision is made because it is not put into context. It is not shown how Nazi crimes before 1945 have influenced this migration. This decision shows how difficult the memory of migration can be, even 70 years later. In both cases, difficult memories and political considerations have given rise to parallel narratives, and conflicting points of view have foreclosed a common memory. The existence of such parallel narratives is, however, in itself a pan-European phenomenon, one that should be included in any European narrative of migration history. Today, migration history is clearly a global issue. In the global perspective, Europe as a continent has long substituted this single European country as a destination for migrants. The end of the Cold War triggered a new migration, sometimes taking up pre-Cold War migration patterns, and a new geographical divide. 1990 is the most recent landmark in European migration history. International borders are redefined, and the common EU policy approach towards asylum and border control in the 1990s is launched. But is it true that a progressive and all-encompassing Europeanization gives rise to a clearer understanding of the European dimensions of trends and processes in migration history? The common asylum policy has helped to perceive Europe as a region with a common approach to refugee immigration. Europeanized societies, on the other hand, have become blind for the trend of high-skilled inner European migration, which is taken for granted. These are aspects of a present narrative of European migration. However, it will remain dangerously incomplete if we avoid the historical perspective, the European values on which asylum policies are founded, and the melting pot histories of the European nations. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Imke. We have a discussant as well, and it's my great pleasure to introduce Arndt Kolb, who is the director of the Documentation Center and Museum of Migration in Germany, the DOMID that was already mentioned in one of the talks, which collects, conserves, and exhibits materials documenting the history of migration in Germany. He has also been the designer, I suppose, of a successful traveling exhibition entitled Between Coming and Going and Yet Remain, which deals with labor migration to Germany from the mid-1950s. His most recent book Autos, Arbeit, Ausländer, die Geschichte der Arbeitsmigration des Audi-Werks Neckars-Ulm, Cars, Work, Foreigners, a history of labor migration at the Audi factory Neckars-Ulm is the first study that traces the history of labor migration of one of the major German car manufacturers. Without further ado, Arndt.
Dear Regina and all in charge, thanks for those kind words and warm welcome. But at first, let me start with some quite unconventional beginning. While listening to the previous speakers, a gentle melody went through my mind from a British pop group called Propellerheads. Don't worry if you never heard about them. They are just a one-hit wonder. They had just one hit, but it was a unique one, featured by the amazing Shirley Bassey, called History Repeating. And if I well remember, the chorus was, yes, I've seen it before, I've seen it again, and it seems all to me like a little bit of history repeating. Why do I mention this? This should not be seen as an allusion to the lectures before. No, not at all. In fact, they were very insightful. Regina Grafe, Marlo Schrover, and Imke Sturm-Martin made clear that migration is a fundamental and manifold part of every country's history, especially in Europe. But when it's so fundamental, why do we talk then about migration like it would be just a unique phenomenon from today? Why is migration often perceived as problematic, as something negative, something we have to be protected from? And why do we waste the great opportunity to analyze and discuss today's problems and challenges of migration with a close look at the past? Well, history is repeating in terms of occasion, also in terms of discussions about it. And also in terms of pictures. So when you have the image of people, refugees, coming over the sea in your mind, you could think about Lampedusa. But you could also think about the history of millions of Europeans who fled abroad in the previous centuries due to economic, religious, or political reasons. Some of them also in small boats. Today we would characterize them as asylum seekers or as economic migrants. Of course, I don't want to express that history is just a big wheel. We just have to stay at its side, waiting for one spin so that this or that is happening again. No, not at all. Every occasion is having its own parameter. But I'm a historian, and I believe that we can learn from the past. Therefore, I ask myself, what went wrong? And so the answer, why the knowledge of the causes and effects of migration still so rudimentary, is disconcerting but simple. Because the history of migration never received special attention, neither in scientific research nor in archives and museums. Instead, museums, many of them, mainly still show a narrative that is based on a national identity, a constructed design back in the 19th century, built mainly on the exclusion of minorities from the majority to enforce a one-nation-state principle. Today, we would call this process othering. As a consequence, large parts of society still believe that migration is a disturbance to the system. This leads to cultural anxiety and defensive attitude towards immigration and is accompanied by the tendency to exclude minorities. And at this point, I want to argue that historical science share part of the responsibility for the advent of today's so-called Lampedusa dilemma. To make that clear, historians in the past have not made enough effort to change the existing collective mentalities. They could have suggested an alternative narrative based on the real historical experiences. In this narrative, migration could and should have been a new constitutive element in the demographic, social, and cultural history of Europe. A change in national narratives would have inspired modern social political visions and concepts much earlier with positive effects also for the migrants already living in Europe. I believe that it would help if we would incorporate historical experience in our perception of current events. And due to some additional examples, I wanna tell you some of the things that I've learned during the last 10, 15 years of my career. And so I want to say, did you know that for a long time, Northern Italians immigrated more than Italians from southern regions? And that 50% of the Italians who went between 1900 and 1950 abroad actually came back? Did you know that the majority of the Irish and Germans who went to the US in the mid-19th century were not seen in a good light? The German problem was being discussed among high-ranked politicians, while the Irish were seen as inferior compared to the Anglo-Saxons, Scandinavians, or Germans. Did you know that 30% of the 100,000 immigrants from Spain recruited between 1960 and 1973 for the German working market came without official permission to Germany? According to the current legal assessment, they would be called illegal. At the same time, 62% of the Portuguese migrants moved illegally, mainly to France, where they lived in the huge slums in the outskirts of Paris. Did you know that? Or did you know, when it comes to Portugal, that Portugal has a quota of nearly 100,000 East Europeans who immigrated between 2000 and 2002 into the country due to the simplified distributing of tourist visas from the German embassies in the East? I could go on with my list. As the selected examples show, many historical cases can contribute to a more objective debate about migration today, especially in terms of numbers or who was being affected. So I was talking so much now about European migration. Someone could say, that's it, perfect. Migration could be the nucleus for a common European narrative. But looking back at history and the way European countries deal with migration, I ask myself if the attempt to find a European narrative is feasible or even satisfactory. At first, it's a rocky and challenging attempt. Finding a common European narrative also means accepting and including conflicting narratives, not just between nations, but also within nations. And there have always been multiple voices within and across borders, especially across European borders. And who is going to write this narrative? Migrants too? It is a mistake to think that creating a European narrative will solve problems. It's just another narrative, a Eurocentristic one. It only makes sense if we accept it as an intermediate step towards a global universal one, and it only makes sense if it will be a diverse, shared, conflicting, and flexible one, which also accepts, includes, and negotiates narratives from multiple voices within and outside Europe. I think this would be the chance to cope up with the challenges of today in a proper way. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Arndt, for the general comment. I think what we're going to do is open up the floor right away and see if there are any questions, comments, criticisms, or other interventions that people would like to make at this stage and ask, comment, open the discussion. collect a few and then go around. Yes.
Thank you. My question.
There's a hand up at the back. Would you want to stand up so that we can hear you better? And maybe one more. Yes, please.
Historical narrative. Thank you. And I guess the other question I would have is about the role of, again, a difference between countries of immigration and countries of not. What does it take to understand the nation and states' capacities to convert immigration into a perpetual nation-building narrative? Because I certainly see in countries of immigration, what seems to have happened is that nation-building narrative seems to have run out. And it's like, well, again, we needed it to build the nation, but that nation is now built. And I think that converges actually with European narratives that are happening at present.
All right, shall we maybe have a first round of replies? I would suggest Imke starts because she got one sort of directed at her directly, and we can think about.
Thank you. Very interesting questions. I start with the one which was directed. Now you hear me? Which was directed at me about the extra-European migrations to be included. Oh, of course. I wouldn't exclude them from a European perspective. That was exactly my point, why we have to include the post-colonial migrations. This, of course, is part of a European narrative, and a European narrative cannot be reduced to the borders of Europe, so the geographical borders. So that is, I'd absolutely agree with you that that shouldn't be exclusive. As maybe brief comments to the other questions, I totally agree that, of course, migration looks different according to which systems we are talking about. It's only that the point here was more how we memorize it, how we remember migration, and And there's, I think, really is a powerful historical narrative that today is different, and this is also something which repeats itself, that we always think very different about past migrations, and seem to be quite unable to compare this this change of thinking to how we think about present migrations. That maybe can be a lesson from the past, I think.
Yeah, okay, so thank you for the questions. To address David's point first, yes, of course, the situation has changed. Whenever you say, look, there are continuities, people say, look, there are changes, and that's, of course, true. I mean, yes, there are many changes, and one of them is the fact that people now have many more rights when they are citizens and much less rights when they're not. But that doesn't change the fact that at the time when migrants came also in the past, people were very much afraid of losing the rights they did have. So when today we say, okay, look, there is this large difference between people with rights and people without rights, that is true. And that's also why states try to keep people out, because, you know, the new people will have to have the same rights as the people who are there already. But then again, there was this very same fear in the 1930s and the 1920s, in the end of the 19th century, when new people came, that they would disrupt the very meager provisions that there were, you know, that they would, be a threat to the system of welfare that was in place, although it was a very different system of welfare. Why I was trained as a journalist before I became an historian, and why we want to emphasize, of course, that these migrations are new is because if it's not new, it's not interesting to journalists or to policymakers. You have to say that this is a very new phenomenon. Otherwise, there's no need for political intervention. There's no newspaper article. If you continue to say, look, that's the same thing all over again, decade after decade, that's not an interesting story. So that's also why you have to emphasize the newness, and I don't know if we as historians can do very much about that. The good and the bad migrant, that's of course very much also the political rhetoric which is in place. We hear politicians in all countries say, look, these people who came, and then they refer to a specific group, the Huguenots, they were to an advantage of the societies they settled in. Well, the people at that time didn't think so. They were very much afraid that with the entrepreneurs, the paupers would come. And they weren't too keen on Huguenots after a few years. The first arrivals were received very positively, and then it changed, as it does with many migrations. People say for now, oh, we have the Chinese as a model minority. They forget all about all the Chinese exclusion acts, the fact that the Chinese were regarded as vermin, as a yellow peril. There was nothing positive about the Chinese until very recently, when suddenly every town which wants to be a metropolis set up a Chinatown. And suddenly they labeled Chinese migrants as the model migrants. That's what you do when you want to say the new migrants are the bad ones. I mean, you go into history, twist it a bit, and say, look, we have had successful migrations, but these are not the ones. I mean, these are the paupers and the revolutionaries and the people who are going to distort the system. But that's also why you want to be introducing new policies.
Last comment from my side to the question, how can we help politicians, how can we help the politics and so on? And I think from a historical point of view, I would say we need to have museums in every kind of country. We have some, but only a few of them, and the way they are dealing with the topic of migration is, not 100% successful one, let's say it like this. And so we have to do modern, in every country, kind of migration museums which are dealing with migration in a transnational way, not only showing from a national narrative way. And especially we have to change the way in schools, in the school books are dealt with the topic. So when I just know the situation about the German books here, school books in Germany, and you find there really less and objective ways to talk about migration, if migration is appearing at all. And therefore I think we have to do new books, we have to change the school curricula, and we have to do new museums so that we can influence society.
just want to add one thing to what my colleagues already said. I mean, on the one hand, of course, you know, I think we've all interned a little bit the mea culpa of the historian for not having done enough early enough, and I think that's absolutely right. But of course, the cases that were mentioned before, the Canadian and US situation also shows that having a historical memory of migration is not good enough, right? It's not just going to somehow change that. It's going to change the perception that migration is something entirely new. It's going to complicate a little bit that narrative of, you know, it's new and scary, but it's not going to be enough to change attitudes. And I think there the much more complicated arguments come in. One thing that comes to my mind is, of course, the fact that you know, what historical research, in my opinion, shows quite clearly is that it is restrictions to migration that turns what is often very complex, circular migration, return migration into one-way roads. And I think the recent crisis in the United States and the closing of the border at the same time is a clear example of that. The migrants couldn't leave because they knew they couldn't come back. And I think, you know, this is where the sort of insights that I think we can offer really might help. But now.
So I want to make two comments, having listened and actually also before read the papers. So the first comment is the following. I put myself in the shoes of a politician or a policymaker, and they're going to say, yeah, even if we buy into the way the historical narrative is analyzed and described, the change is going to be generational. To change a narrative is not just the historical insight that tells you, look, you can look at it differently and expose, as we've heard today, but it has to become part of a national narrative, part of the school education. It's a generational thing. If I think of the United States, from where I've come, it's taken such a long time, and it's not even sure that it's fully successful to change the narrative from Red Indians to Native Americans. So the reaction of the politician, this is all very interesting, but there's really not much we can do, and even if we do it, it's going to be for our children. I think one should resist this for the following reason. It's a little bit uncomfortable to say, but in many areas of our public life, there's a dissonance between popular and populist positions and the positions of the political class, and especially politicians and policymakers. This is a story of many human rights. It's a story of the death penalty. There is this dissonance which explains the dynamics of attitudinal changes. And what can happen in reasonably short order, not a day or a week, but a year or 2 or 3, is to make certain narratives unacceptable among the political class. Maybe those are the views that you're dealing with. Maybe those are the views on the basis of which you will have to fight your election campaign, etc. But we cannot hear it come from your mouth. We cannot hear in serious policy-making circles and in serious political discourse certain things that are based on misguided, self-serving, simply mistaken historical narratives. So there can be, in trying to think about the relevance of this kind of historical analysis, there really can be a much more immediate impact if we think of the discourse of the political class and the discourse of politicians, whereas popular discourse will take a long time to transform itself. And as I say, if I think of the policies of the death penalty, we definitely see this kind of dissonance. My second comment, and it's something that we will come back to today, tomorrow, and as the forum continues, how do we mesh or enmesh the narrative of European integration with the narrative of migration? And it's a complicated story, and it's not a self-evident story. Because in Europe's DNA, in Europe's political DNA, was the choice, and it's a choice I think a titolo giusto, a titre giusto, we celebrate. Europe is not about one nation, under God or not under God, but it's not about nation building, it's an ever closer union among the peoples of Europe. When the constitutional debate, it's united in our diversity. And then there's a social political process which takes place, whether we like it or not, but it's worth reflecting upon. Part of the dynamics of European integration, of the European Union, is national identities feeling under threat and the need to defend a vigorous national identity in the context of European integration. Ladies and gentlemen, it's not a pathology. It's part of what we say Europe is, an ever closer union among the peoples of Europe. If the notion of the peoples of Europe disappears, we betray what we believe is what European integration is about, and for example, how it is different from some federal narratives like the United States. Come ye oppressed from all over the world and build a new nation in the United States. Now, obviously, this is going to have implications to migration attitudes. Because if your position, if paradoxically or not paradoxically, part of the story is that the European integration narrative is how you maintain strong national identity and yet maintain integration, etc. The story of strong national identity is going to have implications to migration attitude and maybe even to migration policies, both intra-European and with a spillover to migration from overseas. I'm giving this in very, very shorthand, but it's important for us in this exercise to think how the European integration narrative fits into migration narratives.
Right, let's start in the front, left and right.
I don't know, Martin, just sort of three quick things. One is, to go back to what was said before, I think migration historically in Europe as well as the other places, and it was really messy. I mean, when you came across, there was no appeal if they turned you back at Halifax or Ellis Island. I mean, you didn't have a lawyer, you didn't have any rights, you went back. I mean, it was Chinese had to be out of San Francisco at 6 o'clock, and they had to be at least 18 miles out. I mean, it was a really messy system. We look back at it as saying, well, it all worked out, and so therefore, the migration was for the good. But could we actually run a messy migration system today? It's a little bit the same way. I mean, it's important, I think, to emphasize how even Franklin Roosevelt, as president, wrote a letter saying all Italians should be deported back to Italy as the president, an official document. I mean, it was a messy, messy system that we had, and could we operate anything? I mean, the country that takes the most immigrants has a very messy migration system. Could Europe operate a system that has a quarter of all the foreign-born foreigners in it being unauthorized? I mean, it was messy in the past, it's likely to be messy in the future. And the second point about academia influencing policy. Sometimes, despite strong theory and despite, decades of history, like on trade, free trade, countries that trade are generally grow faster or more prosperous. The public generally opposes freer trade. Most people oppose free trade agreements. Other times, when it comes to more social kinds of things, look at the effort that academia made to promote integration of minorities and the tools that were used, affirmative action, et cetera. There was generally a backlash against many of those actions. It's a little bit like was mentioned previously. There's a huge gap between elite opinion on migration and mass opinion on migration. And then final point, I think we have to be really careful about certain things like the circularity. I mean, remember, 10% of all people born in Mexico are living in the United States, most without a legal status. That's 10% of 120 million people. Now, it is true that if you can have people go back and forth, more will go back and forth, but more will actually come and actually settle too. So as a policymaker, the answer is, I mean, I don't know of any policymaker when you say, if you if you have a more open border, more people will come and go back and forth. I don't think that's going to persuade many policymakers to say, okay, let's take down the border controls. That's not something that policymakers will normally do. They know that by putting in place border controls, you're going to lock people into the country because it's harder to go back and forth. But that doesn't mean they're going to turn around and say, okay, we'll just open up to illegal migrants because that way they can go back and forth more easily. So some things that are true, nonetheless, may not be terribly policy relevant, at least in my experience.
And many thanks for the grateful insights. I'm an economist, so if I can't measure something, I prefer not to talk about it. But you provided some interesting things, and taking your cue, I'm going to say a couple of things, politically incorrect possibly, but to let you to think. I work on Southeast Asia and West Africa as well, where there is significant population flows, mobility, especially in Malaysia. What fascinates me about Malaysia, I'm going to briefly say it, it's you have 1 million Indonesians living in Malaysia, and most of us, and most of the Malaysians could not tell them apart. They're ethnically the same, religiously the same, speak the same language, but there's significant animosity, right? You see it there. They just don't want them for whatever reasons. You see the same thing in West Africa. You have these long-lasting, 100, maybe 1,000 years of tribal identities that have been formed, but yet, despite you might be an Ashanti, but they don't want you in their country. You might be an Ewe, which you couldn't tell them apart, but they don't want you. What I'm trying to get at is the concept of nation-state has been so successful in such a short period of time, it's somehow completely eliminated or starting to overcome all these other identities. Now, nations, and this is also related to democracy, because in a democracy you need well-defined borders and well-defined concept of nationality. Because whether if you can vote or not is a 0-1 thing. It's not a nebulous identity like being an Irish American. You're either a citizen or not. Now, I'm sure most of you guys have never been in a political campaign or ran for office, but for a politician is a marketer at the end of the day, and he has a clientele. And he has to look who's going to vote for him on what issue. Now, in my view, democracy for all wonderful qualities, but this is what it does. It actually, democracy in some ways, by existing in a nation state, it actually creates in some ways anti-immigration biases. If you look at the significant mobility of the 19th century, for example, one of them was within the British Commonwealth, where you had all these Indians migrating to East Africa or to the Malay Peninsula or to the Caribbean. These were not within democracies. It happened because it was within an empire for people who had no right to vote. And where you went, people didn't have. So and the European example, the integration, overcoming the nation state. Is it overcoming it? I don't know. But there's a significant interaction between democracy, the nation state, and immigration, and how the immigrants are perceived and accepted. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there any more comment question on the historical side of this? Because we're going to have plenty of opportunity to talk about everything else.
Yeah, just 2 short comments. I think responding as well to Philip Martin's question about the US being a bit messy in this whole historical perspective. I was wondering if any of you could comment on the fact that, you know, as opposed to 100 years ago, here in Europe, most of the EU member states have signed on to the International Human Rights Conventions. So as opposed to 100 years ago, we have an international human rights framework. Some of these are between 25 to 30 years old, some are 60. Does this have any impact, in your opinion, on the situation concerning migrants today? Because we didn't have that 100 years ago. And I think the other question is also commenting on Mr. Weiler's comment about regional mobility. And that's actually the phrase that I'd like to challenge, is on a practical kind of policy perspective, we see that we're still talking about EU migrants, when actually we're talking about EU citizens moving. So in fact, it's actually a situation of mobility and not migration. But we mix a lot when we talk, both in policy terms and also maybe in research and definitely in civil society, we mix the two. How do you see this? So as a practical example, in Brussels and the European Commission, DG Employment is responsible for EU citizens who are considered migrants, but they're not considered the competence of DG Home, which is responsible for migration. How do we conceive this in terms of framing the narrative? And how do we compare this, the speaker from the World Bank also mentioned West Africa, other regions. So for example, internal mobility amongst Western African countries, South America with UNISUR, Mercosur. How do we also see this context in the EU as compared to the other regions? Any comments? Thanks.
Anna.
Yeah, thank you. I have a comment. First of all, the task of the historian. I don't think the task of the historian is to construct a migration narrative for the nation. I think the task of the historian is to be critical. Because many citizens would say, you know, hang on, the task of the historian of my nation is to construct a narrative of my nation. Second, do you still think the distinction between what we call migrant nations and so-called historical nations holds? Can we say that this distinction might be overcome in the light of, you know, current transformations? And third, would you agree, I think, that what we're missing in the history of migration is a better acknowledgement of the societal transformations within which migrations happen? I, as a migration expert, when I teach migration today, I try to make the students think that post-World War II migrations were different also because they were happening in a very different socioeconomic situation. So we cannot compare you know, the flexibility, but also the welfare that exists today with the situation then. So that would help also acknowledge the winners and the losers, not just the victims, so the victims being always the migrants and the winners, so to speak, being the natives, because within the natives there's winners and losers, and among the migrants, of course, there's those who were more or less successful.
Okay, I think we have to end here. I don't know if any one of my fellow panelists has a very strong urge to say something. I just want to say the task of the historian is to research, think hard, and do good history. That's our only task. But the historian has a hard time because we are a profession that in the past has been unusually close to these kind of intellectual nation building concepts. And to go back to the nation state that so often shows up here, the nation state is not the only historical outcome for political organization. The nation state that is often now described as so successful was most of the time fairly unsuccessful in history, as unsuccessful as any other political organization. The nation state, I can't say at the moment as being particularly successful. Ask anyone in Catalonia or in Scotland or anywhere else. It is as unstable and contested and difficult to maintain as any other political form. So I think the opposition for me as a historian between the nation state and everything else is often overdrawn and maybe unhelpful for the debate. Which also goes to say, yes, I think the distinction between migrant and non-migrant nations is strongly overdrawn. But anyway, there will be plenty of opportunity to discuss more about history and other things that are also interesting. I want to give you all the opportunity to have a cup of coffee before we go on. So thank you very much to the panelists. Thank you very much for the questions. I think people will take it for granted that we take about 15 minutes break.
c'è una possibilità di avere il video da qualche parte che l'ha registrato?
Non lo so.
Perché mi interesserebbe partecipare alla giornata di domani, ma devo andare a Lisbona.
So che sono su YouTube, sul canale dell'Università Europea, dovrebbero essere accessibili a tutti.
Quindi vengono pubblicati?
No, sono già pubblicati.
Ah, sono tutti...
Io lo sto già mettendo...
E anche nella giornata di domani, ovviamente, sul canale dell'Università Europea. Ah, molto bene. Ottimo.
Grazie.
We were meant to start.
We would like to start, please, if you could take your seats. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to invite you to take your seats, please.
Well, good morning. Can I ask you to take your seat, please? Perhaps to close the door. Okay, we are already running very late, so please, can you take your seat? We close the door and we start. I'm very pleased to open now that second panel on migration and the demographic dilemma for Europe of this forum. Let me introduce my co-panelists, and I will start with introducing myself. My name is Philippe Fargue. I'm a demographer. I'm director of the Migration Policy Center at the European University Institute here, and I spent I would say half of my career in the Middle East and in Africa, let us say in what we would consider here to be the origin countries of migrants. The second presenter will be Chagla Ozden from the World Bank. Chagla is a leading expert on migration and development and will today speak about labor markets, demography, and Europe. Next will come Hervé Lebrun. Hervé Lebrun is professor at École des Hautes Études en Sciences Sociales in Paris. Hervé has been producing, I don't know, more than 40 books and 400 peer-reviewed articles, but he has been also participating into the political debate, including with people who are not very easy to deal with, like Jean-Marie Le Pen, for example, in France. So Hervé will be our, let us say, a liaison between the political debate and the academic debate. And then our discussant will be Claire Menozzi from the Population Division of the United Nations in New York. The Population Division of the United Nations in New York is doing a tremendous job, I would say, in providing the evidence for policymaking on migration issues and in organizing the policy dialogue at global level on this topic. So our panel will be on demography, labor markets, and trying also to link with policymaking. My presentation will be on this topic. I'm trying to explain to you why I think that European governments must very seriously consider pro-immigration policies in order to respond to the demographic predicament of Europe. So first of all, I will say a few words about the demographic predicament itself. And I will not, the demographic predicament has two key words. The first one is population shrinking, and the second one is population aging. I'm not going to talk about the general framework of this, but instead to focus on the workforce, on working age population which is between 20 and 65 years of age. And in particular, I will concentrate on young workers between 20 and 45. If we focus on that working age population, then shrinking has already started in Europe. The total number in the EU 28 has peaked. It is The blue line on that graph has peaked 5 years ago now, in 2010. It was 307 million workers in Europe. And today it is a little bit less. It is 305. But more significantly, you had changes in the age structure of the working age population. If you look at the green line, which is old age working age population, above 45 years of age, then it is still increasing. But look at the red line, young workers, the decrease has started in 1995. So what will be the future? How does the future look in Europe? And now I will exclusively concentrate on the population aged 20 to 45. That population, I will look at it in the next 20 years, between 2015 and 2035. It means that only two factors will play. One is mortality, but mortality is almost negligible. And the second one is international migration, which is unknown. And I will, of course, open our reference when we are looking at European demography. I will look at Eurostat data. And the situation, according to the main scenario of Eurostat, is as follows. So there is much variation. It is a bit messy, I would say. There is the dashed line, you will see, is the European Union, the 28 member states. They are going to lose, I think, 10% in the next 20 years. But you have also quite a wide range of situations from Lithuania, the lowest line, which is expected to lose 43% of its young workers in the next 20 years, to Luxembourg, which is expected to have an increase of 48% in these same years. But don't make any mistake. That is the main scenario of Eurostat. And it is not interesting for our purpose. Our purpose is to understand the role of migration. So let us now open the one which is significant for us, which is a scenario that no one ever opens because it is so easy to open the next scenario of Eurostat. I'm talking about the no migration scenario. What would happen if migration would come to an immediate stop in every of the 28 member states as of now? This is what would happen. There would be a decline in all EU member states, without any exception. The average decline would be, or will be, in the no-migration scenario, 20% of the young workers in the next 20 years. And the relative loss will be between 30% in Bulgaria and 2% in France. So that is the situation that we are facing. You have the numbers here, and what is more important also is that not only the young workers are going to be subjected to a loss, but also the old workers between 45 and 64 years of age. So what does it mean? If we want to offset that demographic trend in the no-migration scenario, then we can do it, of course, with our own demographic resources. But it means taking, in the last line of this table, over 65 years of age to fill the gaps of almost 32 million between 20 and 44 years, and the gap of 8 million between 45 and 64 years. So we have to take 40 million workers in that age group and to replace the missing younger workers. This is what will happen. Currently, we have the blue line, which is the current age structure of the working age population in Europe. And in 20 years, it will shift to the red line, which has two important differences. First, the upper limit is no longer 65 years. It is 72 years. And the mean age is no longer 42.8 years, it is 47.0 years. So it's a big change in a very short period of 20 years. But after all, will this have an impact on EU economies? Perhaps not. Perhaps it is not that serious. Is it compatible with the way the European Union sees its economic future growth, which should be a post-industrial growth of our post-industrial economies driven by knowledge, technology, and innovation? Well, we have to understand that the reduction in the numbers of young workers between 20 and 45 amounts to a reduction in a number of other things. In the mass, first, of recently acquired education. Second, in the mass of formal knowledge, because the level of education among young people is higher than among old people. And perhaps also in a reduction in the mass of skills, what I call the aging of skills in Europe, wherever knowledge, up-to-date knowledge, cannot be replaced with experience, with on-the-job experience. So how do productivity and the potential to innovate vary over the life cycle of an individual? And I think that is something which we must consider. First of all, we have to look at the results brought by neuroscience. And according to neuroscience, the situation is very clear. The cognitive performance of individuals peaks just at the end of education. And then it starts to decline at the end of education, around 25 years of age. Of course, economists are more optimistic than neuroscientists. And they said that human capital can benefit from what they call an age dividend. An age dividend is experience making up for eroding cognition of the individuals. And here you have an interesting line, which is borrowed to Benjamin Jones, the age distribution of great innovation. So look at that line. It's interesting because our cognition peaks not at 25, but at 35 years of age. An additional reason to be optimistic, reading all the works of the economists on this, is that this age occurs later and later over the 20th century. So we can be optimistic after all. We are still intelligent and capable of innovating until 35 or 37 and perhaps tomorrow 40 years of age. But in all likelihood, and I think that is an important point, the loss of young workers, and we are talking about 32 million in 20 years, which is enormous, means aging of skills. We should not hide this reality. And this may well affect EU's capacity to innovate in the future. So now I come to the second point of my presentation, which is, can immigration, and I'm talking of international migration, not migration between EU member states, can immigration be instrumental in reaching the goals I just mentioned to allow Europe to continue its knowledge-driven economic growth? The good news about migration and about the demography of migration is that as long as statistics go back in the past, migrants are young people at the time they immigrate. Here you have the distribution of migrants in Europe in 2010, which is the most recent statistics. Interestingly enough, if you look at the distribution of migrants in Argentina in the beginning of the 20th century, or in the US, all over the 19th and 20th century, it's exactly that age distribution. Migrants migrate at the age of 25 on average. And this is remarkably stable over time and space, even if we don't have the theory to explain it. It has two implications for my purpose. The first implication is that they arrive at a good age regarding cognition. They arrive just after completing their education, or at the last step of their education when they migrate as students today, and they migrate just at the beginning of the period of their lives when their potential contribution to production and innovation is still growing and will reach a maximum. The second interesting point about this age is something which is a bit more complicated. And we need to look at the origin countries of migrants to understand this. On one side, the age at migration is stable. It is 25. But on the other side, the age at family building is not at all stable in the origin countries of migrants. And to cut a long story short, there is outstanding delay in the way people build their family in most of the developing world today. And to be very schematic, until recently, let us say until the last wave of migrants, at the age of 25, an average migrant was already married, and that person had a family left behind. And migration was motivated by a need to feed and educate their family. Remitting money, remittances, were the objective of migration. Remittances were more the cause of migration than the consequence of migration. And migrants were altruistic. Today, or just tomorrow, at the same age of 25, there will be almost no migrant with a family left behind. Why? Simply because the family is not yet built at 25 years of age. So increasingly you will have single individuals with no spouse and no children in the home country. The goal will no longer be altruistic, it will be individualistic. And if these people continue to remit money, to remit savings in their country of origin, that will be to prepare their own future, not to make life easier for either for their families. So this is the situation that remittances are becoming less necessary, and they are oriented towards investment more than consumption. Migrants accumulate human capital, and migration is today a tremendous move of human capital. I will show you a graph combining two statistics from the OECD, where you have the total number of years of schooling among migrants at 25 to 29 years of age, and statistics of the World Bank showing the remittances by migrants to their home countries. So I will show you the recent trends in outflows of human capital and inflows of remittances from the perspective of 3 countries of origin of migrants. And you will see that there is a tremendous story here. You have 3 countries representing 3 stages of what I consider to be a real migration transition. First, Egypt, where you have a pre-transition pattern which is dominated by remittances. Remittances in yellow and human capital in blue. Then you have Morocco, which is a transitional pattern where remittances are still growing, but also human capital is growing. And then you have the post-transition pattern, which is Turkey, where remittances just collapsed, but human capital is tremendously moving with migration. So that is the story that is happening today. I tell you the story from the origin country's point of view, but of course it's an interesting story from the receiving country's point of view. So I just try to show that migration can be good at something. It can help Europe to try to maintain a knowledge-driven type of growth because it can bring the knowledge that may be missing because of our future demographic trends. But of course, there are big buts. The first but is, okay, that is fine, migrant can bring something interesting, but there is a high risk of unemployment after all in our countries. Unemployment is already high, and immigration can just increase the level of unemployment among natives or migrants from former waves of migration. Here we looked at Eurostat data, which are quarterly data, quarterly statistics of, on one side, the changes in unemployment, and on the other side, the changes in migration. And we took two periods, the pre-crisis period and the crisis period, so before 2008 and starting in 2008 until 2012. So this is, well, we have many graphs. I can show you this or that one, which is very interesting because you see you have 13 member states here. And they are all under the line, meaning that all the correlations are negative. They are negative for the period in white, which is pre-crisis period, as well as for the period in black, which is crisis period. And this is very simple. It means that it could have two possible reasons. The first one would be that migrants just go to countries where there is employment, not to countries where there is unemployment. And the second one, which is more interesting, but we still have to dig into this, is that immigration would not per se be a source of unemployment. But that is something that we have to continue to investigate in a period of crisis. The second risk, migrants are good, perhaps they are not increasing our unemployment, but they are threatening our identity, our European identity. I understood that also from the previous session. To which extent do migration is a threat to identity? There was a theory in demography called the third demographic transition theory. I'm not going to tell you the story of the first demographic transition theory, nor the story of the second demographic transition theory, but just a few words about this so-called third demographic transition theory. It is looking at what's happening in the West, let us say, beyond Europe, in the West in general, where below replacement fertility, so low fertility, combines with high rate of immigration. And we are talking about the West, so below replacement fertility among the Western population of these countries, combining with high immigration from the non-Western part of the world. So that is the story of the third demographic transition. According to these demographers, what's happening is just threatening. First, you would have a durable demographic shift with, on one side, shrinking native populations, and on the other side, growing populations of non-Western origin. Oh, I don't have the slide I wanted to show. Sorry for this, it is probably elsewhere. It's a slide showing the trend of, it is probably in the paper, in my paper in the e-book. So it's a slide showing a very dramatically increasing trend of the population of non-Western origin in many Western countries in Europe and in the United States. So that demographic shift would also generate a cultural shift, according to which Europe and the West would increasingly resemble the origin countries of their migrants. And the last point about the theory is that changes underway are thought to be inexorable because they are underwritten by the young age structure of migrants. They are not violent at all, contrary to previous times' invasions, but they would endanger social cohesion in the West because migrants' values would not be shared by natives, or the other way around. Migrants would not share the natives' values. Last point, this demographic transition is not universal because the rest of the world is migrating to the West, but the West is not migrating to the rest of the world. So that is the situation that is described by the theories. I think it's an extremely dangerous theory. And very fortunately, I think also that we demographers are able to deconstruct that theory. First point, the argument, and I don't have sorry for this, the beautiful graph of these increasing lines, the argument is founded on ethnic demographic projections, meaning population projections where natives on one side and foreign-born on the other side, plus their sons and daughters, and the sons and daughters of their sons and daughters are projected separately. And it doesn't work like that in the real world. It does not work like that. It is highly disputable from a scientific point of view. Why? Simply because exogamy exists. Exogamy exists, and it creates population of blood origins. And Hervé Lebras had fantastic results on the history of France, according to which 90% of the population today living in France would have at least one ancestor of the 5th generation born outside the borders of the territory of France, 90%. So it doesn't work at all. And let us just look at what is the normal product of a mixed marriage. It's a child of mixed parentage. So will that child be considered of foreign origin or native origin? Well, the two simultaneously. So that is the first problem here. The second problem of that theory is that it postulates that diversity in itself is a threat. But we can ask whether diversity is a threat or an opportunity. So, first point, will migrant neighborhoods or the neighborhoods where migrants live resemble the neighborhood left behind in the country of origin? We have, again, as demographers, to consider that migrants are a minority in the receiving population. They are a minority, meaning that they are heavily exposed to non-migrants' ideas, values, and practices. Unless, of course, all the migrants settle in ethnically homogeneous ghettos. But apart from this situation, they are exposed to new values. And the extent to which they will adapt and adopt part of these values, of course, will depend upon the quantity and quality of their integration into the whole society. So if we want the third demographic transition theory not to be a self-fulfilling prophecy, then it's a big question for integration policies, which are absolutely key here, I think. Last point about diversity. Diversity may be difficult to manage with from a sociological point of view or an identity point of view. But diversity for many economists, and I speak under the control of Chaglar here, diversity is an opportunity. It is not a challenge. Most results show that diversity of origin at the workplace is positively correlated with the performance of the firm, the performance of the economic sector, and the performance of the region where people live. So that is a massive result, which needs us to think that diversity of origin works on the labor market, and from an economic point of view, a bit like biodiversity works for the sustainability of a natural milieu. So I think we have to think of diversity in these terms. And let me now come to my conclusion. My conclusion is that as demographers, when we look at a number of things, first at the sequences of the life cycle of individuals, it speaks very much in favor of pro-immigration policies. Let me just summarize. Migrants arrive at 25. They have just completed or they are just about to complete their education, and they are just before the period of their lives when they are the most susceptible to participate to innovation, to creative economies, etc. Second point, there is a new era that opens for migrants where they don't have a family left behind, meaning that they have less family duties in the origin country, meaning that they are increasingly available to invest themselves wherever they live. So that is a new situation also. And the third point is that immigration brings diversity, yes, but diversity is an asset in terms of sustainability and innovation on our labor markets. So I started with the demographic predicament, and I just wonder whether demography is a predicament that can be turned into an opportunity, because demography brings extremely strong argument for pro-immigration policies, which can be very good for our societies after all. The point is, and that point was mentioned in the previous session as well, that demography changes extremely slowly. It is not visible in the short term. It is not visible from one election to the next one, not at all. While democracy cannot ignore the rising anti-immigration sentiment among public opinions. So my conclusion is very simple here, that our politicians today need much political courage. They need political courage first to really inform public opinions about what all this story is, and second, to give up anti-immigration policies that are on the rise everywhere in Europe. So thank you for listening to me. I've finished with my presentation, and I will now give the floor to Chagla. I think you are not going to follow exactly that title, but I heard a bit of your story, so please.
Can we put on the presentation? Actually, yeah.
Do you need this? Thank you. Take my glass.
Okay, well, I want to start with thanking Anna, especially for inviting me. A couple quick observations. As you can see, my name has a lot of bells and whistles, and I'm really appreciative of putting them there. This is already showing how the migration story or the perception is changing in Europe. So I don't generally even put them there. This is from a previous presentation. I don't bother it, but I'm extremely appreciative. Now, I'm an economist. As my father says, nobody's perfect. And as my grandmother says, I wasn't smart enough to become a real doctor. And I am at the World Bank, so I'm actually quite flawed in that respect. But I'm going to try to make a couple of bullet points. This is the presentation is based on a relatively long report we have done and almost a dozen background technical papers. So if the story doesn't come out coherent, it's because of me, not because of the ideas. And actually, there are a lot of people who were involved in this. And Philip and I actually didn't coordinate our presentations, but it actually flows quite nicely. So the points I'm going to make are the following. Basically, the main point is that we have almost a doomsday perception of the demographic change. And I don't necessarily believe in it. I have more faith. As Philip said, economists maybe are more optimists. I have more faith in humanity, and especially in the Europeans, in dealing with this demographic change. And I do believe the demographic transition or the demographic change brings opportunities. What I'm going to try to talk about what we need to do to basically maximize the so-called, as economists call, the efficiency gains from these opportunities. So let me start with a couple of the perceptions. So in the report, we talk about it in more detail, but basically the economic impact of demographic change operates through three main channels. right? There's the macroeconomic impact because the capital-labor ratio changes. Basically, each worker will have more capital, right? Which actually does increase the productivity of the labor force, believe it or not. But this is a transition thing. So that's another thing economists do. We look at more dynamic paths rather than static ones. So you do see in the short and the medium run, there's an increase in productivity. I'm not going to talk about it, but this is something you do have to keep in mind. The second thing is the labor market impact. And there what we mean is it's not just the shrinkage of the labor force that matters. What matters is the change in the relative ratio of the older to younger workers. And why it matters is because the older and the younger workers have different types of human capital. Now, Philip said, the cognitive skills peak at age 35 at best. And I would like to remind him that's why we have tenure. Otherwise, all these old people wouldn't have jobs. But no, I mean, you will see that the type of human capital needed or possessed by older people is different, and that has very important implications for labor market outcomes and economic welfare. And related to this change, also currently there's a kind of a transition phase. The younger and the older people have different type of education and the skills. So this has important distributional implications between the older and the younger people, but also in terms of people with high skill and low skill, so on and so forth. And this, you can even link it to what Piketty has been talking about. It is actually closely linked to the increasing inequality in the Western world. All right, so let me come to a couple of things. One important point I want to make, this is a side point, but it permeates all of our analysis, is that the demographic transition we're talking about is actually two different processes. One is the decline in fertility, and the other one is the decline in mortality. And these are actually closely related because it's happening at the same time, but economically different things. For example, if I was being somewhat casual, I would say the Russian case is more like a fertility decline because there hasn't been much increase actually in mortality in Russia, right? Whereas the American case is more, for example, actually decline in mortality, but not as much decline in fertility compared to especially Europe or East Asia. Or the Japanese case is both. So every country we're talking about in terms of demographic change is a kind of a convex combination of these two phenomena. In some ways, the labor market implications of these two phenomena are the same, but the dynamic paths they follow and the adjustment processes they require are quite different. So everybody has to keep those in mind, and when you're talking about countries, regions, cities, you have to look at which part of the demographic change or what is the relative weights of these two phenomena are, right? Okay, so keep that in mind. Now, this is the doomsday scenario that we all talk about, right? This is, again, I took it from the report, but we can generalize it to any part of the world, any country, any region, any city, any neighborhood, whichever you want to look at it. But basically, what we're going to be seeing is a rapid decline in the 15 to 39-year-old group. And then once the decline ends in beginning, let's say, 2030, because there are no more young people to lose, or it will have hopefully reached some sort of stability, then the middle-age group, because these were the younger people of the 2010s, then their numbers are going to start to decline. But keep in mind, this is aggregating it, but there's significant regional variation, which is going to be another important point I'm going to emphasize. But this is the doomsday scenario, right? And it's horrible. It's the end of the world. It's the end of the European civilization. It's end of whatever you want to say. Now, the problem with this perspective is that it ignores the policy responses and the behavioral responses. This is kind of like the Lucas critique in economics, as if the world stays the same while it's changing at the same time, which doesn't happen, right? It's all an endogenous process. Politicians hopefully respond, and people also respond. For example, there are a couple scenarios we can think of. Iceland has some of the highest labor force participation ratios. Iceland is a significant outlier in any sense of the world, geographically, size-wise, economically, but it's an extreme case. You can look at female-to-male labor force participation convergence, or you can assume people work extra 10 years, right? So we look at all these scenarios and how the 40 to 64 or the 65 plus age labor forces change, and these are simple scenarios. I mean, life expectancy has increased rapidly in the since the Second World War, including in the OECD countries, and actually retirement age has shrunk thanks to the generosity of the welfare state, which obviously will not be sustainable for those people who are old, getting close to retirement. Keep that in mind, right? So, but one thing, I mean, this will happen, and what I want to say, it is already happening. Even in some of the, this is the period of severest labor market crisis in the West, in Europe, and we are seeing considerable increase in the labor force participation rate of the 55 to 64-year-olds. This is between 2005 and 2011. So whenever we're getting significantly pessimistic or designing policies, we have to keep this in mind. And this adjustment is actually stronger in countries, obviously, which have more restrictive welfare state or generous welfare state policies, right? So this is going to happen. Keep that in mind. Now, another variable, of course, is not just the change in the labor force, but the dependency ratio, right? So your left or right, whichever one, this graph, right? So this is the increase. I took 3 countries. The yellow top one is the EU 15, the blue is the EU 13, and the black one is Russia, right? You are seeing the rapid increase within basically 2 generations of the dependency ratio, assuming nothing changes in the world. We just live on the same way we have been doing in terms of labor force participation, so on and so forth. But if we were to just increase retirement age by 10 years, which is actually quite feasible, you see that actually, despite the decline in mortality and fertility, assuming nothing happens to those, right? Just a simple change. People working 10 years, and people do work 10 years. I can imagine Philip retiring at age 65, right? We basically maintain the same dependency ratio, right? So simple policy changes, simple behavioral changes, or a combination of them is not going to lead to a doomsday scenario. All right. Now, but what matters, which seems to be ignored, which I think should be part of the debate, is that it's not the shrinking of the labor force, but the changing nature of the labor force. That has the most important implications. Philip alluded to these. Now, first of all is that the increased labor force participation, remember that graph I showed between 2005 and 11, increasing labor force participation of the 55 to 64-year-olds? It is happening with the tertiary educated people, right? It is somewhat happening with the high school graduates, as you're seeing, but the rapid increase is actually, you see I don't know how easily you can see it, but think of it this way. So these are in Western Europe. This is the men, 55 to 64-year-olds. This is the high school graduates. So their labor force participation went from 65 to almost 75%. But with the college-educated ones, it's reaching 90%, right? That's where the gap is, right? So that's the nature. So older people are staying longer, but it's the highly educated older people are staying, right? And that increase is actually faster with women than men because they're also starting from a lower point. Now, this has important implications. Number one, not it only changes the ratio of the older to younger people, but it also changes the ratio of the tertiary educated to less tertiary educated people in the labor force, right? So it has important distributional implications. Now, the skill types, again, Philip talked about it. I want to talk slightly more on this issue. It is exactly right. The cognitive skills peak, right? I had actually some graphs from brain scans of younger and older people. But there's these STEP surveys of the World Bank. And what it is showing, older people, and especially, and this is much actually higher with women, so it is going to be the men who are going to be losing the jobs, not the women, by the way, that the older people perform better on conscientiousness, emotional stability, and agreeableness. So this is basically the ability to avoid conflict. And these are important qualities, especially if you're going to move into, let's say, management positions, so on and so forth. Right? That's why we see deans and presidents, not just it's because of skills, but they have certain other skills. Right? Whereas younger people, not only they perform better in terms of cognitive skills, they perform better in terms of extroversion and openness to new ideas. So what does this imply? Going back to economics, one of the most fundamental but relatively easy to grasp mathematically, but harder to grasp conceptually is the issue of comparative advantage. Right? If you have more of something, you specialize in those sectors, economic sectors, activities that use those resources more intensively. So basically, aging countries, especially in the OECD, especially in Europe, but this includes Japan, Korea, and possibly China, if you are having highly educated people who are more abundant, quote unquote, in certain skills, you are going to specialize in those sectors that use those skills. And we are already seeing this in the export data. Right? So if you look at EU 13, I should have put EU 15 here. Sorry. It's the same pattern in the EU 15 as well. So they are exporting more of the age-appreciating cognitive skills, and they are importing products that use the age-depreciating cognitive skills and also physical skills. Right? So you are seeing this specialization. Now, this is an important issue. What does this mean? And this is just the trade data. Now, how is this? I'm going to come back to migration. I'm sure you've been waiting patiently. How is this related to migration? If countries are diverging in terms of their skill endowments, and in terms of skill endowments, I'm not just talking about education. I'm talking about the real skills, because we economists are awfully guilty of equating skills with education, which is extremely wrong. And I'm guilty of that too. But in this context, I'm trying to separate them as much as possible. To be able to take advantage of your comparative advantage and this relative abundance of these skills, you need integrated markets. You need trade integration. And by trade integration, I'm not talking about being able to export laptops or automobiles or T-shirts. It has to include services, because a lot of these things are services trade related. But also the labor markets have to be integrated, because a lot of the things are non-tradable. Right? That brings us to basically you have to integrate your services market, which requires, for example, Mode 4 type agreements where you have temporary or medium-term labor mobility agreements, but also labor mobility agreements just on labor mobility, possibly permanent. Right? As you are seeing, this is the three parts in Europe. The young countries are your, I think it's, I have to remember it, Turkey is there, and I think Azerbaijan is there, and possibly Armenia and Georgia, but don't quote me on it. And this is the Western Balkans. They have significantly different demographic profiles, even within Europe. And if you add the rest of the world, the variation, the heterogeneity is so significant, it is almost stupid. It's almost a crime not to take advantage of these quote-unquote trading, arbitrage opportunities. Right? Now, here, I mean, there is so much heterogeneity in the world. Whichever way you cut the data, this is labor force participation by education and age. The EU 13, Eastern Europe and Russia, young countries, Poland. I mean, even if you could perfectly integrate the labor markets, and especially services market through whatever policy measures we need, there's significant welfare gains to be realized. And one final point I want to make is there's a big difference issue also, educational levels of the younger versus the older people. Younger people, especially in relatively less developed parts of Europe, and definitely the rest of the world, not only they have more education, so there's a cohort effect and a time effect which needs to be separated. So if you are seeing it, there's a difference you see the working age population is declining, but the total years of schooling or the human capital is not decreasing as rapidly or actually increasing faster. Right? So let me wrap up. I think it might feel like there's a lot of disparate or unrelated things I put forward, but basically what we are seeing, you have to look at more subtle issues, and we are seeing significant heterogeneity and differences in terms of age, education, and skill structure of the countries, and the dynamic paths they follow. Because the debate is not about a steady state in economic sense, where we're going to be, but how we are going to get there and what's going to happen during that transition. And countries will be specializing in different sectors, so we need lower trade barriers to be able to take advantage of these differences and realize the efficiency gains. And by trade barriers, I'm not talking about, tariffs. I'm talking about both for services and labor mobility. And this is an opportunity. There is a great arbitrage opportunity, and it would be a shame to waste it. So I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Agla. So now, Hervé will move to the computer and present his paper on migration and answer to European demographic dilemma. Will it be the title of your presentation?
Interview. View.
Qu'est-ce que tu veux? Tu veux effacer le truc de côté? Ah, le diaporama, slideshow, je pense. Slideshow.
Parfait.
Thank you for inviting me. I will address four points who are in my paper. First, I will ask if migration can stabilize some demographic patterns. Second, I will consider the age and sex profile of the labor force and how they can counteract population decline. Third, I will ask if stabilization is an optimal goal. And fourth, I will come back to the real world of net migration. That's the program. First point, can migration counteract population decline in Europe? The question is often addressed to or by demographers. But what population decline? The absolute number of people, the labor force, the ratio of old people to people of working age? We will consider the three possibilities. Furthermore, should we take Europe as a whole or follow each country separately? We will use the two ways. First, stabilization of the population. What is the amount of migration that can overcome population decline? I made a projection using the United Nations data and the Eurostat data in a very simple way. I made year after year the population projection, and when population was declining, I added migrants year after year, And at the end, I computed the total number of migrants until year 2050. And I subtracted the number of migrants forecast by the United Nations, which is quite small. And what was the result? I was a bit surprised. If you suppose a perfect fluidity of migration inside the European Union, the amount of surplus of supplementary migration necessary to overcome total population decline is quite low, with only 10 million people in 45 years, or 220,000 each year. If there is absolutely no fluidity, the total amounts go to 30 millions, or around 700,000 each year, a quite reasonable number. But there are great contrasts in this case by country. For example, 7 millions for Poland and Germany, 5 millions for Romania, 3 millions for Italy, and nothing for 13 countries. Of course, the UN projections don't take into account the peculiar historical situation, like likely fertility will increase in former Eastern countries and mortality decrease for a reason of convergence with the West. Second, I computed the amount of net migration that can overcome a decline of the labor force. The labor force was taken in the demographic meaning, like the work of Philip. I took the number of people aged 15 to 64 years, and I applied the same method as for the total population. Having determined the cap in number in the labor force at 5 years interval, the profile of migration was used to compute the total number of migrants to be injected, which is not equal to the deficit in the labor force because the age profile of migrants covers all ages. The result can be read. I will just show a table. It is in my paper, and I will not comment it number by number. I will give you graphs just after, but I will say something about the result. If 60 million people will miss, even in the case of perfect fluidity of the labor force, and 65 million either. It is not an impossible goal. According to the OECD data, net migration in Europe can be estimated to 1.8 million people in the recent years. In 2012, the total regular immigration in such countries amount to 2.35 million, and the total out-migrations to 1.36 million. So 60 million necessary to maintain the labor force means less than a doubling of the net migration in Europe, as it can be seen in the table 1. 2/3 of the deficits are due to only 4 countries: Germany, Spain, Poland, and Italy. The gap between the net migrations for European Union as a whole and for each country individually is much less for the labor force than for the total population. The reason for that is simple. All countries will experience a decline in their labor force in the lack of a surplus supplementary, if you want, migrations. Only in certain periods some will have without net migration and surplus and compensate the deficit of the others. Last case, maintaining the dependency ratio at its present level in all countries, or alternatively in the whole European Union. In the same way as in the preceding section, one can compute the amount of net migrations necessary to overcome the effects of aging on the dependency ratio. The result appears in the first column of the table 1, the number of migrants involved do not show common measure with those in the two former hypotheses. Alone or together, the European Union countries should receive between 561 million net migrants and 582 net migrants until 2050. Most, if not all, the countries will need more migrants than their present population. 68 million for Spain, 81 million for Poland. In this case, the actual low dependency ratio will rise rapidly with increasing expectation of life. And all the former Eastern countries. In Germany, in France, in Italy, in United Kingdom, the amount of net migration necessary will amount to the actual population. As for the last 3 states, more than 1 million more people from outside will come each year. Clearly, as you can see, the third hypothesis is unrealistic. Migration is not a way to counteract aging. I will show rapidly. You see on that graph, you see the third hypothesis, where migration is expected to counteract aging and to let the dependency ratio at the same level as now. It's impossible. The two other ones are more reasonable, as I told you, and the last one is a UN projection until 2000, until the last 5 years before 2050. If you take the same view, but only for the 3-1, you see what this graph describes is the amount of net migration necessary each 5 years to compensate the population decline according to the first and the second hypothesis, and in red according to United Nations computations and United Nations projections. And here you have the profiles for some countries where you see that there is a culmination at around 2030, and after a quite important decrease in the need for migration. Yeah, second point, and I will be short, I will go more quickly for the 3 last points. Second point, labor force, and it was excellently analyzed by Seglar Usden just before me, but I will make something which is not far from what he made, but quite a bit different. I think that postulating the stabilization of the labor force by net migrations is an oversimplification. There can be other means of stabilization than net migrations. It is not proven, and the demographic age bracket of 20 or 15 or 20 and 59 or 64 years or any other near 30 is not an accurate indicator of the labor force. I think we must shift from the demographic conception of working age to the real working age population, using at this stage the participation rates. And in this case, net migrations is not the only mean to increase the labor force. Change in participation rates can do the job. The heterogeneity is big along the European Union's countries. The employment rates, proportion of workers in the population 15-64 years stretch from 58% in Poland to 76% in Sweden. Two main potential reserves of workers thus exist: women and people over 55 years. Employment rate of women is 46% in Italy and 74% in Sweden. I took different scenarios. A first scenario would be a convergence of the participation rates of the women towards those of the men in 2050. A second scenario is taking the participations of rates of men between 55 years and 64 years, giving to all countries the same participation rates as in Sweden for, says, old age, and two other hypotheses concerning using the participation rates in Denmark just now. And you will see, I make a simulation on France. Here you have the participation rate by age for on the left for the men and on the right for the women. The red one is in 1936, and the yellow one is around now. It's the last French census. And you see there is a very large difference, not only concerning the age bracket, but also concerning the level of participation rates in the female population. And the hypotheses are very simple. You take the female population, the participation rates, the x-axis is the age. You take, and the y-axis is for the level of the participation rate. And you see here, you start just now with says participation rates by age for the woman, and you suppose that in 2050 you have the same rate as the men, and you will gain the blue part of the graph as supplementary working force. And now if you take, you say that you arrive at the participation rates of all people like those observed now in Sweden. You have that. And I gave a table, it's a table, I think 3 in my paper, where you will find the result. And the results are very interesting because you can overcome quite entirely the decline of the workforce only by says change, which are not very difficult because they are online with the present evolution or the evolution of the past 50 years. And here are the participation rates in 36 for the men. And even with my 2 hypotheses, we are far from the long time of work which were in use in the 36. Now, third point, more rapidly, it concerns the benefits of a stabilized population against a decreasing one. There is no evidence of such a benefits. Since a whole century, many research were performed to compare demographic and economic rates of increase without any clear result. Furthermore, a recent paper of Ronald Lee from Berkeley suggests there is some advantage to earn from a weekly decreasing population. Lee's argument rests on the age profiles of private and public benefits, consumption, and labor income he collected in 40 countries. Lee looked, the paper is in one of the last issues of Science. Lee looked for the level of fertility maximizing the overall gain all the life cycle long. He found for most countries a fertility level under the replacement value. Of course, the same criticism can be addressed than the criticism made for the participation rates. Lee works with fixed participation rates through the time. Of course, you see here for, I think it's for Netherlands, for Thailand, and here for the United States, there are great differences between the age profile of the transfers and of the consumption and of the income according to the age of the people. But some refinements could be made to the model, and we must remember that the issue of is a decreasing or an increasing or a stabilized population the best economic way is not sure at all, and it seems to me that the argument for the possibility of a decreasing population is not too bad now, and it was considered as very bad in country like France since now. Last point, and very, very shortly, let us come back to the raw data and to the net migration profile. I will show you two net migration profile, and they ask question is, here you have the net migration evolution since the Second World War for France. And of course, you see there is a period of enthusiasm, of economic growth during the 50s and the 60s. And there is also the comeback of the so-called Pieds Noirs from Algeria, the colonists. We left Algeria at the time of the independence of Algeria. And what is interesting is what arrived after 75. You see here that part of the evolution. Some people say it has to do with economic cycles, but it is not very clear if you look for correlations between the two. But you see that it's, for a country like France, it's a very modest net migration. Just now, if you take the 3 last years, the net migration estimated by National Institute of Statistics is 40,000. It's very, very, very few. Of course, but it's another problem, and I will not speak about that. Of course, measure of migrations in many countries, including France, is very bad. I mean that in France we count the entries, but we cannot count the people who go out. We can only count them after a census, and it's not a very crude estimation. And also, this estimation, the only one available, this estimation is mixing national and foreigners. It's not concerning the foreign populations, this graph. It is concerning all the population. And I think that 40,000 people in small, I think that if you see the evolution, it's not clear. Of course, there is an increase of the maximum, but the real fact is the fluctuation. I think no reason for that fluctuation will not continue in the near future. And now I will show you the same for Germany. Germany has a better system for counting the migrations. It's population registers. But I took the same as for France. I took the net migrations of all people, national and foreigners, and you have that. It's the same, but in another. You see that the evolution for France is very flat as compared to the evolution for Germany. And you see also that the net migration can be much more important in Germany than in France in certain years. And the economic is not explaining all the evolution in Germany. Of course, political facts are very important. And by political facts, I mean not inside political fact, but outside, like the fall of the Berlin Wall and so on, like in France, the independence of Algeria. And with this curve, I can arrive to a pessimistic conclusion. When saying what I have saying to you about net migration, when saying that in France, since a long time, I cannot be heard. And I think that when we are stressing on numbers, we, in a certain meaning, we help politically to give credit to any number. We are on the ground of numbers, and politicians are using numbers frenetically. I think we need other reasons than number to defend migrations. These reasons were told by Philip at the end of his paper, and they are called diversity, creativity, innovations, and I can add easing globalization through for diaspora and networks all around the world. And I think, and I agree with the President Weiler comment about politicians. I think that we must say that to politicians, and for they must commute from discourse about number to a discourse about quality of migrations. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So now we have Claire commenting on the three papers. And I don't know, we have, shall I say something about the end of the session? No, not we don't.
Thank you very much. It's a privilege to be here today. I came from New York just to be with you, and I was very excited because working in New York at the United Nations, I often focus on developing countries mostly, so I was very excited to hear more about Europe. I was given the task of commenting on the three excellent presentations that we've heard, and I'm going to give you a brief summary of those first, as well as a sense of the context. I think I'm going to call you by your first names, if you don't mind. Chaglar, I think, gave us a very good overview in his graphs of why demography matters. And the title of this session is The Dilemma of Demography for Europe. And I think what that means is, for those who are not demographers, that over the past decades, Europe has witnessed an increase in life expectancy, which is a very good thing. And it is witnessed simultaneously, not exactly simultaneously, but simultaneously, a decline in fertility, which is also a good thing because it means that women have the number of children that they want to have. The impact, however, is somewhat controversial, which is that the size of the working age population has declined and the ratio of those who are older compared to those who are working has also changed. So the question has been, is migration a solution? And this question has been asked for quite some time now, and we still have not quite come to an answer. The two papers, unfortunately, Saglar didn't give a paper, but his PowerPoint is very complementary, I think, to the other two that we've heard. So I don't have a slide for his, but I think I can integrate it into the other two. Philippe's paper, I think, gives us a very strong answer to the question, is migration the solution? No. But it helps. I think that's the way I would interpret it. He points out that migrants are young, they're creative, they're vital, they're productive. I love the emphasis on the age distribution of migrants. That's a very important curve to remember. Migrants come in, they're young, and they bring skills, and they bring energy, and they bring innovation, and we've seen that from a lot of research done in different areas of the world, not just for Europe. I think the reason why it doesn't completely work is because migrants also age, and so that then raises the issue, do we need circular migration? Do they need to leave for the demographic benefit to occur? And obviously that raises some strong issues related to their rights and integration and so forth that I will not go into. He also, I think, raised two important dimensions of what I call the costs of migration to societies of destination or potential costs. One is the economic, which I simplified here as the unemployment competition with natives, which he answered basically that it's not a great concern. And the second is the social, which is integration, where I think he made a strong point that diversity can be actually seen as an opportunity rather than as a challenge. The Lebras paper, I think, to the same question answered no, and why should it be? I think he was more provocative in the sense that he was saying, I'm summarizing. Migration does not really respond to the issue of aging. It's going to decline no matter what, unless we go into those fantastic scenarios of millions and millions of people coming in, which is unfeasible. What he proposed were some alternatives that could be considered and which are being considered, and I think Chaglar's presentation also resonated with those points, which is increasing female labor force participation, increasing the retirement age, and of course there's the second demographic dividend, which is a very complex concept which he introduced and I think you also referred to. I'm not going to go into details and we can talk later if you have questions. So I think the idea of skills, that migrants are skilled, that they come with this vitality, this is very important. However, coming from the UN, my first question is, okay, we're talking about the demographic dilemma for Europe, but what about the demographic dilemma for the rest of the world? And the dilemma for Europe is the slight decline you can see there in the working age, the teeny, teeny decline. The rest of the world has a completely different situation, which is they're facing, I'm being oversimplistic here, but many of the developing countries, we are projecting is an extremely rapid increase in their working age population, an unprecedented, in fact, increase. And if you look, this graph goes from 1950 to 2050, and of course these are projections, but what we can see is that somehow the decline in the working age population in Europe is not the only problem, I think. There's going to be an explosion of persons of working age who will need jobs, who are vital, who are talented, who are skilled, and they may or may not have opportunities to work in their country of origin. Now, in many parts of the developing world, there is going to be a growth in population. Very rarely as pronounced as in sub-Saharan Africa. India also is supposed to have an increase. I'm not showing India because we're talking about the crisis, so to speak, in the Mediterranean, so I thought it was more pertinent to focus on Africa since we're focusing on Lampedusa, but obviously it's not just Africa. The developed countries, many of them in different ways, are going to need more migrants for the reasons that the previous presentations have mentioned. So the question is which migrants and how many, and of course there's the issue of competition, because if we want to attract the skilled migrants, many other countries will be trying to attract the same ones, so we need to think of that. And also I think it's also a question of, well, we might want these types of migrants, or we might want this many migrants. But if that is the situation in terms of the number of people who need work, how much choice do we have? Will they just perhaps come, regardless of what our needs or wants may be? The other issue I wanted to mention is the origin. The origin of migrants matter, and that matters in so many different ways. I'm not going to go into some of the details, but when we're talking about the demographic situation and migration for Europe, we have to consider that half of migrants in Europe come from Europe. So demographically, that doesn't make any difference because they're old. And if they move from a young worker migrant moves from Italy to Germany, at a European level, that doesn't improve the support ratios or anything. It does maybe in Germany, but as a whole, it doesn't change much. So I think that's an important thing to consider when we are talking about integration and thinking about who a migrant is and the identity. If we're talking about migration from a demographic perspective, we need extra European migration. The third point is that migrants have children. And I think in some of the models, we're focusing on removing net migration. But in fact, if we do a more complex model where we simulate the children that those people would have had in the population, you get to even bigger effects sometimes. And I've done some of those models. I don't present them here, but these are just the percentage of live births to foreign mothers as a percentage of all births in some European countries, and you can see they're very high, and they've been rising quite rapidly in many cases. So again, this raises some interesting issues for the concept of integration, for the concept of nation, who is this nation state, and so on and so forth, that were raised, I think, very nicely in the first panel. My last point is that migrants have rights. We're talking about migrants as an aggregate here, and of course that is true. We're demographers, so we think of them as numbers, but they're people, and I would like to make an argument that for the demographic impact of migrants in Europe to have a positive effect, they have to have rights. And this ties to the previous slide about children, which is, if you are born in a country and you've lived in that country and you've gone to school in that country, but when you reach the majority, you do not have a right to stay in that country. That is a huge investment that that society has made to create you as part of their society. And yet, you are no longer entitled to stay there. So demographically, jus sanguinis, so the emphasis on citizenship by birth, bloodlines rather than by being born in a certain, is quite a challenging concept. And you can see that in Europe, some countries are starting to consider partial jus soli, where they grant citizenship automatically to persons who are born there if their parents are legal migrants and so on and so forth. But from a demographic perspective, this is clearly something that needs to be thought of, and I think it needs to be thought of from a social perspective as well. So to wrap up, and I'm going to summarize my points as well as some of the other panelists, I think. Migration matters, but it's not enough in terms of a solution for the demographic situation in Europe. We can consider other policy approaches, and I think our panelists have made a very good point for some of those. I think we need to not just focus on Europe, but we need to focus more broadly on Europe in the context of its neighboring regions. And I think for some of these, what pushes them and what pulls them towards Europe might be much stronger in the future than what we realize now. The demographic impact of migration is very complex, and we have to think of fertility too. And I think we need to consider the rights of migrants when we talk about these things. Thank you.
We have to pay for our sins, so we were late in coming back from coffee, and we can't just, if we go on too much later now, we will just be passing it on to the next sessions. So we will break up sharply, even in the middle of a sentence, at 1:15, and we will start the next session instead of at 2:30, at 2:45. But I also want to remind you, this conversation doesn't end with the session. People meet each other over coffee, over lunch, And the topics merge into each other. It's not as if the issues that we want to raise now, and there are many of them, cannot be raised in other sessions. There's no hermetic line between the different topics. So I suggest under the Philippe, maybe take 3 or 4 questions from the floor, but we really have to end at 1:15, so we will remain hungry.
We will have now 8 minutes, and already 4, 5, 6, 7. So, Anna first. Please, be short.
And it might be that we will remain with questions and no answers, but
yeah, I think my question is one of those that doesn't have necessarily an answer. So I think what you, or 4 actually, are suggesting to us is that people before lived had shorter lives, not so very good health, enter the working life very early, and worked their life to death, basically. They stopped working when they died. And so it seems like the problem is that today we live long, in good health, but we have rights, so we enter the labor force late and we leave it early. But then, and migration, of course, is only a partial compensation to this scenario, because, as I think has been illustrated by all panelists, if we were to keep the dependency ratio as it is today, and I don't think it is in its peak yet, not anymore today, we need, flabbergasting numbers of inflows. But then, from a demographer's or an economist's point of view, what is the answer? What should we do?
So, it's on. Okay. So I just want to merge, I guess, a political science view with a demographic view. Philippe, you mentioned that politicians will need more courage to sort of inform their publics. But one of the chief questions is politicians, they think in short-term quotients, and the kinds of trends that you're talking about are really long-term. So how might you suggest sort of bridging this type of gap?
Yeah, I also want to just add to this point. So, I mean, you talked about the decline of the young population, the increase in the old population, which also means that the average voter is getting older. And I think that creates a huge political economy challenge, because we know that we have these long-term challenges. Yet, if the politician thinks about the short-term cycle, he thinks about an older and older population. And I think we can see that in any of the potential solutions. And, just in Germany, which is the discussion I know best, pensions. We just had the introduction of the 60-year pension. France just took back like a pension of retirement age. And I think this is very much driven by these political economy considerations. If you think about female labor force participation, there's a whole debate in Germany, do we really want to increase that even further? And I think that's also a challenge. Migration, I think, is similar. So I think the big challenge we face is that there is this long-term challenge, but we need to take steps now. But now the politicians have this, I think, incentive not to be, punish these older voters. So I think that's my first point. And I have a second point, which is about the skills of the migrants. So you were saying migrants are young, which is great. So the average age is 25. But that's also the age when most of them have finished accumulating human capital. So 25, you typically don't enter university. And I think that's another thing we need to think about in Europe. Well, if these migrants come, but they have finished human capital accumulation and they're less skilled than the population in Europe, how do we deal with that? I mean, do we think about, additional training? I think that's another huge challenge we have to worry about.
Thank you very much for this rich discussion. So, you mentioned that the profile of migrants is different nowadays. They are younger, they don't have families, they're less interested to remit, and they're more interested to invest in the destination country. So my question is then, how do you see the migration development nexus? I mean, coming from the UN family, I'm wondering then what's the impact on the sending countries? Thank you.
Emmanuel Comte, Max Weber Fellow. Two short comments for Philip Fox's presentation. Regarding the negative correlation between immigration and unemployment, I think this is a crucial point in your presentation. So this should have been more developed, I assume, because I would like to know what labor market conditions are assumed to produce these results. And knowing the labor market conditions in France, I don't really buy that conclusion. So maybe it should have been more developed. And regarding the actual contribution of migrants to the economies of the receiving country, I don't think you can draw a conclusion about that on the sole basis of the average age of immigrants and the cognitive achievement curve. You have to take into account the level of redistribution in the society, and if migrants appear to be overrepresented in the categories which benefit from the welfare state, this might affect the level of their contribution as well as the origin of those migrants. In France, for instance, they come mainly from West Africa, where the skills available are not very efficient in a destination country.
My question is very short. We look at the long run, however, the labor market has a demand now. So there is a demand now of foreign labor of certain scale, and this is set to take into account. Yes, please.
Yeah, my question comment actually has to do that, in my opinion, in policy terms, it doesn't make a lot of sense to dissociate demographic trends and analysis, and hence migration policy, from labor market reform. Because actually, one of the major reasons because there is anti-immigration stance in EU population is because the dire conditions of the labor markets. We have 15% of EU population, young population between 15 and 24 years old, who are neither in employment nor in education. We have 25% of young people in unemployment, in the height of their innovative capacities. We have people who are losing their jobs after 45, who can hardly find another job, despite the whole discourse on prolonging work life. I don't think if we don't combine the two reforms, migration policy reform and labor market reform, and I'm not talking about salaries as well. Basically what happens is that the power balance has gone in favor of employers, and they don't want, and the states don't impose them to share the productivity of workers anymore in the form of salaries. And I think these two issues have really to be combined. Otherwise, in policy terms, we are not going to. I agree with the recommendations, but I think you have to complement them.
So I don't have to be re-elected, so I can take unpopular decisions. We're going to cut our discussion now. Philippe will think about, and the other participants will think about all the questions they were asked. Tomorrow we have a very long round table, and I'm sure you will pick up many other questions and you can address some of them. And we will also learn to be much more tough and short-tempered with our presenters and keep them in the next sessions to the time we have allocated so there can be more meaningful discussion. In the meantime, buon appetito, and we will meet at 2:45 in this room. Thank you.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to start with the first session of the afternoon. My name is Juan Dolado. I'm a professor here in the Department of Economics, and I have the pleasure of chairing this session. This is going to be the sort of economist view on irregular migration. I have the pleasure of having three members in this session, which are real experts, as opposed to me. I'm just an aficionado. I'm a labor economist, however, so labor mobility is a very interesting issue for me, but my work is not on migration. I'll be the first speaker, but I'll be followed by Christina Gardman from University of Heidelberg, where she's a professor there, by Philip Martin from UC Davis, two big experts in migration, as it is the case of Natalia Popova, who is a senior economist at ILO. Natalia will discuss our presentations. Okay, so okay, so I'm going to talk, I'm going to adopt a sort of a fresh view from a non-expert voice on irregular migration, and I will combine it with the situation in Southern European labor markets, which I know of since I'm Spanish, and I come from one of the countries where immigration was not a big issue until the beginning of the 21st century, but now it's become a paradigmatic case study. So, from an economist's viewpoint, of course, mobility always means there are two forces at play. There is the pull effect. So look at these people in front of the fence of the wall and behind the fence or the wall. So there is the pull effect, that is what is attractive about where we are going, and the push effect, which is disenchantment with the country of origin. This means that whenever we take a decision on migrating, we have to compare where we are going, where we are living. So this means that migrants are not, as we have seen in the previous session, a random group of the population of the country of origin. Think of this graph. I'm going to call O the country of origin and R the receiving country. And here we have wages. Think of net wages, so we subtract taxes. And in the horizontal axis, we have skills. So wages are increasing on skill, and the steepness of this curve gives you the degree of wage inequality, okay? So suppose that the wage inequality in the country of origin is much larger than wage inequality in the receiving country. Then who is going to migrate? Well, those who will get higher wages net of taxes in the destination in the country of destination than in the country of origin, which are going to be those, in this case, with low, medium or low skills. So this could be the case, for instance, if inequality is larger, say, in Latin America than in Europe, then what Europe will attract will be low-skilled migrants. Suppose now that the opposite happens, that inequality is higher in the receiving country than in the country of origin, like in this graph. Then who is going to move? Is going to move those who win, who get more, which are going to be the high-skilled workers in this case. So this could be the case, for instance, of Eastern Europe, which is the country of origin, and the US, the receiving country. So they will get the high-skilled Eastern Europeans. Think finally of a case where the progressive systems in wages net of taxes is such that the wage distribution, the wage inequality in the country of origin it's ameliorated at the top of the distribution of skills, but not so much at the low distribution. So for instance, this could be the case of Europe as a country of origin and the US as a receiving country. So who will move? You will have from both sides of the distribution, from both tails of the distribution. You'll have the less skilled and the high skilled moving up. So let me take this very simple analysis to look at migration in the southern Mediterranean countries. Well, I don't need to repeat the arguments which have been dealt very well this morning on low fertility and rapid aging. Especially in southern Mediterranean, in many countries in Europe, but in southern Mediterranean countries, there was something in the late 90s which is very closely associated with migration, which was access to the Eurozone. So there was think of Italy, think of Portugal, think of Greece, think of France. These were countries which were sort of medium or high inflation countries, and therefore had very high nominal interest rates before acceding the Eurozone. And then all of a sudden, because of a credibility issue, they inherited the interest rates of Germany, which was, being a very low inflation country, were very low. So if nominal interest rates go down, but inflation doesn't go down so quickly, what you have is a huge fall, a reduction in real interest rates. Well, this, of course, fuels a boom in investment. And where is this investment going? Well, these are countries where you have what the labor economists call dual labor markets. So you have a group of the working population which is highly protected and a group which is just working under precarious contracts, et cetera, et cetera. So if you want to invest, in sectors where you can hire and fire workers easily, because somewhat this could be risky projects. So you specialize on sectors where you can use a lot of temporary work. So which are going to be these sectors? These sectors is going to be construction, personal services, home helpers, etc., etc. So there is a demand for less skilled labor usually associated with these sectors. Of course, there is the push that was pointed out by Claire before of a push effect, which is the huge demographic boom in the less developed countries, in the developing countries. So according to the latest figures I had, OECD represents like 30% of the world economy, or the world population these days, and they will be 15%, half in 2015. Probably these figures have been updated, but they won't be too different. So let me just give you an example. This is an index of the increase in real terms of housing prices, the real estate boom in different countries. This line is Spain, this is the US, and this line is Japan. So you can see the boom, the housing boom, for instance, in Spain was unprecedented, okay? Well, this graph just tells you that the southern Mediterranean countries became magnets. So it's difficult to see here, but for instance, the immigration rate, that is the proportion of migrants over the overall population in Spain in year 2000 was 10%. In year 2012, it was 12%. So an increase of 1 percentage point a year, which is really amazing. I mean, Italy, it was 7%, and so on and so forth. But you can see, and I'll comment more on that these countries became magnets. They became countries of destination. So what happened in Spain? Well, this is related to the discussions by Philip and by Hervé. This is the legend is in Spanish, but these dual labor markets are what we call bulimic labor markets. So these are contracts which are very easy to write down, very easy for hiring, but also very easy for firing, because it's basically dismissal at will. So these are countries which have a huge volatility in unemployment. Unemployment goes up a lot in recessions and decreases quite fast in expansions. So this is, of course, has a an effect on fertility. So this is what is called the job bust, baby bust effect. So this is the average growth rate in the population, in the Spanish population from end of the 19th century till 2006. So look at what happened. This was the period 1970, 1981, 91. This was a period where there was a low growth all over Europe. And suppose you were born here when the average growth of the population was 0.4%. Then if you would enter the labor market at 16, say attracted by the boom in the construction sector, you were just drop out from high school, that you would directly enter the labor market, then there would be very few of those. At the same time, there was a huge demand in the construction sector. So you are entering the job market at 16 here. So there is this huge boom fueled by the reduction in real interest rates. So how are you going to satisfy this high demand? Well, by bringing in migrants, okay? Construction sector in Spain, services sector and agriculture in Italy, in Greece, etc., etc. So, of course, this is what has been said this morning. The solid line here is the aging pyramid of the Spanish population. At the time, the immigration boom started, and the other line is the migrant population. Okay, so the migrant population really looks like a pyramid. The Spanish population looks more like a cylinder. Okay. Well, this is the immigration. That's what I told you before. So basically, this is the immigration rate in Spain. The latest figure here is 2012. The gross immigration flows were about 5,600,000 people a year. Now the outflows are about 300,000, and next year are expected to be 500,000. But now they are going down. So if you look at immigration from a world perspective, what you see, this is the proportion, this is in 2004, this is the fraction of immigrants that each of these receiving countries got in 2004. So the United States is, of course, the biggest attractor, but the United Kingdom is probably, no, it's the third. But if you look at Spain, Spain has became by the mid-2000s the second largest magnet for immigration in the world, and Italy has also a rather important share as well. Okay, so this is exactly what I was saying. The migration figures, for instance, in year 2000, the Spanish National Institute of Statistics launched population projections of the next decade, so 2000 for 2010, and the population in Spain was, I remember when I was a kid, it was easy to remember because it was always either 30 or 40. So it was 40 by 2000, and the projections by the demographers was that it was going to be 38 by 2010. Well, the population, I don't have here the figure for 2010, but in 2014, it was 47 million rather than 38. So that's a big forecast mistake, in a sense. For instance, in the case of Spain, a large majority come from Latin America and one of the former Eastern countries, which are the Romanians, and the size of for instance, in year 2005, there were 3.5 registered foreigners. This is important because in Spain, in order to improve the measurement, they provided the incentives that if you register at the municipal register, you were entitled for medical treatment. Okay, so the incentives were there just to register, and then they could compare those figures with the residence permits and get, in that sense, a measure of the moonshine, the black economy with respect to migrants. So that in here it was almost 1,400,000. and here it's got down to about 300,000. In between, let me say, I'll comment a little bit about that. In 2005, there was a huge amnesty in Spain for irregular migrants, which I will argue it was very successful. The educational attainment, I will lose too much time. Basically, it's less skilled migrants who enter Spain, but also people with secondary education. And if the green ones are, it's just, for instance, if you look at tertiary, the green ones are the natives, and the blue ones are the immigrants, okay? So basically, these are illiterates, people with only, at most, have primary education, etc. What you see is that more or less the prediction that obtained from the selection of migrants held. Benefits for receiving countries. Well, I will just summarize a huge literature by a sentence. The employers, basically, who win from migration? Employers win. Native workers may suffer, or some native workers may suffer, but the employer benefits are much higher, or are higher than the worker costs. So the tax subsidy system could be devised to compensate those who have costs, the workers, and still leave a surplus for those who win. Of course, as usual with many reforms and many changes in life, there is a trade-off. We have to face the short-run costs versus medium and long-run benefits, okay? For instance, typically, migrants may have a short-run cost, but in the medium run, they become beneficial for the country of destination. There is, however, an instance where there are short-run benefits and long-run costs, which is the pay-as-you-go pension system. Okay, so the pay-as-you-go pension system is one where current employers contribute with their social security contribution to pay the pensions of current retirees. Of course, if all of a sudden you have 1 million new migrants being legalized and paying social security contributions, the size of the pot to pay the pension increases a lot, okay? So, however, if these migrants stay in the country and eventually retire there, of course, what they have contributed, which what they are going to get in their pensions. There is some sort of actuarial balance into that. So, for instance, in Spain, the amnesty in 2005, which regularized 700,000 people. I must add to that this was done by a socialist government, which had just taken office in 2004, and the previous government, which was a conservative one, which is the one which is now in power, imposed strict limits of 30,000 migrants a year. Of course, that was not enforceable, and 700,000 people entered the country despite this very, very small quota. So I think it was very wise to do what they do. However, from the point of view only of the pension system, if these people stay there, then it's these short-run benefits will become not cost, but the system will become neutral. Okay, so this is something which, from the viewpoint of the receiving countries, calls for circular migrations. You don't want these people to be there forever, okay? Of course, the costs also depend on migrants' skill. I mean, if I get a few Nobel Prizes into Spain, I think the cost is going to be very minor compared to the benefit. Okay, what about the country of origin? Well, for the country of origin, of course, we may lose, remember, we lose young workers. Why migrants are young? Basically because there's a fixed cost of migrating, which is high, so you want a long horizon to get returns on your investment. So you want to have as many years as possible just to pay off for your fixed cost. So this means that migrants ought to be young. Probably they are also skilled relative to the skill distribution in the country of origins. So that could be a brain drain for these countries of origin. But remittances, of course, offsets this effect of the brain drain, because remittances these days are a multiple, the experts will tell me, of foreign aid. So it's much larger. I had in mind 4 or 5 times, maybe that number is no longer true, but it's a multiple of that. So this means these people who migrate are doing better in the destination countries than in the country of origins. Of course, as long as the remittances don't dry up. When are remittances going to dry up? You send money to your family. If your family goes with you to the country of destination, then you don't send money any longer. Okay, so again, from the viewpoint of the country of origin, there is a call for circular migration. Okay? So, well, booms and slump, this is the unemployment rate in Spain in 2000, 2007, and one of the last figures, 14, Q1. The unemployment rate of the native population was 24% in Spain. Of the native population, it was almost 38%. Okay, so the brunt of the recession. Of course, if you look at participation rates, you see that migrants participate much more than natives. Okay, why? Maybe because they are not. This is something about their rights. Many of them are not entitled to unemployment benefits because they haven't contributed enough to be entitled to get unemployment benefits. Policies and controls. Well, I argued for circular migration. That was my viewpoint. So what could we do to foster circular migration? Well, have something like a temporary work visa, which is, I think Philip will correct me, there is a visa which already exists in the US. So suppose, think of a rental deposit. We pay 1 or 2 monthly rentals, and then when we leave the apartment, then we get it back, okay? So suppose, say, 3 + 2 years with an initial pay. So this is a pay that the migrant has to pay at the beginning, and it's non-recoverable. I made up some figures of about 600 euro. That doesn't mean that the migrant has to pay the 600 euro, but this system will foster regular migration, and the employer may be ready to anticipate this money and then lower the wage of the migrant a little bit, if they agreed so. So there is not a credit constraint on the migrant. So this is 3 + 2 with that initial cost. Then there is a recovery. This is the rental deposit, a bond deposit, which could be up to 2,000 euros. Okay? This initial pay is just to finance the functioning or the working of the institution awarding these temporary work permits. This is just the incentive. This is the recoverable part of the pay. Also, you don't want to take all the family in, as I said before, so you only allow family unification up to the basic core, so spouse, kids, but not cousins and nephews and nieces and so on. Why is this useful? Because this fights marginality, it gives higher bargaining power and increases the incentive to accumulate human capital. If we compare these are figures from a book by Monshe Naim from 2006. This is the cost of smuggling, of being smuggled. This is dollars, but for instance, from Morocco to Spain is $5,000, $6,000, so that should be around 4,000 euros. My scheme is much cheaper. It's 6,000 plus 2,000, 2,600. So you can make up for that. It's much cheaper, apart from the risk involved in going in a wooden boat or being arrested at the customs offices. What about, someone pointed out, and we can discuss that, labor and education reforms are essential. They are complementary to any policy regarding migration. Especially these countries in the south, they have these dual labor markets where basically young women and migrants don't have the same opportunities as the rest of the population. If we don't correct that, we cannot talk about fair chances, equality of opportunity. What do we do with irregulars? Well, I am in favor of regularizing them, but with a fine. So suppose they have to pay 1,000 euros, and then they are entitled for a temporary work permit for 6 months. If within that period they find a job, and they report so, then they will get the temporary work permit 3+2. If not, they have to leave the country, okay? If they have committed any crimes, they have to leave the country anyway without even the initial temporary work permit. Second, there has to be a huge improvement in the coordination at Schengen borders. So, for instance, most of the migrants coming from Latin America to Spain, they were not coming through Spanish airports. They were coming from Dutch airports, from Amsterdam. Why? Because the Dutch custom officers knew that these guys were not going to go there, so let's take it. For instance, Senegalese come through Spain, and the police is somewhat lenient. Why? Because they know they speak French, they are going to go to France, and so on and so forth, okay? Third, there has to be a huge improvement also on harmonization on refugees policies, which we have countries which are very strict and countries which are lenient. And it may sound a little bit childish, but we have to offset the scare news in the media. So it's not migration leading to crime, it's marginality leading to crime. For instance, in 2013, 3,600 people arrived to Spain in cayucos through the Gibraltar Strait. Cayucos are wooden boats, okay, by sea, against 300,000 people arriving by airport. So this is a 1%. This is nothing, but of course, man bites the dog, make the news, whereas dog bites the man, doesn't make the news. You have to sign bilateral agreements for electoral participation. We were talking about rights, but of course, many of these rights are not ensured in the country of origin. So if you talk to the people in the Foreign Affairs Minister, they tell you, well, our citizens vote in the country of origin. So that has to be developed. Open many more employment counseling offices in the countries of origin. You have to organize the system from the country of origin, not when they have arrived, and facilitate access to public administration. For instance, the armies is these days a source of integration. I don't know about the Italian army, but for instance, these days about 7 to 10% of Spanish soldiers were not born in Spain. So I will finish with an epitaph, which you can read. This is from 1964. Spiegel devoted its line to a Portuguese guy, Armando Rodriguez. He was the 1 millionth immigrant in Germany, and he was given a Mercedes car in a ceremony presided by the Minister of Labor. Those were the times when migrants were welcome, because they were essential for prosperity. At the beginning of the 70s, when optimism in Europe vanished, they suddenly became aliens and a threat for the welfare states. This is a highly recommendable book by Mark Massower, Dark Continent, Europe's 20th Century. Thank you.
Let me just add that these times are long gone. If you had to pay a Mercedes to every million immigrant, we would have to pay one at least every year. Okay, so I want to talk about a particular group of migrants. Most of my work is on immigration, like assimilation and integration of migrants. And the title is a little bit wrong because I don't want to focus only on asylum seekers. I want to focus on refugees in general. And the reason is that I think, asylum seekers is already a category that's defined by the legal situation in the country of destination. Whether there is asylum, how liberal it is, and what happens to people that are denied asylum but can still stay in the country of destination. So you should think about this as talking about refugees and to what extent they are a resource in European labor markets. So if you follow the media discussion, current media craze about refugees, you feel like, or it sounds like, Europe is kind of overrun or has this huge wave of refugees. And if you look at the left, these are just numbers from the first half of 2014, and the blue bar is sort of the total of 2013, and the light blue, green is sort of what we have received in the first half of 2014. And you kind of think, well, depending on the country you're looking at, for example, Italy or the Netherlands, it looks like, oops, yep, there seems to be an increase. However, I think there are two things we need to consider. First, if you look at the right, Europe is, or the European countries is like, just one sort of minor recipient of most of the refugees. So, the country that takes in absolute numbers, if you look at Germany, for example, who's taken in quite a few numbers of refugees, if you compare that on the right, you see that Germany is only showing up at number 4. There's other countries which are much poorer who take in just an enormous number of refugees. So I think that's the first caveat. The second caveat is if you go back in history, think about more like a long-term perspective. And if in the current situation, we are on the very right. But if you think about this in history, well, there have been times when the refugee numbers were much, much bigger. And it looks like, so this is the blue line is the total number of refugees, the red line is the refugees coming up in Europe, and it looks like Europe is sort of in line with the overall flow. However, I'm cheating you a little bit because I put the two on different scales, so let me correct that. So I think this gives you, a similar perspective than what we heard in the last session. So this is the total number of refugees, and then this red line on the bottom, which moves a little bit but doesn't move very much compared to the top line, is the number of refugees that come to Europe. And obviously all the disclaimers about measuring and capturing number of refugees are in order here. But I think it's not that Europe is like the main destination for refugees. I think that's one of my first points. My second point is a lot of these refugees, we shouldn't really think about refugees as like a very temporary phenomena. And I think that's important, and I want to explain why I think that, and then I want to talk about what the implications of that is. So first, there's very strong push factors that push people out of certain regions and countries. And, for example, in the case of the Middle East and Africa, a lot of this is driven by political instability. And many other countries too, I'm just mentioning these. So if you just look at some numbers, and it's very difficult to, measure sort of how long refugees stay in destination countries, but if you look very roughly, a lot of these refugees stay long-term. So it's not that they're coming to destination countries for 2, 3, 4 years and then return. It looks like, on average, it's more like a generation now, that they're staying in a different country than where they left. And this is supported by the existing evidence, which is not very abundant, about return migration of refugees out of Sweden and Canada, for example. Second argument, why I don't think refugees are a temporary phenomena to a lot of destination countries, is pull factors. There are very strong economic forces, and these are often very closely intertwined with political conflicts and crises and wars, that will sort of provide more and continuing number of migrants to Europe and to other parts of the country. So, if you, again, look back in history, like, again, we did this morning, if you just compare sort of the wage differences that triggered a lot of the migration of Europeans to the US and Canada, we will see an enormous amount of migration from Africa and the Middle East towards Europe in the time to come. And then there's a third effect, which I'm not sure it's pull or push, but it's sort of this network effect that I think Regina Grave was also mentioning this morning. Migrants, when they come, they go where other migrants already went. So once we have this flow going, it's unlikely that this will sort of die out. So I think this is a phenomena that's likely to stay. We do have refugees, but we are not the only recipient of refugees. And this is probably a situation that's not going to go away in a couple of years. So I take the cayuchos, like the boats, just to sort of give you an image of refugees, but being well aware that most of the refugees don't arrive by boat and don't arrive across the Mediterranean. So, but what should we do with these refugee flows? And I think it's relatively fair to say that in most of the European countries, we have focused on relatively short-term perspective towards migrants. And I think part of this is due to that people believe this is a temporary phenomenon. So I think on the left, this is like a picture from the Spanish enclave in wherever it is, in Africa. It's deterrence. So, you know, if you think about the Fortress Europe, if you think about the Frontex, all of these initiatives. And on the right-hand side, you know, not knowing what the best picture is, you know, this is like a refugee camp tents. So we treat, or often in many European countries, treat sort of refugees as sort of a temporary phenomena that needs to be tolerated, but not really thought about what we do with them in the long run. And of course, you know, there are moral issues, there are legal issues, there are potentially security issues, why this perspective might make sense or might not make sense. What I want to do for the next 10 minutes is take you on a journey from an economist's point of view, who's not skilled to talk about moral issues or legal issues, but to think about what would happen if we change that perspective to a more long-run perspective, and think about refugees as something that is potentially going to stay, and we maybe on the left want to think about how can we integrate refugees into our labor markets. And then the right-hand side, which is maybe even a more long-run perspective of, you know, what can we do to potentially stabilize political and economic situations in the source countries. But I have not much to say on the stabilization argument. I want to focus a little bit on this integration argument. So if we think about what do we know about integration of immigrants in general, independent of whether they're refugees, then there's a pretty clear pattern. So typically immigrants, when they come to a destination country, and I now talk about labor market outcomes as sort of the main set of outcomes I'm worrying about, then it's typically the case that immigrants in the beginning perform worse in the labor market than natives. So they have lower employment rates, they have lower earnings than the native population, and this situation stays on for a time. And the basic argument that people often make is, well, they lack a lot of skills that are necessary in the destination country to succeed. Language being a very important one, but also networks in how to find a job, or they have trouble that their educational credentials are not recognized, and I could continue with a number of arguments. So that's sort of the situation in the beginning, but then over time we know that migrants catch up. And how fast and how successful this catch-up process is depends on time periods and country of destination, also a country of origin, but we do see this process in many, many different countries. So if we take that as sort of a blueprint, can we expect that we would see something similar for refugees if we take this sort of long-term perspective and say there are going to be refugees, and how, if we want to treat them in sort of a long-term perspective as immigrants that stay, are they going to integrate as a regular migrant? Well, we have to be a bit careful because refugees do differ along a number of dimensions from other migrants. First, and that's maybe good news, refugees are on average even younger than other migrants. We already heard that they're younger than the native population, and refugees are even slightly younger on average than other migrants. Refugees might be more or less educated than economic migrants. So some of the political refugees that are sort of expelled or prosecuted in their source countries are actually very highly skilled, often with like college degrees and beyond. However, if you think about war-related refugees, these are often sort of more the average or population, and these are often less skilled than the population in the destination countries. Third, what's also important, refugees most of the time didn't plan their migration, right? I mean, that's the whole point, that you get kicked out and then you try to make your way to a destination country. So their language skills are typically worse than migrants that more or less plan to come to a destination country. So that's going to be a problem in the labor market, obviously. And then there's a last point that I think is also something which shouldn't be underestimated. Refugees often have quite atrocious experiences behind them. So, and often some of these can be pretty traumatic, so it's probably fair to say that their initial position to be entering the labor market might be a bit worse than regular or other migrants. So let's look a little bit at the evidence of what we can say about refugees, how they perform in the labor market. And I have to say, I was surprised how little we actually know. So, I showed you the picture of Germany, how many refugees Germany takes in, and yet the evidence on refugees in the German labor market is non-existent to very, very small. So I'm going to draw on evidence from Canada and from Sweden, because that's two countries that have relatively good statistics, and there are a number of other studies I will just keep in the back. So what we see here is, on the left-hand side, this graph with the blue is sort of by category of immigrant in Canada, how long it takes them to actually find a job. And what you see is that if you look at, for example, at the very left, family migrants, so migrants who came as a dependent of somebody who already migrated, they have relatively low number of months, around 5, until they find employment. Refugees, for example, take much, much longer. So they take over a year sometimes to find a job. So I think this shows that in the beginning, refugees are sort of in a worse position than even somebody like a family migrant, and even worse than a skilled migrant, which we probably wouldn't be surprised. What you see here on the right is, for the same number of immigrant groups, how their employment rates evolve. So wave 1, 2, and 3 is basically 6 months after they arrive, 2 years, and then 4 years. And what you see here is the same picture. In the beginning, for refugees, it looks pretty bad, but then you have a very steep increase in their employment rate, versus if you compare that to family immigrants, they have a higher level to begin with, but their growth rate is much, much less. So if you actually look at 4 years after the immigrant arrives in Canada, you see actually that both are actually quite similar. So this means, yes, refugees do seem to have worse starting positions, and I think this can be traced in part to their different characteristics. But we also see, quite optimistic, that they're actually catching up with some other migrant groups, and so they can be integrated into the labor market quite successfully. I mean, obviously, these employment rates are still lower than some of the skilled migrants Canada attracts, but nevertheless, they are quite... If you look at Sweden, a very similar picture emerges. This is a bit blurred, but this is the relative employment rate of refugees compared to natives for males. This is the black line, the thick black line, and for women. And we see 100% would mean that they both have the same employment rates than natives. And we see, well, we start from a very low level at like 58%. But we see that over time, and yes, this can be a longer time, but it happens, there is catch-up. So if you look, for example, even 10 years, we are already at 85%. So refugees do sort of improve their employment rates quite rapidly, quite drastically, even though it does take a long time before we actually get close to 100%. If you look at earnings, and that's the other thing I want to look at, and then I want to conclude. If you look at earnings, again, the evidence from Canada is is probably the best available. There is also a substantial income increase for refugees if they come to Canada. So again, here is the family migrants, which is often the group of reference, and here the black line is the refugees. And the skilled migrants, well, that's a whole different story, because Canada attracts very highly skilled immigrants, so I don't want to compare them. But if you compare the family immigrants to the refugees, you see that both improve their earnings over time, and the refugees actually do a little bit even better. So they start relatively low, but they do increase over time. And this is, about 15 years after they arrive. There is, and that's my sort of the last piece of evidence I just want to show in this short presentation. There's a very important distinction here if you look at earnings. The success of the refugees is almost always linked, if you look at the picture on the left, that people are able to find employment. Once they find employment, they earn a reasonable amount. They're not rich, but they earn a reasonable amount that's above the poverty line in Canada. So LICO is sort of an absolute level of income that is considered a poverty line, and it depends on how much money you spend of your budget on food. If you look at the bottom, on the right, you see if you don't find employment, if you're not able to participate in the labor market because you couldn't find a job or there was some other issue, then you see that you're well below the poverty line. So I think one of the messages here is that if you want to integrate the refugees into the labor market, you have to make sure that they enter the labor market. So employment is quite important, and that also means access, enabling access to employment, I think, is important. So let me conclude. I think there is good reasons. We heard this morning from the demographic challenges, but refugees are not going to solve that for sure. But I think given that refugees are often here to stay because the conditions in their source countries don't improve, I think there's a good reason we might want to give them a secure and long-term perspective in our country, because that creates incentives that they actually also integrate and learn the language and learn invest in human capital that will help them succeed in the destination country. I think another lesson, which is very important, is that early employment is important because that will generate sort of a stable employment history and ultimately higher earnings. But this is sort of in huge conflict to most of the practice in European countries. Most refugees are not allowed to work and often are put on welfare benefits by definition for a number of reasons, but this is probably working precisely against this second point. And I think the third one, which is true for all immigrants, and I think it's true for refugees in particular, language skills are important. So if you want to provide some training, I think language courses, and which are sort of close to what their potential job opportunities are, would be very important for refugees to attend. So I think that's it.
Thank you very much. What percentage of the total number of migrants in Europe are refugees? Do you know? Oh, it's small.
It's below 10 for sure. Okay, we are migrating here, and I will try to find we go to slideshow. Oops, what happened here? There we go. Okay, I've been asked to talk about unauthorized migration and the labor market in the United States. And to follow up on what Christina said, if you want people to work, don't give them legal status, because if they're going to support themselves, they've got to work. I mean, the United States does a very good job of getting especially unauthorized migrants into the labor market. That is not necessarily an unmitigated blessing. There are pros and cons to everything. So just so you know, that's Tijuana on the right, that's California on the left. We're building a fence. We don't arrest people at the workplace anymore. We only arrest them at the border. We've stopped workplace raids. So we still do catch 1,000 people a day on the border, but by and large, once you get into the United States, it's possible to fairly easily get a job. What makes the U.S. stand out probably is that we have roughly 12 million unauthorized foreigners, so the U.S. has about 20% of the world's foreign-born population, and we have about as many unauthorized foreigners as the number 2 country of migration, Russia, has total foreigners. And most of the foreigners in the United States most of the unauthorized, are in the labor force. There are about 5% of U.S. workers are illegal, undocumented. Unauthorized is the official government term. And of course, it varies by sector. It's about half in agriculture. It's about a quarter in construction. Economists don't have a lot of impact on the debate because their models about migrant impacts have to make assumptions. And the assumptions wind up driving the conclusions. And then I think maybe the big lesson for Europe is, you know, sometimes you can't really get what you want, and you've got to settle for what you can get. The status quo, nobody would ever design. No think tank or policymaker would ever design the U.S. migration system. But it actually works. It works for employers. They get the jobs done. It works for workers. They get what they want. They want a job at higher wages. It works for many Americans in the sense that we have 7.5 million more workers. They don't get welfare benefits. Their children born in the United States are automatically U.S. citizens. If you talk to parents, a lot of them say, we're sacrificing for the children. So keep in mind, not that you want to endorse what the policy is, but if you aim for something perfect, you may wind up not even getting something good, and so the system works. Okay, you all know that Canada has a higher share of foreign-born than the United States, increases its population via immigration more than the U.S. What makes Canada different from the United States? It does not have this huge unauthorized population that is, it borders the United States, it doesn't border on Mexico. The U.S. had 4 waves of immigration. The first one was the pre-1820 British, and that's why we speak English and have common law and a few other things. Somebody mentioned this morning the second, we call it the Catholic wave because we had political parties that were essentially anti-Catholic parties. The Irish were the big group that came in. There were lots of signs about anti-Irish. Then we had the third wave from Southern and Eastern Europe. Canada got a very similar wave. That was the huge numbers when that came in, 1 million immigrants a year when the population was about 70 million. And since 1965, we've had a fourth wave, and it's primarily from Latin America and Asia. We only started recording immigration or immigrants in the U.S. starting in 1820. The ship captain had to report how many immigrants I guess it was all he in those days, brought and what country they were from. So we've taken about 80 million immigrants since we started these recordings. About 10% of them are Mexican and about 9% are German. We usually talk about foreigners coming in through 3 doors. We talk about a front door for legal immigration. So every day, about 3,000 people immigrate to the United States. Every day, we get a little over 100,000 temporary visitors. Most of them are tourists, but some of them are guest workers and students. And until 2008, we were getting about 2,000 unauthorized foreigners a day who settled. So we were actually running a fairly high, between 500,000 and 600,000 unauthorized foreigners a year were settling. Now, the big thing about immigration, I said this morning, migration is messy. In the United States, 70% of all people who are admitted because they have relatives in the U.S. But what does it mean to be admitted? Most immigrants are already in the United States when they're admitted. Okay, so you don't come new over the border, you're already there, and all you do is change your status. We talk about employment-based immigration. Employers don't scour the world looking for the best and brightest. 90% of all employment-based immigrant visas go to foreigners who are already there. If you want to work at the University of California, you come as a visitor to somewhere, and then you get to know people, and you give your seminar, and you hopefully get a job offer. That's how the system works. You have a whole lot of people sloshing around in the system, and they're constantly changing their status, sometimes from legal to illegal, sometimes from the other way around. We have 26 different temporary worker visas that allow people to earn wages. The 3 big H1s are when we had a big movement of high-skilled people into the OECD, that was mostly the H1B program, which is essentially a 6-year visa for foreigners, for anybody with at least a bachelor's degree. And it's a very easy process. A U.S. employer does not have to look for U.S. workers, so there's no labor market test. As long as the foreigner has a first university degree, the foreigner can come in as long as he or she gets the prevailing wage. This is the so-called Indian IT visa because over half of the people who get H-1B visas are Indians working in computer-related occupations. The two low-skilled visa programs are primarily bringing Mexicans in to do gardening and landscape and to do farm work. And those programs, one is about $70,000 a year and the other one's about $100,000 a year. So we do have work visas, but what's much more important for labor migration in the U.S., for legal labor migration, are the intra-company transfer visas. They run $350,000 a year. If you're an athlete, you get an O visa for outstanding. There are religious visas. And we basically have a free labor market in North America between Canada, Mexico, and the U.S. for people with at least a first university degree. So a Mexican who gets a U.S. job offer gets an indefinitely renewable visa to come into the U.S. and work. And it's a very simplified sort of process. So that's the side door system. The back door is the unauthorized, which is what I'm focusing on here. We have two kinds of unauthorized, or two broad. One is called EWIS, entry without inspection. That means you don't come through a border post. The other is you do come in legally, but you usually overstay or you're come in as a tourist and go to work. And you can see about 60% of the people come in without inspection, about 40% come in legally. So that makes the U.S. a little different from Europe, where I understand most people come in legally and then overstay, whereas in the U.S. most people come in without being inspected. Now, somebody has already mentioned that the net migration benefit, so the U.S. and receiving countries benefit. And we had a big debate about how much are these benefits. And we spent a couple $1 million doing studies in the mid-1990s, and the consensus of the group was basically that the net economic benefit to the U.S. economy from immigration at a time when we had roughly 15 million immigrants in our labor force of 140 million was $8 billion a year. So $8 billion was the estimate of the net economic benefit. Now, if you were in favor of immigration, you said $8 billion more. That's the net benefit. If you're opposed, you say, look, the U.S. economy at that time was $8 trillion, growing by 2.5% a year. That means it grows by about $1 billion every workday. So you're getting 10 days of economic growth as a result of immigration. So you can take the same number and you can spin it two entirely different ways. On the one hand, you talk about here is a lot of money. On the other hand, you say, but really how much is that relative to the size of the economy? And so people normally say that the main impacts are distributional. And as Juan already said, the immigrants are the big winners. They get the higher wages. But so do the employers and owners of capital. And native workers may lose, but it's very hard to measure what they may lose. Remember all the assumptions in these, you have to make assumptions, flexible labor markets, no increase in unemployment. And what has happened in the U.S. that's limited the impact of at least economists on the policy debate is that the different studies come to different conclusions. Politicians like concrete cases. So if you take a concrete case of a labor force changing in a particular industry, you normally will find that some workers who used to be employed in industry no longer are employed in that industry. So blacks used to have most of the janitorial jobs in Los Angeles office buildings. Owners of buildings switched to janitorial contractors who hired Hispanics, and you can see the impact in that particular industry. We don't know what happened to the ex-black janitors. At the high end, you always talk about an immigrant who started an IT firm, the Brin guy at Google, or many of the other people, the Andy Grove guy at Intel. So at both the high and the low end, you can see something concrete. But then, when you try to go to measure the impacts of migrants at, say, the city level or at the national level, it's much harder to find anything. The single most important study, first on the case study. So what happened, here's an example of an actual case study of there was unionized U.S. workers picking these lemons in Southern California. They were making about twice the minimum wage. They had benefits. They went on strike. The growers turned to hiring labor contractors who hired unauthorized workers, paid them exactly the same wages, but provided no benefits. So in that case, it was a competition between two different kinds of employers. And the labor contractors won because they were cheaper. That's the same thing that happened in janitorial services and others. When we did the city experiments, the idea was that economists love natural experiments. And so the idea was if one city like Los Angeles has a lot more migrants than another city like Minneapolis, let's look and compare wages and unemployment rates and trends in wages and see what happens. And the expectation was that if you have more migrants, you'll have lower wages for similar workers, and we didn't find that. And there were two sort of explanations that came out of that. Well, one is the theory's wrong. Migrants don't have these adverse effects. The other, of course, is that they may have effects, but they're really hard to measure. The big experiment was when Castro allowed Cubans to leave, and the labor force of Miami increased 7% within about 4 months. And we did not get an uptick in the unemployment rate for blacks in Miami. And the question is, why not? Well, one explanation is employers did not use machines. They hired labor because it was there. The other explanation is that people moved away from Miami precisely because there were lots of migrants there. And so if migrants move to where they can get jobs, in general, migrants do move to opportunity, you would have a false positive correlation. You would attribute the low unemployment rate to the migrants, when in fact it's the low unemployment rate that attracts them. Natives can move away. So what we then do is say, because the US is so mobile, we'll study the interactions at the national level. And so we have two immigrant economists, one a Cuban named Borjas and an Italian named Perry. Basically, they divide the US and the foreign-born workers by their level of education and their age, 25 to 30-year-old high school dropouts. And Borjas says, if you're 25 and you have not graduated from high school, then you're a substitute for a US worker who has not graduated from high school. Perry says, no, you're a complement. The foreign-born is a complement, like the foreign-born helps the carpenter who's US-born. The assumptions guide the conclusions. And if you assume they're complements, you get a positive effect, especially if if businesses invest because there's more people. If you assume they're substitutes, you get a negative effect. So what does all this mean? The United States is a nation of immigrants. It has roughly 20% of the world's migrants. Most of the migrants in the US are from Latin America, and in one sense, they're negatively selected. The Mexicans in the US have less education than the average Mexican. The average Mexican has 9 years of education. The average Mexican in the United States has 7 years. Indians in the United States have much more education than Indians in India, so they're positively selected from the higher end of the distribution. And the United States has had a debate now over the past 10, 20 years about how do you respond to, or how do you deal with a system in which the majority of Latin American migrants arrive as unauthorized people and later gain some kind of a legal status. So we have two political parties. One says the first priority is to stop people from coming illegally. How do you do that? Fences, entry, exits, all kinds of things. The other political party says, no, yes, you need more enforcement, but you also need a mechanism to let people earn a legal status. Social scientists don't have a lot of impact on this because, at least in economics, this idea of no adverse impacts, that seems to fly in the face of what politicians are most comfortable with. And we've got to keep in mind that most of the research is actually paid for by people who want to benefit from it. So the IT industry funds a lot of the research saying that there's no adverse impacts of it. So what happens in the debate? we have two extremes. One is sort of no borders, the other is no migrants. And they dominate. Both sides, whether you agree with them or not, both of them think time is on their side. So the longer this status quo continues, the better off they'll be. Sometimes you can argue about their logic, but that's the logic that they have. And meanwhile, most of these unauthorized workers go to work every day. They don't get picked up by the police. They get what they want. They get the higher wages. The employers get the work done. And the policy roughly is, it's really easy to get a job, but it's hard to get social services. Remember, unauthorized are excluded from Obamacare, the Health Care Act, and all that sort of stuff. The children born to the unauthorized are automatically U.S. citizens. They're entitled to education, to health care, and everything else. We have in the state of California, we have roughly 1 million so-called child-only welfare cases. So that means you're in a family that's poor and entitled to social assistance, but the adults don't get any money, probably because they're unauthorized, but the U.S. citizen children do get money. And so that is the way the welfare system works. Obviously, the parents are going to get access to the money as well, but the idea is the politician can say the unauthorized are not getting access to the welfare system. There are many, many contradictions to the system. We deport 1,000 people a day, a little over 400,000 a year. And so buses are going all the time back to Mexico, airplanes down to Latin America. As an unauthorized person, the major risk is not a workplace raid, but instead it's state and local police trying to catch drunk drivers. And I'm driving along as an unauthorized. I don't have a license because I can't get one. And I'm caught up in a police check that has nothing to do with immigration, but nonetheless can get me deported. And that's the so-called innocent unauthorized, which is the focus of current debate. Meanwhile, we're trying to deal with some particular groups. So we have a policy that says if you arrived in the U.S. illegally before the age of 16, and you're in the U.S. at least 5 years, you're not yet 31 years old, then you can pay some money and get a 2-year work and residence permit. And of course, we have a twist that European countries may not have. Like Spain, we have a high share of immigrants in the military. It's a great way to get an education, as they say. If you enlist in the military, you can become a citizen after 3 years instead of 5 years. And then, in another bizarre twist, if you die in Afghanistan or Iraq, you actually become a naturalized U.S. citizen, and that means your family can get in. So there are some dimensions to this which are quite contradictory. Let me just end with, this is the official highway sign as you're going into Mexico. So this is the sign on the freeway, and it says, be careful. There are people coming in. Not as many as used to, but still coming in. Now, if you're in favor of migration, you say, that's what the country is built on, the people who take a chance and who are willing to get up and go. Then you should welcome those kinds of people. If you're against immigration, you take that same sign and you say, you don't know who these people are. They could be terrorists, etc. And so you wind up with a policy, and our policy is to build a fence. The man is in Mexico, he's climbing the fence, and you can see if you look carefully when he gets to the top, he's got a wire that leans in, and what you can't see here is somebody's got some blankets and some rope to sell to him or rent to him, and he will eventually try to get over the fence. So the contradictions mean that you're trying to make policy here. You can have the same magazine in the same year coming up with two totally different policy conclusions. And in some ways, the takeaway message is, sometimes some problems don't have easy solutions. And the status quo, while it's not perfect, may wind up being the best solution you can get. We just had some elections, and I thought it might be worth seeing a couple of 30-second ads. Now, this is an ad that was run in 1994, so it's 20 years ago if it comes back here, and it got this man reelected. And it takes 30 seconds.
2 million illegal immigrants in California. The federal government won't stop them at the border, yet requires us to pay billions to take care of it. And Governor Pete Wilson sent the National Guard to help the Border Patrol. But that's not all.
For Californians who work hard, pay taxes, and obey the laws, I'm suing to force the federal government to control the border. And I'm working to deny state services to illegal immigrants. In Enough is enough.
Governor Pete Wilson.
Okay, so that one worked. And this is one that did not work. This man was a senator. He did not get reelected. And, come on, if I can find my right thing here.
I'm Scott Brown, and I approve this message. Americans go through security before they get on a plane, enter a government building, or attend a ball game. But folks who come here illegally, they just walk across the border. That's wrong. Thanks to the pro-amnesty policies of President Obama and Senator Shaheen, we have an immigration crisis on our hands. We respond with compassion, but it's time for us to secure the border once and for all, and tell people who try to come here illegally that we intend to enforce the law. They just walk across the border. That's wrong. Thanks to the pro-amnesty policies of President Obama and Senator Shaheen, who come here illegally, they just walk across the border. That's wrong.
Okay, you get the idea, and this is the last one, and and this is now the counter to this. So, I think it'll come.
I pledge allegiance to the flag.
The Dream Act is a nightmare for the American people.
And to the republic for which it stands.
Illegal aliens and criminals, and we need to treat them as such.
One nation under God.
They're hauling 75 pounds of marijuana across the desert.
With liberty and justice for all.
I'll do anything short of shooting them.
When you listen to what the Republicans say about immigrants, it makes you wonder if they believe in this country as much as we do.
Okay, that's the end of it, and that is the U.S. contradictions.
Natalia?
Oh, make it.
You want to sit here?
No.
Okay. Okay, then I'll stay here. Will you give me my tablet? Just my tablet, that's fine.
Well, I have the very challenging task to share with you some comments and observations in 5 minutes on such a complex topic. So I will try. First, I would like to reflect briefly on how migration and employment policies are being designed. I mean, the reality is that migration policies have tended to be designed largely without a focus on labor market needs or impacts. And in many countries, labor ministries, workers, and employers' organizations are not really part of the dialogue. So this, let's say, lack of coherence between employment and labor market policies could exacerbate inefficiencies in the labor market. For example, in recently published ILO studies on skill mismatch, we see that over-education is increasing and under-education is decreasing in Europe. What is very surprising maybe is that between 25 and 45% of workers in Europe are either overqualified or underqualified for their jobs, leading to a substantial mismatch between supply and demand in the labor market. So how can this situation be redressed? Social dialogue can enhance the ability of governments to anticipate and respond to labor market trends. Research that we have been doing in the ILO, in particular on the role of national qualification frameworks, which have been used in recent years in order to harmonize highly heterogeneous education systems, demonstrate that actually workers and employers organizations are very rarely involved in this process. So when qualifications are being designed, it is very much the Ministry of Education taking the lead, and Ministry of Labor, and as I mentioned, workers and employers should have a much more active role in this process. So there is a strong need for enhanced labor market and migration policy coherence, and also a framework of governance which recognizes the more equitable treatment of migrant workers. So in that sense, the ILO conventions, the Convention on Migration for Employment Convention, number 97, and the Migrant Workers Convention, number 143, as well as the ILO Domestic Workers Convention, number 189, they're all providing guidance, and they include the underlying principles of equitable treatment of migrant workers. Also, I think in this context, it is important to mention the ILO Multilateral Framework on Labor Migration, which contains guiding principles and good practices on various aspects of labor migration. Some of the previous speakers mentioned on many occasions that migration is becoming more and more complex, and also it is happening more and more at regional levels. So if we would like to improve labor migration governance, there is a need to look into how orderly and fair migration schemes could be put in place and how they could be formulated inside regional integration processes. These schemes have to be equitable to all migrant workers, and based on the principles of non-discrimination and equal treatment, and they should be addressed not just to those highly skilled, but should be looking at the migrant workers at all levels of qualifications. The ILO is also currently collaborating with the World Bank and trying to analyze bilateral labor migration agreements in various parts of the world, and trying to see how they design, implemented, and monitored, and what constitutes good practices models, which could be replicated and adapted to the relevant country context, and in particular, schemes which are addressing vital issues such as wages and working conditions, skill recognition, and portability of social security benefits. Now, the first presentation focused on Southern European labor markets and irregular migration. So I think that when we talk about irregular migration, we also need to look at the overall labor market situation of destination countries, and also we know that irregular migrants often end up working in the informal economy. So any set of policies that are going to be implemented should look at migration, but should also be looking at how, informal economy issues could be addressed. Economists highlight that negative impact of the informal sector is on the state budget, but we need also to recognize that also there is a very strong impact on social cohesion. So in that sense, undocumented migrants, of course, could reinforce this negative impact. So there is no one policy which could resolve the issue of informality. Informality is often deeply linked to the overall economic and social systems. So a complex solution in terms of looking at the employment structure, in terms of looking at social contribution and income taxes, should be carefully considered when we are talking about irregular migration. Also, I think it is very important not to overlook the social and the institutional dimension, which could be, in some cases, even more important than the economic one. Now, as I mentioned, there is no magic formula. I'm being reminded of the 5 minutes. However, in addition to dealing with informality, another important aspect is actually the ability to have job creation taking place in the countries of destination. And at the same time, also having more general provisions for welfare, and also a public relations program to inform the public about how useful migrant work is for the society of the destination countries. So also I would very briefly touch on the issues of refugees, which was also discussed in my panel. Since international migration flows have become increasingly mixed, refugees and asylum seekers are more difficult to distinguish than migrants in search of better livelihoods. So as a result of this increasing mixed migration flows, it is more difficult to identify them, and in a way there is a trend of narrowing the protection space. Now, many countries want to protect their labor markets. However, in the long run, we should remember that refugees contribute to the economy. And in that sense, in order to have durable solutions, it is very important to involve the private sector as early as possible so that the programs or solutions that are being designed, they are directed towards the demands of the labor market. And last point I would like to make is that when we look at refugee issues, also it's very important to have the involvement of workers' organizations. I mean, they have rich experience in terms of providing education about migrants' rights, and also they have plenty of cross-border cooperation on migration issues, which also could be very useful. Thank you very much.
So now the floor is open. Since we are 4 speakers, I will collect 4 questions, and I beg the audience to make just single questions. It's okay. So you.
Yes, many thanks. I have a question for Christina Gatman about the labor market integration of refugees, and I fully agree with you. This is very much an under-researched topic. However, I wanted to push you a bit more on the relevance of status recognition, and this relates a little bit to the terminology that you use. You talk quite systematically about refugees, and I think to some extent that may be misleading in the sense that on the international law, of course, refugees would be recognized, would be asylum seekers with a recognized status. I could say that's just a legal terminology, but I think particularly in the labor market dynamics, of course, legal status will be a very important element of integration, and I fully agree that the sooner you help asylum seekers or refugees into the employment market, the better they will do. This also is underlined in the talk by Philip Martin, but of course the question is, under the circumstances that we have in Europe, which are quite different than in the US, where you actually have a rather strict asylum policy, of course a very regulated labor market, and no use only for second-generation citizens. How do you actually achieve this kind of integration to the labor market of asylum seekers, and particularly if you talk about the recognized category of that is in Europe, of course, a very small category, and so if you look at the statistics that you present over time, it may be that after 20, 30, 40 years, recognized asylum seekers will be integrated in the labor market under the same circumstances as regular immigrants or even natives, but that's of course a very small category, and so maybe you could clarify a little bit the relevance of status recognition.
Thank you. Next.
Sorry, it's on the same issue. You always say, you said the refugees, and they take the case of Sweden, they never reach the natives. I would say even the research is showing even a larger gap with economic migrants, the work of Gustafsson and so on. And you stress correctly that Sweden is changing policy. They try to not have a benevolent attitude with them, protecting them, because they see that this result is not bringing to any good solution. And they try to treat them as a labor migrant, give them immediately a job
to feel them integrated. But in this debate, the main question is that these people don't want to go to Sweden, so they have a lot of problem integration because they are in an environment, given the refugees policies that we have, a resettlement policy, in a country which is so different from them that they have problem integration. So in this way, we go back, let us say, to the refugees policy, like to the migration policy, is the way in which the refugees are managed that create in Sweden, because this is the main cases, a very low integration rate. And this...
My question, there have been many very provoking statements that would merit a discussion, but I will focus in one, in the first one, which has to do with the advocacy from the economic point of view of circular migration that you, Juan, were doing. I think it certainly, and this corresponds to the policy of many European countries right now that limit legal migration, legal labor migration possibilities to circular migration. However, this may work for some sectors like agriculture, tourism, or construction even. But it doesn't work for other sectors, actually, which also need immigrants, like any sector requiring accumulation of skills. And even sectors requiring trust, like caregiving, are not appropriate for circular migration. And the second issue that I think that should be considered as well is the issue of the preferences of migrants themselves. Because what we see in Europe is that, in particular, migrants coming from southern Mediterranean countries do have a strong preference for permanent migration. And as you, in your figures, you have shown, actually, they are ready to pay a big quantity of money to get into the labor market in Europe. So if you establish a system of temporary deposit, refundable temporary deposit, as you propose, actually, many of them would overstay and renounce to the deposit because of their preferences. I think these are two key elements that advocate for a combination of circular migration schemes with more permanent migration channels into the European Union.
We'll take one more question in this round. And next round.
This question is, I actually have a question for both Juan and Phil. So my concern, one, with your proposal was, in particular, you thought one of the advantages of circular migration is that it would enhance the prospects for the pension schemes. But doesn't that really depend on being unfair to the migrants? That is, say, you'll come, you'll pay into this pension scheme, and then you won't get anything out of it. No, might one not think that was kind of problematic from a reciprocity. Life isn't fair. And Phil, I wanted you to, I couldn't quite figure out what you were prescribing, because on the one hand, you seemed critical of the people who you said both sides were, both the right and the left were optimistic about, but you seem to be encouraging exactly the path that you were criticizing, which is steady as it goes. So I guess I'm wondering whether or not you don't think, whatever the advantages of the current system, whether or not, so separate out analytically the political question, what's feasible, which is probably nothing, that's true, from the question of what you think would be a better policy, and tell us what you think would be a better policy. I'll let you start.
Okay, well, I think Christina will deal with the first two questions, although anyone is...
Okay, so let me quickly comment on the first two questions. So the first question was on status of recognition. So yes, you're right. You know, I agree with most of your statements. I guess my point of view is first, as also in the discussion was mentioned, refugees and economic migrants are more and more difficult to even separate. So. You know, this whole question of who's a refugee and how do you classify a refugee, I think depends very much on the policy in the destination country, what kind of process you even have to be a political or a refugee and asylum seeker. And the systems are so different across Europe. I mean, I find it mind-blowing to even try to understand what the different systems are in different European countries. So let me just briefly mention, like, my experience in the German context. which, as we saw, is not a completely unimportant country in terms of refugee numbers. So in Germany, the number of refugees who get recognized as a political asylum seeker is tiny. It's 2% maybe. The vast majority of refugees that remain in Germany are people that are denied asylum, but are tolerated as some kind of person that can't be sent back. So to me, and what this implies is they don't have a legal status. It often takes them very long to get any kind of permit, and mostly the permit is temporary and it's short term. So the stories, and there's not very good evidence, is that many people take years, 5, 6, 7 years, until they get any kind of labor market entry permit. And that seems to me crazy, because they're sitting in the country, and I think they're desperate to work, and I think there's plenty to do. So why, what are we doing? I think this is what I would like to say on the status of recognition, that I think there is, for a variety of reasons, historical, legal, moral, there's this attitude of like, no, we don't want to integrate them too fast because they're going back at some point, and I think that's not the reality. Second, on the integration outcomes of Sweden, I agree with you. I wouldn't want to take Sweden as a role model. I think Sweden is a role model, and that's why I had some data from it, because it collects pretty good data and we have relatively good evidence. It's the best evidence in Europe we have what happens to refugees. But I don't think Sweden is probably a role model in terms of a successful integration of refugees. So I do think that Sweden has a number of issues with the refugees. One is that refugees feel kind of alien or foreign to Sweden, and I guess that's an issue in other destination countries too. I mean, you had to leave your country, so it's going to be hard to assimilate. But I think on the other side, I think it reinforces my point that if we want to make them feel home, we should give them a perspective. And if you give them a perspective, then it potentially is easier to kind of feel you should invest in human capital, and you should settle down, and you should contribute the best you can. But I agree. Sweden is not the best role model potentially. So.
Okay, I'll start dealing with the third and the fourth question. What about immigrants' preferences? Well, here I was adopting sort of social planner's attitude. I'm not only going to worry about the receiving country, but also about the country of origin. And we've been talking about this brain drain phenomenon, which may have happened. So from that perspective, I guess that fostering without imposing circular migration, I mean, in my proposal, of course, if you get citizenship, you will lose the deposit, but of course you are gaining a lot of rights, etc., and recognition, which offset that rental that you left there, that deposit that you left there. Also, of course, in terms of hiring or letting in highly skilled people, well, circular migration does not apply. I mean, of course, you have a very famous case of a highly skilled guy who migrated he was a refugee whose name was Albert Einstein. And of course, I guess Princeton didn't want just to have him for a couple of years, of course. So I think in general, I think circular migration is a good idea, but of course, one size doesn't fit all, so you need to allow for exceptions. Regarding the second question, there was one for Philip, which I can't remember, but the one on the pay-as-you-go system. Well, remember that in most cases there are bilateral agreements. So basically, if you leave, say, after 5 years of having paid Social Security contribution, you get something in your country of origin. And typically, migrants come from less developed countries than ours. Their purchasing power is much higher than if you spend the euros in Spain or Italy or England. That's why migrants are ready to accept lower wages. Of course, in some cases it's slavery, but in most cases it's because they send half of what they earn to Morocco or to Bolivia, where the purchasing power of that amount of money can be 10 times higher. Okay, there is a rationale for accepting lower wages. So in terms of the pay-as-you-go system, it's not that we are exploiting them. There's a counterparty to that.
Well, these are good questions and raise important points. Okay. Just speaking as an American, what we often say when we look at Europe and migration is, Europe's got 10% of the world's people, half the world's social welfare spending, and 90% of the concern for human rights. And there's a lot of, migration is about discrimination. You're taking some people and shutting some other people out. And if you can't say no, I mean, we deport 400,000 people a year. A Democratic president does that. We deport a lot of people. And the power to, if you're going to take people in, you're also going to kick people out. And if you don't do that, you wind up subverting support for migrants. Now, if you think of it from, okay, I'm an American, you think of it from an American point of view. From any point of view, what's the worst thing a newcomer can do when they enter a new society? Well, probably the worst thing is commit a crime. But what's the second worst thing? Well, in Europe, they say it's to get a good job because the local people want the good jobs. In the US, it's to get welfare. I mean, remember our welfare reform in 1996. We cut welfare for everybody, but we cut it especially for immigrants. Immigrants were 11% of the population, and half of the welfare savings came from cutting out anybody who came after August 23rd, 1996, no welfare benefits until you worked 10 years, or you became a naturalized U.S. citizen after 5 years.
Democratic president.
That was a Democratic president who signed that into law. And now we've relaxed some of it since, but the basic idea is if you think of managing migration in terms of symbolic politics, the symbol that was sent was always the same message. We welcome those who want a hand up the ladder, climb that ladder. We don't want those who want a handout. When you apply for asylum in the U.S., there's no welfare benefits. And you come as a recognized refugee, you get, depending on the budget, 5 months or 6 months of aid. And that's it. And you can run a system, I mean, at least the political acceptance of the system, is in part motivated by the idea that when you think of a migrant, of a low-skilled migrant, you think of hard work, you think of agricultural work or construction work, you don't usually think of welfare. Now, there are, of course, people who say, oh, they come to have babies and stuff, but by and large, most people would agree that you normally think of especially low-skilled immigrants. The stereotype is farm work or construction work. I don't know what a better system is. When I did some work in the government, the line used to always be, well, let me just say two things. One is, the reason we won't do anything for a little while, I don't think, is because somebody said this morning, I mean, politicians are good at what they do. And politicians may not have as much math or anything as some of us do, but if you look at the United States, if you legalize 100 Latin American and Asian immigrants, which are 90% of the immigrants, 70 of them are going to vote for Democrats and 30 are going to vote for Republicans. So Republicans will not support legalization that makes them U.S. citizens because they're going to get one vote and the Democrats are going to get two. And this is a fairly big number, and when races are close, it can tilt the balance. So a politician looking to get reelected is not going to hand 2 votes to his opponent to get 1 vote for himself. I mean, it's really simple. But the question is, how do you do it better? And I'm always reminded of what happened in 1994, once again under a Democratic president. Haitians were coming in small boats from Haiti to Florida. They were intercepted by the Coast Guard, and they were interviewed to determine who had a valid claim for asylum and who did not. And about 1/3 of the people that were picked up were found to have credible claims and were brought to Florida. And then the migrant rights group said, wait a minute, that's really unfair. These people had trauma in Haiti, and now they're being interviewed on ships, there's no lawyers there, and these people are in uniform, they're scared. So what did Bill Clinton do? He said, no one comes. That's when we sent them to Guantanamo. That's when Guantanamo expanded. So, it was a bad system. Could you come up with a better system? I don't know. In that particular case, people still talk about that as we have to be careful, what we wish for, because we can get something that we don't wish for out of it. And that was the example there. I don't know what is better. I have students who graduate who are illegal, and I'm supposed to help them. So what do? I can't honestly, bachelor's degree students are going to work for places that check. So what we do is we set them up as corporations, and they work as independent contractors. So they're paid without a legal check. So in other words, if you're doing computer work, we call it a 1099 instead of a W-2 statement, but therefore you've broken no law, and you are still earning money. Where there are a lot of practical workarounds. They're not perfect, but in practice, there's some grease or flexibility in the system. And I honestly wish there were a way to develop a better system. At this point, I'm not quite certain that we're there yet. And I almost fear that if you push too much in one direction, you could wind up getting something snapping back that you may not want.
Okay, Eve. Yeah.
The cost of bringing up and educating the migrants is supported by the country of origin, but is spared by the country of destination. Is that economic benefit taken into account? And I think it's related to opportunity costs. So that's my questions. And maybe a small remark about your speech, Philip. The situation in America seems a good illustration of Milton Friedman's theory of migrations.
Okay, the lady over there. Yeah.
I'm a researcher. I'm a researcher in this institution, and we are speaking about policies done by government, but you cannot imagine what kind of bureaucracy is to get any kind of document, even if you are skilled, even if you are qualified, even if you have a contract, and you have a salary to meet all the requirements, for example, to have a blue card, which is the European Commission directive. My blue card was approved something like 4 weeks ago by Italian government, but I still struggle to convince personal service to apply for it for me, which is only small application that they have to do it so that I can get already approved document. So when speaking about migration, we not only should speak about the high-level policies, but also how they are implemented and met. And the least I would expect from such an institution like European University Institute, where we do research on the frontier and we advise Commission and other institutions on policies, that institution like that could be obstacle for getting blue card.
Thank you. The President? Was there someone? No.
Yeah, thank you. I have two questions. One is, of course, I wouldn't compare Southern European economies with the US economy, but we do have a similar phenomenon that I think Juan illustrated very well, that in Southern Europe we've had people come in unauthorized. They work in the informal market or in the formal market without the full documentation. We have very high activity rates, much higher than the natives, as Juan showed, and very low welfare dependence. So I'm asking you, the economists, what is the lesson that we are to take? I'm not an economist, but I have worked a lot in Southern Europe, and I'm always amazed when I hear that in northern countries the problem is you go from welfare of arrival to welfare to normal welfare of long term. And so what is it that is going wrong? And at the same time, I'm a bit uneasy because I think we're coming to the same conclusion of this morning. So what is it? Is it wrong that we have a welfare state? I think not. And the second question is more
One question per participant.
Go on.
Yeah. So, Pat.
She's the organizer.
The president. The president. Well.
So I just want to ask Phil, I guess I'm pushing a little bit on Joe Karen's point. I wanted to know why you went back to 1994 to look at the discrepancy of a winning politician like Wilson in the debate. You could have just spent, just look at 1 or 2 years of a snapshot on what the debate looks like in the last 2 years in the US, which is not very much. The difference between any of these parties is not very much. So I'm curious why you went back to this equation.
Okay, one more and we close this turn. Yeah.
It's more a comment than a question. So you have to organize such a conference in some way. And I can already see one of the big jobs that we will have, because the logic of the first session, the second session, the third session, has been in some ways a utilitarian logic. There are deep moral issues here that sometimes cut against utilitarian considerations, and we have them at the end, and then we'll have to re-engineer backwards and look at all these economic benefits, costs and benefits, and test them against some kind of normative and values where sometimes in life and in public policy we say, even though it's not the most efficient, but that's the right thing to do, and we can discuss what is the right thing to do. So my comment is, I've been thinking, because the debate has been structured, about differences between the United States and Europe. Here's what seems at first as a huge difference, and on reflection maybe it's not such a big difference at all. There's an incredibly important decision of the European Court of Justice a couple of years ago. So we have unauthorized or undocumented or illegal immigrants, not refugees. That's what I liked about yours, because your solution was both efficient and the right thing to do, right? But as you told me privately, it's a very, very small portion of the total number of migrations, refugees. So it's an easy one from a moral point of view. So this incredibly important decision by the European Court of Justice, so that you have illegal immigrants, but their children or their child is a national of a member state, and as a result, he or she are a citizen of the European Union. And the court says, if you deport the parents because it's a young child, de facto you're also deporting a young child. And since the young child has the right as a European citizen to remain in Europe, then the parents have the right to remain in Europe as a derivative of the young child. So they get to stay, and it raises difficult issues, because in the member states in which they are national, they would deport them. So they would say, even though here the kid is a Belgian, they will leave with their parents, and at the age of 18 they can come back and exercise. But the European Court said, no, to be a European citizen means you have a right to be in Europe, and therefore your parents get a right to be in Europe so that you could be a right. Now imagine what would happen in the United States, because in some ways it's very utilitarian, almost cynical, the status that you described of the 12 million unauthorized. But their saving grace, so to speak, is that all their children are American citizens with all the rights, and eventually the families will all become, over time, Americanized, because the children are American, etc. And when the children reach majority, then they could ask for legalization of the status of their parents, etc. But it would be an incredible revolution if the Supreme Court of the United States took the same decision of the European Court of Justice. So are they heartless? Why wouldn't the Supreme Court take the decision? He or she are an American citizen. If we deport the parents, de facto we're deporting the American citizens. How can you do that? The logic is impeccable. It's complicated, because I think the reason the European Court of Justice could take the decision it took is because there's so little jus soli in the European Union. So it's a nice case to talk about, but most kids do not have nationality and the deportation, so you can be good and noble because it's very few cases, and in the United States, where the same logic would apply, but if there's going to be a change, I believe it would only come from the court, because the status quo seems to serve everybody. So they will fight elections over it, but deep down everybody is interested in the status quo. Because exactly for the reasons that Philip Martin, which raises deep moral issues.
Okay, so I'll take the first one by Eve. So the cost, the fixed cost is paid in the country of origin, but the returns are spent in the country of destination. Is that your question? But remember, I mean, the way to justify a win-win solution for migration is that part of those returns go back to the country of origin in the form of remittances. Well, think of, I checked it this morning before coming here, in purchasing power parity, €1 in Morocco is 12 euros in Italy. Sorry, 12 euros, yeah, that's it. That is the purchasing power is 12 to 1. Okay? So that even if you spend €0.50, you send it to Morocco, that's huge. Okay? So I think that's the justification. The second one is discrimination, which you were saying. Well, we know that if you discriminate, you end up paying off as long as there is competition. If the Italian bureaucracy is really... Well, then what's the... Yeah, but there are... Well, there is this, if you pay peanuts, you get monkeys. So if Italy is really bad at that, or Spain, they will pay for that. They will lose good students, they would lose. That's the solution, it's competition among. I know it's a particular case and you're suffering from it, and there should be an efficient way of solving it. But in general, if a country is really inefficient in dealing with documents, etc., they will pay. I mean, Einstein went to the States for some reason, not for, no, he didn't go to Spain, right? Okay, and welfare dependence, that's the third one. I think it's true, they are younger, they don't use welfare as much, but for instance, they affect many programs, many welfare programs which are means tested. Okay, so since by the reasons I given before, they are ready to accept lower wages and they work for lower wages, they are entitled to programs, and then they crowd out people that which wages are slightly above, say, access, say, to creche, kindergartens, etc. There were people that before the arrival of migrants were entitled to these programs, and they are crowded out. I think this is a very clear case. And I leave.
On the last point? I think that was your question, right, on the welfare dependence and why there seems to be a gap between Southern Europe, where sort of the migrants are illegal but happily working and not on welfare, and in the north, not all, but right. And in Northern Europe, there seems to be more of an issue of welfare dependence. I mean, I think first, I think this is an issue of explicit policy choices. So, you know, in Sweden, for example, they used to have a system where people, refugees, but were put sort of in the labor market very fast. They got like a temporary work permit and were supposed and also encouraged to work. And then they switched to, no, they're not going to work. We put them on welfare for at least a year. The problem is there's a dynamic component in there. So once people are on welfare, they often stay on welfare. So I think that's one of the issues. And I think the other issue is, I don't know the situation in Southern Europe, but in Northern Europe, and I think Germany is a case in point, we had relatively open labor markets recently with lots of migration, and we know that this is kind of a trade-off with the welfare state. And we don't are yet accustomed to the idea of denying welfare benefits to people like the US has no problem of doing. So I think this court decision, which just came out, which denied sort of the welfare benefits to a Romanian woman who came to Germany and was staying there but never looked for work, I think that's going to be I think that's going to shape how we will discuss about this welfare dependence and welfare benefits in the future.
All research shows that migrants do not migrate to get welfare. They migrate to get a job. Yeah. So what is the answer?
Okay. Natalia, you wanted to say something?
I mean, I don't have magic answers, just two quick reflections. First, on the question on brain drain. I think that, as it was mentioned, I mean, different economic sectors, they have different needs in terms of human resources. I think actually the possibility of having more channels for legal migration, being temporary schemes or possibilities for, let's say, more permanent stay, actually could not completely resolve, but let's say be a potential solution to ameliorate the effect of brain drain, because even temporary return or even sometimes virtual return of highly skilled migrants could have a very positive impact. But of course, there is not an easy solution to that. Now concerning the welfare state, I just wanted to share, a few thoughts on that. I think now, with the economic crisis, of course, resources are very limited. And what we observe is that actually migrants who are legally present had to enter the informal sector. So I think there is also the question of what are the channels, the job search channels through which migrant workers find employment. It was already mentioned in the discussion that often, these are informal networks that they have. So how we can make existing employment programs more efficient in terms of targeting, and how migrants could access resources as training or, let's say, career guidance through the formal system. I think this is a challenge in many countries, I think not just in Southern Europe.
Just a couple of quick words. First, on the refugees. The United States took 1 million Southeast Asian refugees in about 2 years. And they were distributed around the country, and different states had different policies. I think that California, for example, said we have to empower them before they work. Iowa said, put them to work. I think the consensus is work is good. Integration through work, that they will learn the language and stuff, but if they're in work, employers are their allies, and that increases acceptance on the part of local people. The children see their parents going to work, a whole lot of things. So even though that sounds like a conservative position, I happen to be a Democrat and worked for Democrats, but I think this idea of newcomers in work has really spread out. Don't forget on brain drain, a lot of training is done precisely because people can migrate. Look at the Philippines. All those nursing schools would not exist if people couldn't go to, I don't know, the UK, Canada, the US. For the students, I've been told that one of the most interesting projects you could do is on the Sunday dowry ads in Indian newspapers. They put in what visa the person has, and that will influence how much they're willing to pay as a dowry. An immigrant visa is worth more than a temporary visa, which is worth more than a student visa, et cetera. People with the opportunity to go abroad, it's not as if, remember, over 90% of employment-based immigrant visas in the United States go to foreigners who are already there, okay? The plan of the person, the employer did not take people from Africa. The Africans came and got jobs. Remember, in South Africa, there are more South African nurses who are trained as nurses who are not working as nurses in South Africa than have ever emigrated from South Africa. Even in my own country, the US, twice as many people have nursing credentials than are employed in nursing. For whatever reason, they're not working in nursing. So whenever you think about, you know, brain drains and all this sort of stuff, it's the individuals making the choice to go. And do you say, well, the Ghana doctors should stay in Ghana because they're Ghanaians and they need them? I mean, then you're limiting individual freedom with the idea that they should help the country. And then the final point is this, with migration, to a certain extent, it was true in the past and it's now, there's a lot of messiness and informality. I mean, one of the jokes that's always made in the US is, why would Apple computer never have been developed in Europe? Because it started in a garage and they broke every rule in the business, right? No minimum wage, no this, no that. It wasn't zoned for that. And if you look at the, you know, there's a certain amount of messiness in how people fall in and out of status for most people who are seeking another opportunity. I mean, migration is normally a success story. It's a journey of hope and fear, and for most people, it's a success. It's a success for the countries. And somehow, since you don't know exactly how things will turn out, if you try to over-regulate it, you might wind up making it more rather than less difficult. And I think that's it's an important lesson. It's hard for governments who are used to rules and regulations and enforcing them to sometimes accept. But I think it's one of those realities that one has to sometimes think about.
I think it's the time to close the session. And is there a coffee break now?
Yes, there is.
Okay, good. Well deserved. Thank you.
Hello, everybody, again. Thank you, actually, for staying on, despite it's quite late. I think we're having a very lively discussion. Maybe we're not getting very clear-cut answers, but I think that was that's part of the challenge, and that's part of the complex, questions and challenges we are faced with. I think we can consider our panel as a little bit of a precursor to the political moral panel, because I think we'll be asking some also of the must questions, not just the what is more convenient or what is more affordable. I have the role of kind of integrating a bit of introducing the discussion of our panel. Our panel turns now to the governance questions, the questions of how you govern mixed flows, irregular migration and asylum seekers that arrive at your borders. So we move on from having examined the demographic challenge and the labor market challenge to the questions of governance. My own presentation is more, now let me see. I think that's, yeah. No, anyway, just by way of introduction, I wanted to point out something that has probably has been hinted at this morning and earlier this afternoon, the fact that we're seeing not necessarily a migration crisis, not necessarily a big increase in the numbers in the longue durée perspective, in the historical perspective, but we do see an increase in the numbers compared to 20 years ago. And what we particularly see is a multiplicity of host and origin countries emerging where previously we didn't have set migration patterns or migration systems. So in a way, we're seeing the post-colonial pathways breaking down and new pathways emerging between countries that had no previous connection, economic, historical, political, or otherwise. We're seeing countries that are not considered particularly rich or economically advanced becoming destinations. We're seeing important previously emigration countries becoming transit and immigration countries. So I have in mind in the European context Southern Europe, but also Turkey and Central Eastern European countries. Now, of course, we have an acceleration of communication and transport, and maybe I have to modify my claim after having heard of the historical presentations this morning, that this is necessarily qualitatively change in migration. Maybe it isn't. Because it has made migration movements more expensive. But I think what we also see, and is interesting, is that while the modalities of communication and transport have changed, the trust in the intermediate actors has not changed, so it's still the migration networks that play the role, even if the modalities are different, even if today we're more interconnected than we ever used to be, and particularly even than we used to be 20 or 25 years ago. Now, it's clear that states cannot act alone in this landscape, and that their capacity to regulate migration is reduced, both because, as I said, directions are multiplying, and because many of the factors are certainly regional or even, continental factors, and they do not depend on a country alone. And at the same time, what I want to argue is that this a response perhaps to the globalization of the phenomena, that we're seeing the emergence of a transnational governance framework. Now, coming to the question of mixed flows, which is probably part of our one part of our core questions in this conference, there is a view that is often shared in the media and by politicians that there are three distinct phenomena. One is legal migration that is economically driven and has to do with labor market dynamics, and there we put the discussion on welfare, etc. Then there is something that is called asylum seeking, that is neat and clean, different from migration. It's about international protection and refugees. And third, there is an area that properly pertains to criminal law and related policy, and this is the one of migrant smuggling and trafficking. Now, I think that three are inextricably interrelated on the ground, and any policy on one of the three actually very much affects the other areas. So policy cannot address, one of the areas without taking into account the other. Also, when we speak about undocumented or unauthorized or irregular migration, we put into the same basket a large varieties of unauthorized migration, which may have to do with irregular entry that is kind of dramatic and spectacular, like the one we witness in places like Lampedusa. But we also, policy-wise and research-wise, we also mean irregular migration that has to do with legal entry, but then abuse, prolongation of your stay, engaging into work without being authorized, or even being authorized to work and engaging into informal work because it's more profitable or you cannot find any other job. And then it's even very much interrelated with asylum, as we know that many asylum seekers choose not to apply for asylum at a specific country, or in good times they try to find work through their ethnic networks. In bad times, like today, they just want to move on to a different country where they think it's better to apply for asylum. And on the other hand, we also know that some people who are mainly economically motivated apply for asylum as a way to temporarily legalize their stay and gain time. Where I find that this policy and political puzzle, comes into place, and all these currents and this phenomena meet, is the border. And by the border, I mean both the physical border, the territorial border, so when you enter a new country, and in the case of the EU, this is probably the EU border, the EU external border. But I also mean the legal or the administrative border that we create by various visa restrictions and document requirements that we place on people in the effort not only to fence our politics but also to create some gatekeeping mechanisms before arrival. Now, looking at this complex landscape, we also know that in the last 20 years we see several forms of transnational governance emerging, which aim at managing both irregular migration and asylum. Now, we have consultative processes like the GFMD, the Global Forum on Migration and Development, that despite criticisms has gone through a successful evaluation last year and is now continuing with perhaps renewed enthusiasm and emphasis. We have international organizations like the IOM, but also the ILO, the UNHCR, the UNODC that are, involved in the management of irregular migration and asylum with different portfolios and in different ways. And of course, at the EU level, we have also a regional regime for asylum on one hand, and I would say for migration as well, particularly as regards combating irregular migration. This is perhaps the place where the EU migration policy is strongest. Now, however, needs to be noted is that probably in terms of asylum, we might speak of a global asylum regime that is emerging that is kind of provides of a certain playing field that in my view is not a level playing field, but still that it is a global set of norms, and we see a proliferation of the human rights discourse. While in the case of migration, there's very much a fragmentation. What I was saying before, that as if it were possible to, for instance, manage legal migration without taking into account irregular migration. Now, the relevant literature on the governance of migration, of which probably Gali El-Ahab and Martin Roos are one of the, among the key exponents and the people who have researched very much the issue. So the literature has tried to make sense of this evolution of the governance of irregular migration and asylum. In many ways, the researchers, colleagues have examined regional and trans-regional schemes of cooperation. They have examined multilateral frameworks. I've already mentioned those, the GFMD, the EU. There are, for instance, there is also bilateral cooperation among many countries. both in the form of the smallest and simplest schemes we can think of, like bilateral seasonal migration agreements, but also larger schemes of cooperation and legal migration and development aid. However, what probably can be noted in all these schemes is the assumption that the nation state remains the dominant factor and actor. So it's all built, with the exception perhaps of the EU, although we see even there that member states try to negotiate their position in very much national ways and national sovereignty ways. But in these transnational or international governance framework, we still see that the nation state remains the key player. What I want to emphasize that is often this may be somehow an illusion, as through indirect and implicit ways, there are other actors who play a key role and which, however, sometimes escape our attention, both the attention of scholars, but also the attention of politicians and policymakers. So there's private actors that have their own smaller or larger agendas. There is international organizations that have their own agendas, and there's soft and hard modes of governance that play out in this. For instance, I use an example of a soft mode of governance, the question of mobility partnerships that the EU has pioneered, where those member states that wish enter into a partnership with one-third country, and this involves a whole set of measures. It's not just about migration, it's about trade, investment, cooperation, of course, of the third country in combating irregular migration, and the EU promising legal migration channels. I think, however, that we need some new analytical tools to think about these new modes of governance and these new actors that can be, as I said, private in the sense of private not for profit, private for profit, but also international organizations that somehow escape our radars often because we think they are just implementers and facilitators of state policy, and we keep thinking that the nation state is in command. Now, to make sense of this new landscape, I propose the notion of irregular migration system and the notion of transnational governance network. Now, the irregular migration system is not very different from the classical notion of a migration system that has widely been used in the literature. Now, a migration system denotes a set of countries that are involved in the receiving and in the origin end of migration, but have a whole set of relationships that are economic, political, social, cultural, often historical ties that link them together and that are relatively stable in time. I think an obvious example of a migration system would be post-colonial migration, say, among the old Commonwealth countries or among the new Commonwealth countries in the case of the United Kingdom. Now, I propose to use this notion to speak of irregular migration system. One might say this is a paradox because irregular migration is something that happens against your will. So how can you have a system which involves all other socioeconomic and political ties and when you speak about an unregistered and unlawful phenomenon? But I think it's precisely that often I think there is a bit of a hypocrisy when we speak about irregular migration, that nobody wants it, because there are many actors and factors in a society that do profit or do favor irregular migration. And on the other hand, I think the irregular migration system notion also, just takes stock of reality, of what is happening on the ground. I would think the Mexico-US case could be a typical case, an archetypical case of an irregular migration system where we see relations and, communication and flows persisting over time and having a specific dynamic so that new flows are inscribed within this. But we can I think of many irregular migration systems within Europe and also in other continents, for instance, between Southeast Asian countries that we heard about this morning. Now, the notion of transnational, governance networks is precisely to try to put and integrate into our study what I said before, the non-state actors that are now heavily involved in the governance of migration and asylum. Now, I think there's been quite a lot of attention in really recent years, the last couple or 3 years, to international organizations and the role they play. Perhaps more criticism has been addressed towards the IOM. Now, you may, I don't know how many of you know much about the IOM. The IOM, the International Organization for Migration, was initially an organization that aimed to manage flows in the 60s and the 70s, you know, processing the paperwork mainly and facilitating movement and somehow guaranteeing that movement was taking place in a relatively orderly way. For instance, in the case of Southern European countries, in the case of Greece or Italy, the IOM was managing migration to Australia. So it was doing the paperwork, it was the intermediate organization. Then after the oil crisis in the mid-70s and the start of the so-called zero migration period, the IOM somehow lost its importance and actually lost a lot of its structural funding from governments. In the last couple of decades, the IOM is emerging as a new important player in the international and transnational field, but what had escaped the attention of researchers until recently was that its budget is no longer structural, but very much project dependent. So in a way, the way to keep people going and the organization going is to make yourself also necessary in the process of governing migration, trafficking, return migration, you know, you name it. So there are very interesting and new studies about the role that the IOM plays in, for instance, promoting return. Now, this is really a buzzword in the EU, to promote return of irregular migrants, of rejected asylum seekers, sustainable return, voluntary return. Now, often a lot of this voluntary return is voluntary after apprehension, so it's kind of voluntary compulsory. But, and I would not deny this, that yes, and the advantage is that if you, after apprehension, if you agree to voluntarily return, you do not become an undesirable alien banned from entry for a number of years. But I will not put into question that it's better perhaps to have the IOM handling these return projects rather than police or border guards, but still it shows that the organization has a logic of its own. Interestingly, even the UNHCR has been recently criticized for instance, in its work in Morocco and in handling asylum seekers who are stranded in Morocco. And the way it assumes there can be a clear-cut distinction between being an asylum seeker and being an irregular migrant and trying to enforce return of asylum seekers, of rejected asylum seekers. So what this points out is that international organizations should not be taken as having a neutral role, just as facilitators or implementers, as go-betweens, as natural, let's say, outcomes of the globalization of flows, but rather we should be a bit more careful and monitor what they do and assess, of course, their role in different projects, and also question the legitimacy that such organization can have when they influence the policy making and the policy implementation. Now, another set of actors that play a role in the governance of asylum and irregular migration are private actors. And now these can be, I think, divided in two kinds. One is private not-for-profit and private for-profit. There is, again, a very recent literature, very recent research looking at the role, for instance, of companies that develop technology equipment and security equipment and the role they have in, for instance, promoting within the EU arena this whole new, every time we have, before we implement the previous visa system and the previous passenger control system, we are into voting in another million and billion investment for buying a better passenger control system. And surprise, surprise, it's often the same companies that are behind these systems. On the other hand, we have civil society actors that, again, are greatly important. They're really very important in providing assistance, really ready-made assistance on call when you have a new increase in arrivals of asylum seekers or when you have irregular migrants that need support. Particularly perhaps in Southern Europe, research has shown that the role of organizations like Caritas, but also like Médecins Sans Frontières and others, and also of small local NGOs and social worker cooperatives is crucial, and they are actually allies to the state because they receive funding and they can provide this, street level operators and street level support that is needed, that the state A has not the capacity to provide, B, it would not be, irregular migrants and asylum seekers would not dare go to people working for authorities to ask for information, ask for assistance, etc. And three, these people often have the skills and the sensitivity to deal with such complex questions. But there is another side of the coin, that this is also a whole economy of the third sector that has a life of its own. Now, people have been asking, how is it that in Sicily not many people have protested with the arrivals through Mare Nostrum? Italy has received more than 140,000 people through the Mare Nostrum operation, which is an operation of the Italian Navy to really save lives at sea, save lives of people crossing the Mediterranean during the last year. Now, I believe that in Italy there is generally a solidarity discourse in the last years, and well, we can discuss later why this is so. I have my own, at least interpretation of why this is so. But let's say that this whole question of asylum seekers and irregular migrants arriving from Asia and Africa has a strong solidarity and like poor people, they need our help, tone. But at the same time, we should not underestimate the importance for local economies of all these projects that, again, the Italian states or EU funds or EEA, European Economic Area funds, like funds from Norway, for instance, the role they have in funding projects of cooperatives and local civil society actors, local NGOs who provide the support. This is a whole economy of its own that certainly has a role and, of course, can influence the agenda. From my own perspective, it probably influences positively the agenda, but I'm just saying from an analytical perspective, we need to take this into account. Now, what does this tell us for the discussion of today, or what does it tell us for the Lampedusa dilemma? I think what it tells us is that we have a complex challenge at hand, and it certainly won't go away. Unfortunately, I'm afraid the Middle East, the situation in the Middle East won't get any better in the next 10 or 20 years. And we need to acknowledge that the challenge is transnational, both because the factors from which it depends find their origins in other countries that can be even very distant from the EU, but also because nation states, although, as I said, they somehow keep remaining in the governance discourse as if they were the most important actors, they are not the most important actors because the playing field is very complex. So I think what we're seeing is mixed schemes of public and private governance and mixed schemes of soft and hard governance that are at play here and that are probably necessary to deal with the challenge. But this, I think, raises new challenges for governments and for the EU in particular, for better regulation and better monitoring and more consultation, more open consultation. No assumption that that some actors are benign or neutral and some actors aren't. No assumption that you can outsource and you can, well, basically that you can outsource certain services, be they support or control or security services, without closely monitoring those, evaluating them, and even questioning their political legitimacy. I think the problem with these kind of short-term, soft types of governance is that they are often taken as if they were technical, apolitical questions, while they're not. I think at the EU level, actually part of the construction of a European migration and asylum governance system should include much more consultation, both with the sub-state actors and with the international organizations, and much more transparency towards citizens who, I think, if they are also more involved or more informed about this process, might have a more realistic view of you know, the trade-offs of migration, some of these trade-offs that we illustrated this morning. So I would like to finish my kind of introductory intervention to this panel, and then give the floor to Galia Lahav, who has actually worked a lot on the decentralization and privatization of the governance of migration. Thank you. Yep. Yeah, we'll go with 5.
Okay. Okay. Oh, it's like a tape recorder. You don't like to hear your own voice. Okay, so I'd like to first thank especially Anna for actually for preluding much of what I would like to say, but also for the kind invitation of being back here. And I'd like to mention that what I'm hoping to do is to bring in politics to the equation. And in keeping with the theme of this conference on the Lampedusa dilemma, I want to say that I am going to try to give you only broad strokes of a project that I started in 2005 when I was here for a few months, and a project which I am now currently completing, which is why it's never a good idea to talk about something that you're intensely working on. But it is a project on the rise of non-state actors in the regulation of this expansive migratory regulation field. So the starting point is really Lampedusa. We started to talk about this, and I want to say that whether we diagnose the Lampedusa dilemma or more contentiously as the securitization of migration that has often been floating in the discussion, I want to remind us that the salience of migration on the political agenda reflects a shift in not only the regulatory playing field, but the normative playing field of migration. In fact, as electorates in Europe have increasingly identified migration as a threat rather than only a serious problem, we see that European policymakers have been forced to reorganize their sort of rights-based and economic norms in favor of relatively open borders, with their political interest and their capacities, in fact, to secure their borders. What I've often called this doesn't work, is that it? No. The security trilemma. So as the main subtitle of this conference asks us to consider, I looked very carefully, and that is, what can European policymakers do? I want to talk a little bit about how Europeans might be, and not only Europeans, but certainly Americans, Canadians, area where I've also been looking at, how they have been responding to some of the newer challenges, which is represented by the Lampedusa sort of dilemma. So let me talk a little bit about some of the policy changes that I have seen, that I'm sure many of you have seen in broad strokes. It's not very surprising, not very novel to think about the broad changes that have been taking place within a context over the last, probably in Europe since the end of the Cold War, with this increasing and heightened insecurity that's happening across the board. So we see European and Western policymakers adopting all kinds of striking policies towards this goal, including tighter border controls, smart borders, increasing visa requirements, readmission agreements, buffer zones, fingerprinting, biometric identification, and databases, carrier sanctions, accelerated return procedures, and even student verification procedures, detention, removal of criminal aliens, and even changing benefit eligibility. What I want to point out is something that Anna very explicitly mentioned, and that is what has really gone quite unnoticed, I believe, and that is the core feature of such a regulatory playing field is based on the incorporation of these non-state actors that exist at the private, local, can I move this? And international, good, okay, level. And sort of just to give you a broad stroke of what it looks like, these types of actors, which many more, yeah, okay, exist. They are really involved in this burden-sharing functions of gatekeeping. As you can see, these are actors that include airlines and transport companies, travel agencies, hospitals, even universities, employer groups, and of course NGOs, and certainly foreign states or third state actors that have been essentially co-opted in an extended regulatory framework of migration and border control. These non-state actors have, I want to remind us, the economic, the social, the political resources to either facilitate or to curtail entry and return, and they provide states with very different sites and very flexible tools to control the mixed migratory flows at the source. Now, in many ways, this is kind of old news. In the literature, they have invariably been understood as deputy sheriffs, as agents, public-private partnerships, all in processes of remote control, migration, externalization, outsourcing, privatization. There's all kinds of literature and really a proliferation of researchers that have been looking into explaining some of these processes, the newest which has been the literature on commercialization of border control. So the one thing that they all have in common, whatever perspective you come from, is that they are seen to be encouraged by national states to promulgate extremely protectionist norms, and that means that actors at different levels are reined in either through incentives or some kind of constraints, normally sanctions, to discipline mobility. So in many ways, what I like just in this sort of visual, this is really just a visual, is that it allows us to go beyond this monolithic view of the state, where we can really start to identify and reconceptualize some of the state and public regulatory modes by looking at the very different levels that might be available to policymakers in democratic societies to sort of discipline the type of migration that they want. This policy framework in the EU really provides a very, very interesting portrait of how especially European states have been able to reconcile these cross pressures in the mixed flows of migration. Essentially in Europe, the policy framework represents both an overt coercive type of enforcement strategies, and of course soft indirect power of implementation practices that seems to really be consolidated over the last, certainly over the last 10 years. The question that, of course, we could all ask is, what's new here? There are some innovations that are worthy of study. Certainly, this incorporation of these kinds of non-state actors in regulation of migration appear to have roots in older repertoires. I've written about this, I think at the end of the 90s, what I've called the neo-corporatist arrangements to deal with migration. But they more recently have been showing increasing signs of institutionalization, especially of what we call the webbing, which has seemed to flourish as part of a state expansion.
So this is definitely something that I think is very, very new here. Also, the globalization, just to use a good buzzword, has afforded migration control very extensive burden-sharing capabilities with an extraordinary degree of very sophisticated technology, biometrics, smart borders, data mining, all which these types of institutional frames are able to facilitate. But most importantly, and this is really where I want to spend the majority of the time, I would say that what is new is this post-World War II. I always have to qualify that for my now students, that there is something beyond post-Cold War, but the post-Cold War context of liberal judicial norms and public scrutiny that states have to overcome today in order to pursue these kinds of interests and to, in fact, carry on and to institutionalize these frames is unprecedented. Many of these policies, which are geared to much more serious border control, rely on serious instruments of surveillance, and certainly the role of non-state actors is very prevalent here. And they also represent a significant retreat from certain liberal principles guiding migration policies. So, of course, the most contentious types of regulatory concerns are questions about privacy, accountability, transparency, discrimination, profiling, surveillance, and so on, many others. I guess this is, Martin, what you might be calling the price of rights. So this is where I want to talk a little bit more about politics. In other words, how do democratic states in Europe, how can they respond to some of these challenges? And here, I think we need to ask ourselves, how do democratic publics adjust to the new rules of the game? Clearly, one way that these mechanisms work is by far through the reorganization of the political landscape and party politics. Here, I think it's important to realize that the framing of migration policy increasingly within a security context has enabled states to really create certain types of new issues, which has generated what Ari Zolberg long time ago called strange bedfellows. One side that has been concerned about privacy and freedom, mixed with all those that are concerned maybe also with the social moral fabric, national security, terrorism. These guys worry, or gals, they worry they worry less about the threat from terror or the threat from migrants, and much more about the threat to democracy, Big Brother. For these groups, the question is, how can these non-state actors oversee regulations? How can they be supervised? What are the issues, what we call the issues in politics of accountability, abuses of power, and the incompatibility perhaps with the non-refoulement when you have private actors that have very little training in differentiating between would-be asylum seekers. So, of course, on the other side, the argument has been about the notion that these types of actors have enabled states not only to regulate migration and border movement much more flexibly, but also to develop, in fact, much more reliable means of identification, much more efficient means, which is a humanitarian, in the humanitarian interest, that is more efficient, that is more reliable, that is less arbitrary, and that, in fact, private actors have been able to really privatize what could be for the public good. So, for example, not only do they manage mobility to sort out who the desirable from undesirable, but there is a greater public good when they can manage issues like SARS or Ebola, for that matter, which is yet just another newer issue on this landscape. Obviously, this is a bit simplistic, but the point that I want to say is that these types of issues, of these what's often the security rights axiom, has reorganized the typical divisions in the political debate, which is why I think that maybe Phil's point didn't come out as strongly, but that the debate is basically conflated. It's very difficult to distinguish between, certainly in the US, between the Democrats and the Republicans, when you see that even in issues like deportation and so on, the Democrats have done a much better job. This is one way I think that states have been able to use these types of new regulatory actors. But another way, I think that democratic policymakers have been empowered with the use of these types of non-state actors has been by what I would say depoliticizing the immigration issue away from the public sphere. Indeed, the intensification of non-state actors in regulating these kinds of mobility has diverted much of the attention away from political debate, much more, it's reframed it much closer, at least the discourse, on the technical terms. So, in other words, I think that the diffusion of migration regulation to these technocratic actors who can, in fact, be more effective, at least in targeting mobility, at the source has served to depoliticize, meaning that it's taken the polarization out of the debate, and it's certainly taken the public away from discussion when you can see that the focus increasingly has been on the technocratic operations of regulation. And I would say a lot more about this, but I think that Anna mentioned a little bit more about the role of international actors, in fact, which have been institutionalized increasingly since the Lisbon Treaty has enabled these states to use these kind of techniques much more regularly. So finally, these developments, I want to say, have been enhanced greatly today because they are not only sanctioned by international agreements such as the Schengen, ENP, even at a large level of the ICAO partnerships, but they've been very importantly sanctioned by public opinion, for whatever that's worth. And I think that the import of public support for these new modes is critical, as we know that immigration has certainly increased on the agenda as a salient issue. But again, as a political scientist, it's very important for me to remind people that there's a huge difference between salience of the issue, meaning what publics can see, and polarization, how divided publics are. So for example, I can think of maybe the abortion issue in the United States, especially. Everyone has an opinion about abortion, but no one votes on that. Maybe 1%, actually it's about 1% of the population. So this is really the opposite of what we see on these types of migration issues as they become increasingly depoliticized. The extent that policy implementation relies on technocratic diffusion of regulation really is seen through consensus building and by keeping the publics out. So one way we can see this is really what you can see on the media. Certainly, the media has focused on issues of privacy, so it has been salient. There have been issues of surveillance. That's certainly something that publics are aware of. But interestingly, publics seem to have been increasingly, or at least acquiescent, in fact, to the control mechanisms. So one nice figure that I find very striking across the board is the fact that this increasing surveillance, and this is just one figure that in my book, I have quite a number of other areas that I look at, but public acquiescence to this increasing surveillance seems to have not been accompanied by any kind of noticeable surge in protests This is something that always strikes me as people take off their shoes going through border control or sort of all kind of unlikely discomforts that we live with. But also, there has not been any noticeable surge in any kind of populist movements. So I think that, as you can see in this chart, most people across Europe and other democracies, they certainly do express skepticism about government or private companies' abilities to protect personal information. But what's very interesting is that they're about as likely to support regulation over information, personal information from publics, as they are from private companies. And this is, as you can see, not just the American case. So I think that this is the support for new actors is definitely there from publics. It's also there for support if you want to look at the delegation to external, to outsourcing, or to the EU, policy areas like Frontex. It seems that publics are even slightly from a public opinion framing, this is a slight increase, but an important one, that there is still public support for external EU in delegating certain regulation. And I would admit that the southern countries seem to be disproportionately in support, pro-EU, for delegation. But nevertheless, across the board, there seems to be pretty much an incline over the last 2 years, especially, on regulating outside of states to external types of actors. So I want to just talk about one of the psychological points. I like very much, this morning we talked a little bit about how cognitive and psychological backgrounds might really affect migration norms. And here is a great illustration. I want to remind us that as some of my public opinion research, my attitudinal work so far in the United States and Canada has shown that as migration is increasingly framed as a physical security, which is what we see when we see the Lampedusa, or we see some of the increasing hordes of migration that the pictures reveal. As this happens, you can see that people increasingly are likely, as you can see from, does this work here? No? What am I doing wrong? Yeah? No? Okay, whatever. See, I just talk high tech. As you can see, their increase, the polarization starts to narrow as migration is framed increasingly as a physical or security threat, something that's related to security, as opposed to the types of divisions that we've seen when migration is linked with economics or cultural threat, which tends to divide people ideologically. Okay, so that makes sense that there is more of a consensus. This is something that across the board I'm working on national samples. But I want to bring this to some kind of conclusion so we can perhaps open for questions. I want to go full circle for a moment and ask the question that I think was asked of me to discuss, which is how do we actually evaluate some of the effectiveness of these types of developments? We can definitely look at how Europe has dealt with migration, especially since the Arab Spring. And I want to note that despite, and maybe because of the huge fears about migration spikes, I think that as our respectable resident scholar, demographer here has shown, that asylum or irregular migration from MENA region, from the Middle East region and North Africa, did not really pan out beyond the initial phase, and instead illegal border crossing actually decreased over by 2013. So part of this we could argue is a reflection of the new types of modes that have been really using to deter migration. But I think that most importantly and equally telling is the success that policymakers have had in circumventing some of the constraints and being able to diffuse the issue nominally because these types of fears have really triggered some of this kind of acquiescence that I believe is happening with public opinion. So in many ways, as I would argue, and I certainly have tried to go a little bit more in depth here, that the types of developments that we might have seen emerging in the EU after the Arab Spring, in many ways have affected EU thinking, but not in the way that we might think. That is that the changing geopolitics of security concerns did not provide a new thinking as much as an opening and an accelerant for member states to expand the migration playing field. So in conclusion, I would say that to consider the policy options for European policymaker requires us not only to consider the outcomes in demographic numbers. I think it's really important to look at public responses and the flexibility that allows for policymakers to really take effective control and to discipline mobility in ways that are important to manage these kind of cross pressures. Of course, I'm expecting that Joe will come up with all of the truisms about how this would signify a complete withdrawal of humanitarian or compromises, liberties. This is certainly true. No one could argue that. But there is one thing that I think people need to think about, and that is that paradoxically, in some cases, these European policymakers can, in fact, use these kinds of control signals to draw public attention to their successful efforts in controlling unwanted forms of migration as a way to placate any kind of hostility that might emerge, while simultaneously actually pursuing more liberal regulations, especially when it comes to labor migration, highly skilled, and so on. So I think that there is some perhaps benefits to these burden-sharing strategies, these kind of diffusion modes, which of course I think means that we might be looking at a future of a migration that looks like this as we cross the border. Okay. So, thank you. You want to say?
Thank you, Galia, for this positive note. I think we're going to continue with the gloomy scenario since Martin is going to speak about shocks, geopolitical shocks, and how to deal with them. Sorry.
Okay, well, I'm your speaker number 15 today, so I shall try to make sure I stick to time. Let me just start by thanking Anna and the organizers for inviting me. I must say that I accepted the invitation with some hesitation. On one hand, the contracts looked very, very interesting, and lots of people here who wanted to meet. At the same time, Anna asked me to talk about the topic that I don't know an awful lot about. So forced migration in response to geopolitical shocks. So here's a big caveat before I talk if there ever was one. So what I would like to do is just briefly say how I approach the issue, and which is very much informed by my research over the past few years, which has been mainly on labor immigration and labor immigration policies in high-income countries. And so I've been mainly interested in the features and characteristics of labor immigration policies around the world. And I'll just give you 4 results from a book that I published last year, The Price of Rights, and then try relate it to geopolitical shocks, to the analysis of geopolitical shocks. So if you look at how high-income countries admit migrant workers around the world and what rights high-income countries grant to migrant workers, what you find is the following. First, almost all labor immigration programs around the world are temporary migration programs. So I've looked at 104 labor immigration programs in 46 countries, and over 90% admit migrants on a temporary basis initially. After some time, migrants are allowed to gain permanent residence in some countries and in others not. So the norm is guest worker programs with restricted rights. If you look at some more detailed features of these policies, what you find is that countries are much more open to admitting skilled and low-skilled migrant workers. They grant skilled migrant workers more rights than low-skilled migrant workers, and there is a tension between openness and some rights. That means the countries that are more open to admitting migrant workers tend to be more restrictive with regard to some rights, particularly social rights, so access to the welfare state. Now, what causes these policies, you might ask, and the political scientists in the room know that there's a big literature about the processes of migration policies and big disagreement of the determinants of migration policies. Some people argue it's all about institutions, others argue it's all about interests. There's a new literature about ideas, and yet other argues that it's a simple cost-benefit analysis. Now, whatever you think about how policy is made in practice, fact is that those features that I've just outlined, more openness to skilled and low-skilled, more rights for skilled, and the trade-off between openness and some rights, those features are consistent with a utilitarian way of thinking about labor immigration policy. So if you think about the economic costs and benefits of labor immigration to the receiving country, you can come to the conclusion that for high-income countries, it's more beneficial to admit skilled and low-skilled migrants, give them more rights in the welfare state, and it might also justify the trade-off. Now, of course, just because something makes sense within a cost-benefit framework doesn't make it morally right at all. So I think the trade-off between openness and rights in particular raises some very difficult normative questions. And just because some rights create costs doesn't mean that it's a good thing to restrict them. And my own view would be that I would tolerate some restrictions, but not others. But why am I explaining this? People often ask me, so you work in labor immigration, what about other types of policies? What about asylum, family migration? And in the past I haven't looked so much at these policies, partly because maybe naively I somehow assumed, those policies are all very different. It's much less about the national interest, it's about protection, humanitarian dimension. So for this project, which is a co-authored project with Nick Van Heer, who knows a lot more about geopolitical shocks than me, what we try to do is basically look at how high-income countries have responded to forced migration in geopolitical shocks over time. And this is the very beginning of the project, but just by looking at few countries' policies, I'm already getting the impression that actually maybe those responses to these kinds of shock migration might not be so different. The way countries think about admitting shock migrants fleeing shocks, might not be so different from the way countries think about admitting labor immigration policies. There's very much a thinking about what are the costs, what are the benefits for us, rather than just we need to protect migrants, and that's why we need to act. So the argument I want to develop today is that I think rather than shying away from this utilitarian logic, I think the debate, particularly on forced migration and geopolitical shocks, maybe needs some more explicit analysis of the costs and benefits of particular policy options for receiving countries, not least because maybe on moral grounds we then reject these policy options, but also as I want to argue that even if you want to make policy in the narrow national interest of receiving countries, some of the policies that we see today, containment policies in particular, might actually not be in the longer-term interests of receiving countries at all. So never mind the moral objections, which I would have to some of the policies, even if you think about it in kind of hard-nosed political economy benefit cost analysis, I think we might find that those policies are not optimal for receiving countries. So what do I mean by geopolitical shock? I mean a sudden and relatively unexpected event or serious events that leads to destabilization. I'm interested primarily in shocks that are created by political factors rather than economic. They're obviously interrelated. And not all geopolitical shocks result in a decline in human security, but I'm interested in specifically those that do lead to forced migration. Recognize that I use forced as a linguistic convenience. All migration is situated somewhere on the spectrum between forced and voluntary. But I'm interested in shocks that create rapid displacement and forced migration. Now, if you just look at a map of where are the main geopolitical shocks over the past 25 years, this is just in October. The bigger circles present high severity shocks. The great majority, although not all geopolitical shocks, occur in low and middle income countries that are surrounded by lower and middle income countries. Now, just context, we've already seen the photos. The media debate about irregular migration in response to the Arab Spring in particular is dominated by these types of impressions. There's large numbers of irregular migrants arriving on boats, particularly like this photograph. Many of you, I'm sure, will have seen it. This is migrants climbing the fence of a golf course in Spain. And there is a debate, of course, about numbers. Okay, so we read the papers, there's the impression there's huge numbers coming. And some researchers, including research here at the European University Institute, have pointed out actually the numbers have been much smaller than suggested in these public debates and in media debates. And actually, if you look at Frontex data, obviously we have to take them with a grain of salt because they are partly a reflection of enforcement activity. What you see is that between 2009 and 2013, there's been some increase along some channels, but by and large, the increase hasn't been huge. Now, very recently, in 2014, there has been a very large increase, especially across the central Mediterranean route. I think the biggest nationality of people who are detected are Syrians. So I think, to argue that there hasn't been any increase, I think is truly not right. To argue that there's been huge increases, I think is equally mistaken. You look at the Arab Spring, illegal detections of people crossing illegally. There's been a spike in 1 year, but then a rapid decline again. Even if you think about Syria, 3 million displaced in the region, now 25,000 people detected. In that context, numbers are still relatively small. But anyway, what's small and big is a subjective issue. So what I would just suggest a few questions for research, and I'm not going to address this question comprehensively, but I think the questions we need to ask is, when, why, and how do geopolitical shocks lead to irregular migration to European and other high-income countries? And if you want to address that question, I think there's a few questions sub-questions we need to ask. First of all, what are the different displacement and migration scenarios in response to geopolitical shocks? Secondly, what policy options do high-income countries have? And finally, what are the long-term effects of some of these short-term policies? Now, again, this is very basic, but sometimes it's quite useful to think about some very basic issues. So imagine there's a geopolitical shock in a lower middle-income country, it's surrounded by lower middle-income countries. What might happen? Well, you might have internal displacement within the country experiencing the shock. You might have forced migration to neighboring countries. You'd have direct migration to high-income countries further away. You might have transit migration. Of course, in practice, these are not mutually exclusive. To a certain degree, you will have all of these scenarios happening for different shocks. Now, importantly, what's often forgotten in debate as well is that geopolitical shocks can affect a wide range of different groups of people, not only citizens of the shock country, but also migrants. And in some cases, for example, in Libya in 2011, it was predominantly migrants who were affected by the shock. In Syria, we have a mix of citizens, refugees, migrant workers who are affected. Yet in other areas, it's mainly citizens. So I think there's an important distinction to be drawn there. It's different types of migration that's affected. It's not only forced migration. It might be labor migrants, student migrants, who might all get, who are all implicated or affected in one way or another. And just a short note, again, it's a fairly obvious point. I think one cannot say a priori that one type of response is always better than another. In some cases, it might be more beneficial for migrants to be in the neighboring country rather than in a European country. So I think the short-run costs and benefits of these things are quite context-specific. Now, what are the policy responses that high-income countries can have to a geopolitical shock and to migration? So my general starting point is that I kind of reject two stereotypes, which are stereotypes but still very common in public debates, but also to some extent in academic research. On the one hand, we often hear, especially from public opinion, that nation states need to be in complete control of immigration. Well, that's obviously, we all know that will never be the case. We know that different countries are differentially constrained. There's lots of different factors that affect the capacity and formal authority that different countries have to control immigration. On the other hand, there's a lot of people who argue that nation states have lost control, that the forces of globalization mean that immigration is unstoppable. Well, I think that's equally untrue. Migrants constitute 3% of the world population despite huge inequalities. So if you look at it from that point of view, high-income countries are doing a very effective job at keeping people out. I mean, the number one reason why we don't have more than 3% is restrictive immigration policies in high-income countries. So I think the nation-states' policies have a huge impact on the scale, composition, and the conditions under which immigration occurs. Now, you might think, in response to forced migration, so people fleeing geopolitical shocks, there are more constraints on nation-states. Well, fact is that, of course, the Geneva Convention constrains countries in terms of the asylum procedure, but of course the issue with the Geneva Convention is that it requires targeted rather than generalized violence and persecution. So most people fleeing geopolitical shocks will not qualify for protection under the 1951 Convention, unless some countries might nevertheless decide to grant that protection. Now, of course, there's all kinds of second-class protection status, temporary protection, subsidiary protection status that countries might grant, but that's much more discretionary. Countries have much more leeway in terms of deciding whether or not they should grant this protection or not. So what does it all mean? Well, if you look at the international framework, there are very important gaps in terms of the legal protection offered to people fleeing from geopolitical shocks. As a consequence, countries have huge discretion. Countries have a lot of policy choices on how they react to people fleeing from shocks. So what can they do? Well, you can admit migrants and offer them permanent protection if they are eligible, and you give them full Geneva status. You can admit migrants and give them temporary protection, as was the case with the crisis of the wars in the former Yugoslavia, where large numbers of people were accepted in European and other high-income countries on a temporary basis. A third option is, well, you can try to keep people out. You can try to contain people either in the country or in neighboring countries. And the final option, of course, is you say, well, we're not engaging at all, the do-nothing option. And if you look at what's been happening over the past 25 years, and this is well documented, there has been, of course, a move from, if I start now in the early 1990s, there has been a move from protection, mainly temporary protection, to containment. And of course, one has to be careful if you compare different types of shocks and different responses, because I think there are very important specificities. But the European countries and other high-income countries have been very receptive to receiving people fleeing from the conflicts in Kosovo and Bosnia and Herzegovina. And this chart shows you the people displaced, refugee population in neighboring countries, refugees from Kosovo. And in 1999, through the humanitarian evacuation program, European countries and the US and lots of other countries accepted over 100,000 refugees from Kosovo, with the exception of the US, which granted permanent protection. All countries granted temporary, all European countries granted temporary protection. So there was a major response from the international community, and I think it's interesting to ask, why that was the case. Compare that with the containment policies of European countries in response to people fleeing uprisings to do with the Arab Spring turned Arab nightmare. So, well, what's the situation with Syria? As we all know, over 90% of refugees fleeing from Syria are in neighboring countries. So these are data for 2003, already out of date. European countries, with the exception of Germany and Sweden, have taken very, very few refugees from Syria, and the policy has been to contain people. Of course, there's other policy measures as well. One alternative policy measure to admitting people is to send money, and Britain prides itself that that's the policy response Britain has adopted, to send money to help with people in the region. So it's interesting to ask how countries compare to how countries respond to different types of shocks. What I'm trying to say is, if you want to answer that question, I think you need to engage in some sort of debate and analysis of the costs or benefits for the national interests of receiving countries in terms of responding to specific crises. So this is just the money that different countries have given for Syria, and without naming countries, it's interesting to observe that some countries have accepted significant numbers of refugees and given quite a bit of money. Some other countries have not accepted many, but given a lot of money, and yet others have done neither, no money and no refugees. And what I'm trying to argue is that when countries think about this, they think about impacts, economic costs and benefits, social costs and benefits. The reason why Britain has only accepted a handful of Syrians so far is partly because the government has a very high-profile objective of reducing immigration. And accepting a lot of refugees from Syria doesn't sit very well with that objective. So there's clearly a domestic politics. There's a political economy of accepting or rejecting people fleeing from geopolitical shocks. So that leads me to ask the question, so we have an increasingly common regional containment of refugees fleeing geopolitical shocks. So is that good policy? Well, at the normative level, personally, I would argue that some forms of containment, including those that we see around Syria at the moment, are deeply problematic as they violate, in our view, some of the minimal constraints on the ethics of migration that Joe Cairns talks about in his book. And of course, if geopolitical shocks result in long-term conflicts, then continuing containment requires an ever-increasing degree of border control, enforcement, detention. So there have been a lot of critiques about these policies, how they violate human rights, and I would agree with a lot of them. But at the end of the day, I don't think moral outrage is going to change anything, precisely because many of these policies are based on national interests and not on the morality of the thing. So I think the reason why many high-income countries' recent policy responses to shock migration may be unsustainable in the longer term is not because they're immoral, but because they're likely to produce long-term impacts which can exacerbate rather than reduce the costs that these very short-run responses are trying to achieve. So basically, what I want to say is that we need to engage in this debate about how do these responses affect the national interests, but in the longer term. Because it seems to me that there are some very obvious long-term impacts that any sort of short-term response might have. And I think those long-term effects can be mixed. So I'm not saying that all types of containment produce more irregular migration in the long term, but clearly sometimes this can be the case. So if your current policy is containment, and if as a result a lot of people fleeing shocks go to neighboring countries that are becoming destabilized, potentially think of Lebanon, receiving large numbers of migrants from Syria, and if these regions then kind of blow up going forward, this of course will increase pressures for irregular migration. Now at the same time, of course, create problems, and some of these long-term consequences are interactions between current policies and previous policies. So, in some countries you have a big diaspora, and diaspora often engages in these conflicts. So there's kind of a nightmare scenario where, people from the diaspora, what we see again in Syria, now in European countries, some people move to Syria to help fight and make some of these conflicts worse. But, in other cases, the diaspora might help with peace building. So the somewhat unsatisfactory nature of what I'm saying is that I don't think there's a clear-cut case that the long-term consequences are always positive or negative, but it seems to me is that any sensible policy, even if you're only worried about the national interest, needs to consider what happens in the long run. And there is a big danger, as I said, that some forms of containment produce these sort of refugee warriors that will end up leading to more conflict in the future. So, so the simple message is, I think we need to find out more about what's happening in the long term and try to bring some of these long-term effects into the discourse about how high-income countries should respond to migration caused by geopolitical shocks. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Martin. I'm not sure if we're given a doom and gloom scenario here or a more optimistic vision of where the EU is going, but I give the floor to Michelle for constructive criticism.
Thanks, Anna, for the invitation. I guess if Martin was the 15th speaker, I'm the 16th, I think the last. So I have some just brief comments, and then hopefully we can have a good discussion. So I wanted to comment on the three papers, just one or two key themes from each. The first one I want to focus on is Galia's paper, The New Actors, the Technical Focus. I want to requote something that she has in her paper. She said, intensification of non-state actors in regulating border crossings has diverted much of the focus away from political debate and has reframed the migration discourse in technical terms. I think this was exactly what she has presented here, is this focus now on technical terms. And she also states in her paper, its technical diffusion has ensured increasing enforcement capacities away from public scrutiny. This is one of the points that I want to pick up. I don't know if you remember seeing, she presented Table 2. And Table 2 had about 11 technical and operations measures ranging from Eurosur, Eurodac, and many others. All of those measures are voluminous, hundreds of pages of research and analysis that the legislator has to go through. The legislator is also informed by advocacy groups, many of them working in the civil liberties area, but we increasingly see as an NGO working in Brussels on migrants' rights that a lot of the migration rights groups are not adequately informed and taking part in this debate, mainly because it's technical, because it's very, very difficult to enter in. It seems strange that it is. It's not to say that they're not engaged. They are not engaged to the level that they should be. So that we increasingly see that advocacy is a little bit divided on this in Brussels. We also, Galia in her paper, she says, how might European electorates figure in this dynamic? I think what's also emerging, and what we heard from many of the, not just Galia, but the others as well, is what is the role of non-state actors, and especially private companies. We don't have enough research on the various private companies that are involved in the border security and the enforcement industry, and especially who are these private companies, what are their links to the state, and how is it in some cases in the state's interest to continue the role of private companies in this whole industry. I think the central question when we look at private companies and non-state actors is accountability. This was raised by several in their themes. And one example that I want to give is the role of private companies in detention and forced return. We don't have a mapping, a systematic overview of what are these companies working in detention centers, managing them, but we have increasingly over the years a number of documented deaths of migrants in detention centers. We also have deaths of migrants in forced return procedures. Some of you might remember it was in 1996 or 1998, a case of Samira Adamou in Belgium. She was in a forced return procedure in a private airline company accompanied by the Belgian police. And because, as many of the cases, the person who's being removed resists, she was held on by the police with the cushion technique, which is basically they took a pillow and put her like this and tried to stifle her cries. Well, the cushion technique was a bit too forceful and made her unconscious, and she later died. So this, unfortunately, was not an isolated case. In the past 15 years, we've documented a number of similar cases. It wasn't outrageous enough. But I think the issue is also not only the migrant being forcibly removed, but also citizens protesting these situations. I think the image that you finished with the citizens going to the airport, this actually could be any one of us going on a private commercial flight when a return is being forcibly handled by either private security industries or the national police, But the issue is what happens also to the citizens who protest. We have also documented cases where citizens have been blacklisted by the airline companies when they protested, also citizens put in jail. So I think the issue is how do we ensure more accountability for the private companies in this case? We see increasingly in labor migration, there's an increasing focus on the role of accountability for recruitment. So how to ensure that recruiters working in countries of origin, managing recruitment, many times are private companies. This is now, as Anna was saying, a buzzword for the other issue, but this is now a buzzword on the global scene, recruitment. The ILO, IOM, civil society is all invested in this. It's also trying to see how do we look at the supply chain. But how do we ensure the same type of perspective for private companies in the border security industry? I think this would be something to look at more in depth. How do we ensure the same type of perspective, the same kind of guidelines that are now being developed, also for this perspective? The second point that I want to draw on is Anna's paper, so the transnational governance. I think it's interesting, Anna, that you also, in your presentation now, just looked at 3 diverse frameworks. So asylum, you mentioned that there's a high level of ratifications of the Geneva Convention. We have numerous EU directives on asylum, and yet still in Europe, as Anna rightly pointed out, many people don't claim asylum because they never have access to the procedures. Many people who claim it are never given protection. So the level of legal standards is quite high and quite difficult. We have the trafficking discourse. We have a new EU directive, we have the Council of Europe Convention, the Palermo Protocol, we have the OSCE Special Representative and Alliance Against Trafficking. In fact, we have a lot of tools and resources. I think anytime you turn on CNN, you can easily see a commercial on against trafficking. Anytime you're going into an airport in the global south, you'll always see awareness-raising campaigns. And yet the same problem. The level of legal standards is so high that many people who are seriously trafficked never are able to get protection, and many people also see the level of legal standards so high that they never even try to get the protection. And then we have the whole framework of migration. So I wanted to mention here, obviously we have the Migrant Workers Convention, 47 signatories, nearly 1/3 of total EU member states, so we're making progress. Some are destination countries. But as Anna pointed out in her paper, no strong multilateral framework. We have the GFMD process. We've been involved in it since 2007. We see as a civil society organization that it's a trust-building exercise that's very slow and very painful, both with civil society organizations amongst themselves, both in terms of governments amongst themselves, and then where the two come together. And we also see that with all 3 of these areas, we have a silo approach. So as an example, a very particular example, when children are discussed in the area of migration, we often only think about unaccompanied or trafficked children. We don't have very much policies, research, data focus on children with their parents. So this is once again a practical example of this silo approach. How do we now build this new narrative with all of these multiple actors? What we see globally, and especially with the Global Forum on Migration, ministries of the interior or security are dominating. So whereas I think someone previously talked about the majority of migrants worldwide are involved in work, we don't see labor migration globally taking a prominent role as much as they should. We see the IOM much more prominent than the ILO, and we also see this replicated on the EU level. So when we think of migration in the European Union, we think of DG Home. We don't think necessarily, or they're sidelined DG Employment, as well as all of the other relevant DGs, development, education, health, and justice. So the third and final point that I want to look at is Martin's paper, the 4 policy options. I wanted to highlight so he gave a panel there of permanent protection, temporary protection, containment, and do nothing. I wanted to talk briefly of the containment policy. How do we, in a sense, outsource this how do we contain migrants away from the EU, keep them, as the case that you mentioned, Syria, but I also wanted to mention North Africa or Turkey. So we see as civil society that it's often very difficult to know exactly what's going on with migrants when they're contained in those countries as sort of buffer zones before coming to the EU. Civil society also, for example, in Ceuta and Melilla, there was a couple of pictures shown of the Spanish enclaves, are adequately monitoring the situation because they're in Spain, because they can easily monitor and report to the Spanish ombudsman and MEPs. But what happens when those migrants are actually in Morocco or in other places in North Africa, Libya? How can we actually enforce the rights when they're there? And I wanted to briefly say, with the 4 policy options that Martin proposed, how could we look at those concerning undocumented migrants who are in Europe? So in terms of permanent protection, most EU member states have had some form of regularization in the past 20 years. This is from the Regine study. Temporary status, we know, often leads to more irregular migration. Containment, or enforcement, looking at detention. Martin said, and you just said it in your presentation, given that policies are based on the national interest, moral outrage is unlikely to result in policy change. I wanted to give the example of children in detention. 2/3 of member states currently detain children, 1/3 don't, and this 1/3 is slowly increasing. What is actually making the change? Is it moral outrage? Is it results of research of psychiatrists and psychologists saying the impact on their mental health? Is it cost-benefit analysis? It's actually cheaper not to put children in detention. How do we actually evaluate what is this change that's actually going on? And the do-nothing policy will automatically have an impact on the broader society if we do nothing about undocumented. We'll have an impact on social cohesion, on public health, fighting crime, and labor standards. So to finish, just some last thoughts, maybe for the debate now, but also tomorrow. How do we see some new emerging actors? One, I would say, is professionals. So also kind of building on what Galia was trying to identify, who are these multiple actors in this debate, and how do we see their roles emerging? So healthcare professionals have really been instrumental in a number of EU member states in changing legislation to enable more protection, more access to healthcare for undocumented. Sweden and Italy are 2 cases. Another actor is cities and regions. Obviously, cities and regions don't determine migration policies, but they act upon migrants once they're in their jurisdictions. Mayors came together in Barcelona in June, and they gave a clear message in their conference that they wanted more recognition for the role that they're playing in ensuring social cohesion. Another actor is the media. We've talked a number of times about media today. We haven't really specifically addressed the whole issue of terminology and the negative impact that illegal migration or illegal migrants has on public discourse. But the media, the Associated Press last year decided to change and to not use illegal anymore. We have a little campaign here, I don't have any more left, but trying to also promote irregular or undocumented in different languages. And I would say the last actor is the courts. Mr. Weiler referred to the Zambrano case, which has been instrumental from the European Court of Justice. We've had European Court of Human Rights cases on non-refoulement, other European Court of Justice cases concerning other rights of undocumented. We've had 5 decisions of the European Committee of Social Rights implementing the European Social Charter in the past 10 years. So we've had the courts interpreting this in a much more positive way. And I think the last word is obviously the migrants themselves. How can we actually see more organizing and empowerment of migrants themselves, encountering a lot of this negative discourse and emerging as a new actor? Thanks.
Thank you, Michelle. I think it's time to open the floor for discussion, for comments and questions for those brave who are still surviving.
Nando Sigona. I got two comments question. The first one is a more broad question and is around coming back to Lampedusa and the Lampedusa dilemma. How do you address symbolic politics in a way? I mean, we have been pointing out the fact that the arrival in Lampedusa are a tiny part of the inflows of migration. On the other hand, seem to monopolize the public discussion and the attention of politicians. And we know very well that politicians goes on the issues because they are pushed by frame somehow. They have to engage with that. So while a lot of discussion has been like, let's try to rationalize the issues to show this thing, we have to address the symbolic politics as well of this issue, and it's important. The other element is actually linked to what Martin was, the argument Martin was developing about the long-term impacts of short-term migration policies. And I think it's partly linked, I don't know what you think, Martin, about research funding politics on migration. I mean, there is a debate around that in the sense that it seems like that everyone is stuck into a kind of the snapshot kind of approach to migration. So it's actually quite hard to get any interest in someone that does a long-term research. And it's interesting how the historians and the others don't really talk, even if they were part of the forum today. So, thank you.
Thank you, Nando. Yeah, Matthew.
I have kind of a simple question for Martin, but I think it might have a difficult answer. I want to know how you distinguish between a state that's acting morally when it accepts forced migrants and a state that is acting on the basis of nationalist interest characteristics, because that kind of distinction seemed quite central to your analysis, but I'm not sure that it's quite as easy as you might seem to be assuming to draw that distinction in practice.
This is about the comment that Martin made about it's only 3% of the world population that live outside where they were born. But this is a period, of course, where trade barriers have fallen a lot, and trade and factor mobility tend to be substituted. So if you allow for more trade, you substitute for migration. That's my view.
Thank you. I'll start with the last question first. Well, yes, I think you could argue that trade is a substitute, but I think it would be hard to argue that if high-income countries substantially reduced their barriers to immigration, that you would not see very large flows. I mean, there's very large demand for entry into labor markets of high-income countries. I mean, that's partly why we see, hundreds of thousands of workers in the Gulf states, migrant workers, working under what most of us would consider terrible rights conditions. So I think if Europe opened up its labor markets, I think there would be very large numbers of people coming. So I think I do think that the number one reason why we have the level of migration that we have, and not more, is restrictive immigration policies. So I'm talking about low and medium skilled migrant workers. So I do think there's a strong demand constraint, as in the reason we don't have more is because of policy. I'm trying to avoid Matt's difficult question, try to do that last. The funding for long-term research, I mean, there's a big debate about research funding in the academic sector, and it partly depends on, I suppose, what type of job you're on. I mean, there's a lot of people who rely fully on research funding, and if you're talking about funding from policymakers or political institutions, then yes, I think a lot of the funding, obviously, that we see from governments or even the European Commission is concerned with finding solutions to what are perceived to be short to medium-term problems. I agree with you, but of course that doesn't stop people from engaging in analysis of longer term issues. But I think you raise an important point. I think after Michelle's comment about when I said moral outrage will not make a change, I think that is probably an unfortunately worded sentence. What I meant to say was that given that a lot of policies that we see today seem to be based on considerations that relate to the economic and social effects of accepting migrants, rather than to the goal of protection, arguing that it would be morally right to protect more people, that alone, in my view, is unlikely to bring about a big change. Of course, I'm very interested in the ethics, and I think it's terribly important to talk much more about the ethics of policy. And that, in response to Matt's question, what I was trying to say was that the policies, as far as I can tell from this stage, are often based on consequentialist thinking. I mean, that by itself, of course, is a moral stance as well. Maybe that's what you're trying to get at. But it's driven by hard-nosed factors like, how is this going to affect our economy? How is this going to affect? How much is it going to cost us to take X many people? So these kinds of debates that are not so hugely different, as I was trying to say, from debates we have about labor immigration. So the objective of protection, in a way, is one of many, and arguably you could argue that we should, from certain moral point of views, we should put much greater weight on the objective of protection. So I think, but it's unfortunately worded. I think all of these responses have a morality behind them, and I think can be morally, if you take a particular moral standpoint, they can be defended. What I was trying to say is that the objective of protection doesn't seem to be terribly important at the moment in many high-income countries' policies, because if it was, we would see more accommodating policies, for example, with regard to Syria.
Well, the microphone is coming. I want to say something. Actually, I want to react to Michelle's comment on why, about the policy of detaining children or not. I think it's a reaction to moral standards. I don't think it's a cost-benefit analysis of what it does to the children or whether these children are future laborers and, would better integrate. And I think there's been a moral outrage of how even of the ways, the pervasive ways of testing, bone density to establish whether a child, a young man is 16, 17, or 18, so a minor or somebody, or an adult. But at the same time, I think it's a small population. We're getting to what I think Christine Gatman was referring earlier. It's a small population, so you may as well take all the children. So it wouldn't be the same. I mean, you cannot have the same effect. Also reacting to what Martin said, you cannot have the same effect for the overall population.
I have a question for Galia. You have an increase of control, and as a result, you have also an increase of outsourcing. So that's what basically is happening, because there was always, in the past also already, outsourcing of part of this control. You yourself gave the example of the IOM, and I gave the example of the shipping companies, which were doing the very same thing as the airliners today. So it's just a different set of controllers, but the mechanisms are the same. So if you go by that rule, saying, okay, more control means more outsourcing because states can't do everything themselves. From your talk, it wasn't very clear to me, and so maybe you can clarify that, if you think that is a bad thing, because by the comments that Michelle made, it's not only to the disadvantage of the migrants. It clearly is, when the civil society type of organizations comes in, it's also very often to the advantage of the migrants that others than state actors are in a party in controlling this. So, it's both, but not only disadvantage.
So I wanted to ask a kind of similar question. It seemed as though there was a presupposition in your analysis that this was morally problematic, this outsourcing and so on. And one's an empirical question. To what degree is this simply a part of a larger phenomenon of outsourcing, which you see in a lot of areas of governmental activity, but then kind of normatively, why would you think it was, from what perspective would you be saying that it was bad? Some of that came out in Michelle's, but I thought you could comment a little further on that. And for Martin, just a comment more than a question. It seems to me that part of what your argument is that we're more likely to get a moral outcome if we can show that what's moral is also coincides with our interests, and that's probably right. I think that if you can show that a particular course of action is both in our interests and it's right, you're more likely to get people to agree with it. But the danger of that, and it was implicit in what you're saying, is maybe sometimes it turns out it's not going to be in our interest. And how are you going to get actually accurate analysis if you've already decided we want to push people in this direction for moral reasons? Why are people going to believe the analysis of somebody who they think is motivated from that perspective?
Sorry. Yeah, I guess in some ways I will address the negative presumptions that I do make of this. I think that there is a tendency to see these outsourcing, especially, for example, when you see the outsourcing to external to third countries like Morocco and Libya, and sort of the agreements that some of these partnerships have really created have meant that actors outside of European states have been able to control migration in ways that can circumvent some judicial constitutional norms and rights that liberal democracies normally wouldn't do at home base. So yes, there is a tremendous, there's a lot more work, I would say, about the normative sacrifices, liberal sacrifices that are made, but this actually was what I was trying to get away from in the papers, that there are some normative benefits. For example, probably I didn't make it well enough. Part of circumventing public is also diffusing the extreme right. I think that part of these kind of techniques have managed to come at the expense of quelling some fears that the extreme right might have really in public domain have taken over. So there is benefits such as that. There's also increasing, there's questions of how private actors actually are doing a better job. Even, for example, there are civil libertarian groups that have been advocating, certainly in the US I can say, because it's quite an interesting debate, advocating license or passport identification systems for liberal norms. The idea that rather than having sort of uneven policies across the state, that you put, if you had an ID system, you would protect norms. So there are really, this is where the strange bedfellows comes in, that there are interesting arguments, libertarian arguments that go on both sides of this new actors in mobility. And I try to emphasize a little bit of that, but I think that the more common view is to see the sort of circumvention that non-state actors really allow for states to regulate migration. So that's, in terms of your question of what, in a way, and I really, it struck me when you showed the image of the ships. What really is new is the fact that these types of actors are really involved in ways that now are open to public scrutiny, sort of in being able to select what's socially desirable or not, and in fact publics endorse it. So I think that that's quite a new phenomenon. That's
Thank you, Galia. Martin?
Yeah, thank you. I think that's a fantastic question, Joe, because it goes to the heart of a lot of what I do. So I want to make sure I get this roughly right. So I think the question was, isn't there a big danger to doing this kind of analysis? Because, what are the consequences of doing something that I consider morally right or bad for receiving countries, wouldn't that be a justification for not doing it? So if I just may go back, because this is broadening out to labor migration. So the reason, for example, why in the book I looked at the costs and benefits of granting rights is not because I think that when rights are costly, they should be restricted, but because I think you have no chance of explaining policies and rights restrictions around the world unless you engage into analysis of how rights impact on costs and benefits on national interests. The reason why some organizations, including the ILO, have been very hostile to this kind of analysis and debate is precisely for the reason you mentioned. It's the slippery slope argument, isn't it? So you're just condoning, aren't you condoning what's happening in the Gulf? And you're condoning some of those state practices. And so I would argue, well, we can find something in reality that we then morally reject. But I do think that it's important to explain things and not shy away from these debates. And in that particular project, there were some rights, as you say, I made up my mind before, normatively. So I think no matter what I found, I'm not supporting, as Singapore, the mandatory pregnancy check for women, low-skilled migrant workers, or I'm not supporting keeping migrant workers' passports, even if it leads to large-scale immigration. There were other rights, access to the welfare state, where I did not have a predetermined view going into this. Now, with this project, as you rightly intimate, which is kind of in earlier stages, you're right. There are some issues that I think morally I've made up my mind about. So no matter what, I don't think it's right to let people die if you can do something about it. Okay, but I think you're right that it is a danger, but I just think that if it is true, as I argue, that a lot of these policies are indeed informed by very hard-nosed considerations about economics and politics, I think to change these policies, we've got to engage, but there clearly is the danger that you outline. But then we have to make that jump. That's very difficult to say, well, this is reality, and then to say, well, part of this reality I think is morally wrong, and I actually reject it, even though it was my analysis that has highlighted this. I'm not doing this to condone it, but I'm saying we have to look at it for what it is, and then think about normatively, how do we think about this? Yeah.
Not an easy point to argue. I want to conclude also, taking advantage of my role, with just a final comment. I think, Gali, it was you with Virginie Giraudon, some 10 years ago, that you were speaking about the privatization of controls, particularly interested in the role of airlines that are required, to get people back if they don't have the proper travel documents, so actually they don't board them in the first place. And the decentralization, like involving local authorities, and then how this impacts priorities. So, for instance, you may get, and I had done a project on this as well, so you may get a lot of controls on supposed bogus marriages, because local authorities are involved in registering the marriages, but you may not get, checking fake language courses. I think what we see today, and I think what you both and I spoke about, is an increasing importance of this outsourcing for private companies that work for profit, particularly in the technology sector and in the security sector, and in the whole industry of detention, where you don't only have the security, but you also have the catering, the cleaning of these centers. And that cannot be done by public sector workers for a number of reasons, like, as I said, flexibility. You have to, now today you have 10 detention centers, tomorrow you have 5, in 10 years you have 15, so it has to be highly flexible, so it works with subcontracting. I think there's not enough discussion, and as Michelle and I recently discussed, on the costs of these controls, the costs of detention, also the material costs, which brings us to this debate. Allow me to say, so for instance, when there should be part of the debate that when you involve civil society actors for support, for assistance, for reception, you also create jobs in the local economy, and probably you create the right kind of jobs. So it's both in your interest and, in the cost-benefit analysis, you have an argument for those that are not so principled in their argumentation. But I think we'll have to call it a day. I see tired eyes around the room. And we have 2 sessions to discuss. I think in the first session tomorrow morning we discuss the asylum dilemmas in a more focused way, and then the political and ethical considerations. So we'll have a chance to come back to this. Thank you all for persisting until this late hour.